Section 1 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. Introductory. In proposing these lectures, my original notion was to popularize and amplify the valuable educational hints contained in some 2 or 3 chapters of Dr. Carpenter's mental physiology, but the subject is a wide one, and I have found it necessary to cover much ground untouched in that work. A complete or worthy treatment of home education within the limits of a single small volume is out of the question. My attempt is to suggest a method of education resting upon a basis of natural law, and to touch in this connection upon the mother's duties to her children in the 3 stages of life during which they fall under her personal training, childhood, school life, and young maidenhood. I say maidenhood because the youth is earlier than the girl necessarily left to the education of circumstances, and his training falls less within the mother's province. Let me add that, in venturing to speak on the subject of home education, I do so with the sincerest deference to mothers, believing that, in the words of a wise teacher of men, the woman receives from the Spirit of God himself the intuitions into the child's character, the capacity of appreciating its strength and its weakness, the faculty of calling forth the one and sustaining the other, in which lies the mystery of education, apart from which all its rules and measures are utterly vain and ineffectual. But just in proportion as a mother has this peculiar insight as regards her own children, she will, I think, feel her need of a knowledge of the general principles of education founded upon the nature and the needs of all children. And this knowledge of the science of education not the best of mothers will get from above, seeing that we do not often receive as a gift that which we have the means of getting by our own efforts. Let me add one thing more. In the following lectures, my attempt is to point out not what is practicable, but what appears to me absolutely best for the child from an educational point of view. In hardly 2 households would the same plans be practicable, but every mother may strike out a course for herself, including so much of what seems to her the best as her circumstances admit of. "What else am I for?" said a wise mother with reference to her duties in the education of her children. But, unhappily, it is not every mother who is free to make the bringing up of her children her profession. That is, to give herself up to it seriously, regularly, punctually, as a man does to the business by which he gets his living. I beg to offer my grateful thanks to William Dobie, Esquire, M.D. of Keighley, for the careful and able revision he has given to such parts of this work as rest on a physiological basis. May I, in concluding, draw the attention of the reader to the following suggestive remarks bearing on education from the pen of a thoughtful writer on psychological subjects. C.M.M. Manningham, September 1886. The indisputable fact that education and medicine have hitherto followed their own empirical methods without much regard to the sciences arises partly from the difference between practice and theory, art and science, and partly from the urgency of practical application, which cannot await the final results of research and their systematization in abstract principles. The child has to be taught and the patient treated according to the means at hand. Tutor and physician must be guided by such light as he has. He cannot wait until science has disentangled from the mass of mingled prejudice, precipitation, ignorance, and knowledge the true laws of mental and bodily life. All this is true. Nevertheless, it is likewise true that both tutor and physician have been guided by the psychological and physiological conceptions current in their time, although supplementing these with empirical observations and traditional prejudices, and following the latter even when they were irreconcilable with the ascertained laws of science. the absurd notions respecting the nature of the mind, its simplicity, autonomy, independence of the organism, and its equality in all men are clearly recognizable in the current practices of educators, just as formerly absurd notions respecting a vital principle and the nature of the entity named disease directed medical practice. Once recognized that education is an art which has its scientific basis in psychology and the importance of having a rational and verifiable basis rather than one that is unverifiable becomes obvious. In proportion, therefore, as psychology acquires scientific precision, its influence on education will become beneficent, and thus also an improved physiology will lead to a better art of medicine, without, in either case, removing the difficulties belonging to each practical application of abstract principles. A knowledge of the way in which faculties are evolved, impressions organized, moral and scientific intuitions formed, habits established, and the structure no less than the furniture of the mind receives its individual character from the silent and incessant modifications of experience, will make parents and teachers keenly alive to the incalculable importance of the conditions under which the early years of the child are passed. Whoever has closely studied the evolution of the faculties will see the folly and the wickedness of leaving children to the care of ignorant servants and vulgar companions at a period when impressions are most indelible, a period when, as we know, the germs of the future character are deposited. If out of the same nursery, the same schoolroom, and what seems the same environment, children of the same parents are so markedly unlike in disposition, talents, tempers, it has to be considered that the original differences in their organisms give rise, even under the same circumstances, to a difference in an important element, the individual experiences. To gain some glimpse of the way in which intuitions are established and dispositions formed is the first task of parent and teacher. G. H. Lewis, Problems of Life and Mind, The Study of Psychology. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The Education of Children under 9 years of age. Some Preliminary Considerations, Part 1. Not the least sign of the highest status they have gained is the growing desire for work that obtains amongst educated women. The world wants the work of such women, and presently, as education becomes more general, we shall see all women with the capacity to work falling into the ranks of working women, with definite tasks, fixed hours, and for wages, the pleasure and honour of doing useful work if they are under no necessity to earn money. Now, that work which is of most importance to society is the bringing up and instruction of the children, in the school certainly, but far more in the home, because it is more than anything else the home influences brought to bear upon the child that determine the character and career of the future man or woman. It is a great thing to be a parent. There is no promotion, no dignity to compare with it. The parents of but one child may be cherishing what shall prove a blessing to the world. But then, entrusted with such a charge, they are not free to say, "I may do as I will with mine own." The children are, in truth, to be regarded less as personal property than as public trusts, put into the hands of parents that they make the very most of them for the good of society. And this responsibility is not equally divided between the parents. It is upon the mothers of the present that the future of the world depends, because it is the mothers who have the sole direction of the children's early, most impressible years. This is why we hear so frequently of great men who have had good mothers, that is, mothers who brought up their children themselves and did not make over their gravest duty to indifferent persons. The mother is qualified, says Pestalozzi, and qualified by the Creator himself to become the principal agent in the development of her child, and what is demanded of her is a thinking love. God has given to thy child all the faculties of our nature, but the grand point remains undecided. How shall this heart, this head, these hands be employed? To whose service shall they be dedicated? A question the answer to which involves a futurity of happiness or misery to a life so dear to thee. Maternal love is the first agent in education. We are waking up to our duties, and in proportion as mothers become more highly educated and efficient, they will doubtless feel the more strongly that the education of their children during the first 7 or 8 years of life is an undertaking hardly to be entrusted to any hands but their own. And they will take it up as their profession, that is, with the diligence, regularity, and punctuality which men bestow on their professional labours. That the mother may know what she is about, may come thoroughly furnished to her work, she should have something more than a hearsay acquaintance with the theory of education, and with those conditions of the child's nature upon which such theory rests. The training of children, says Mr. Herbert Spencer, physical, moral, and intellectual, is dreadfully defective, and in great measure it is so, because parents are devoid of that knowledge by which this training can alone be rightly guided. What is to be expected when one of the most intricate of problems is undertaken by those who have given scarcely a thought to the principle on which its solution depends? For shoemaking or house building, for the management of a ship or of a locomotive engine, a long apprenticeship is needful. Is it then that the unfolding of a human being in body and mind is so comparatively simple a process that anyone may superintend and regulate it with no preparation whatever? If not, if the process is, with one exception, more complex than any in nature, and the task of ministering to it one of surpassing difficulty, is it not madness to make no provision for such a task? Better sacrifice accomplishments than omit this all-essential instruction. Some acquaintance with the first principles of physiology and the elementary truths of psychology is indispensable for the right bringing up of children. Here are the indisputable facts: that the development of children in mind and body follows certain laws, that unless these laws are in some degree conformed to by parents, death is inevitable, that unless they are in a great degree conformed to, there must result serious physical and mental defects, and that only when they are completely conformed to can a perfect maturity be reached. Judge then whether all who may one day be parents should not strive with some anxiety to learn what these laws are. A method of education. Never was it more necessary for parents to face for themselves this question of education in all its bearings. Hitherto, children have been brought up upon traditional methods mainly. The experience of our ancestors, floating in a vast number of educational maxims, is handed on from lip to lip, and few or many of these maxims form the educational code of every household. But we hardly take in how complete a revolution advancing science is effecting in the theory of education. The traditions of the elders have been tried and found wanting. It will be long before the axioms of the new school pass into common currency, and in the meantime parents are thrown upon their own resources and absolutely must weigh principles and adopt a method of education for themselves. For instance, according to the former code, a mother might use her slipper now and then to good effect and without blame. But now the person of the child is, whether rightly or wrongly, held sacred, and the infliction of pain for moral purposes is pretty generally disallowed. Again, the old rule for the children's table was, the plainer the better, and let hunger bring sauce. Now the children's diet must be at least as nourishing and as varied as that of their elders, and appetite, the craving for certain kinds of food, hitherto a vicious tendency to be repressed, is now within certain limitations the parents' most trustworthy guide in arranging a dietary for their children. That children should be trained to endure hardness was a principle of the old regime. "I shall never make a sailor if I can't face the wind and rain," said a little fellow of 5 who was taken out on a bitter night to see a torchlight procession, and though shaking with cold, he declined the shelter of a shed. Nowadays the shed is everything. The children must not be permitted to suffer from fatigue or exposure. That children should do as they are bid, mind their books, and take pleasure as it offers when nothing stands in the way, sums up the old theory. Now the pleasures of the children are apt to be made of more account than their duties. Formerly they were brought up in subjection. Now the elders give place, and the world is made for the children. English people rarely go so far as the parents of that story in French Home Life, who arrived an hour late at a dinner party because they had been desired by their girl of 3 to undress and go to bed when she did, and were able to steal away only when the child was asleep. We do not go so far, but that is the direction in which we are moving, and how far the new theories of education are wise and humane, the outcome of more widely spread physiological and psychological knowledge, and how far they just pander to the child worship to which we are all succumbing, is not a question to be decided offhand. At any rate, it is not too much to say that a parent who does not follow reasonably a method of education, fully thought out, fails, now more than ever before, to fulfill the claims his children have upon him. Method implies 2 things: a way to an end and step-by-step progress in that way. Further, the following of a method implies an idea, a mental image of the end or object to be arrived at. What do you propose that education shall effect in and for your child? Again, method is natural, easy, yielding, unobtrusive, simple as the ways of nature herself, yet watchful, careful, all-pervading, all-compelling. Method, with the end of education in view, presses the most unlikely matters into service to bring about that end, but with no more tiresome mechanism than the sun employs when it makes the winds to blow and the waters to flow only by shining. The parent who sees his way, that is, the exact force of method to educate his child, will make use of every circumstance of the child's life almost without intention on his own part. So easy and spontaneous is a method of education based upon natural law. Does the child eat or drink? Does he come or go or play? All the time he is being educated, though he is as little aware of it as he is of the act of breathing. There is always the danger that a method, a bona fide method, should degenerate into a mere system. The kindergarten method, for instance, deserves the name as having been conceived and perfected by large-hearted educators to aid the many-sided evolution of the living, growing, most complex human being. But what a miserable wooden system does it become in the hands of ignorant practitioners. A system of education is an alluring fancy, more so on some accounts than a method, because it is pledged to more definite calculable results. By means of a system, certain developments may be brought about through the observance of given rules. Shorthand, dancing, how to pass examinations, how to become a good accountant or a woman of society may all be learned upon systems. System, the observing of rules until the habit of doing certain things, of behaving in certain ways, is confirmed, and therefore the art is acquired, is so successful in achieving precise results that it is no wonder there should be endless attempts to straighten the whole field of education to the limits of a system. If a human being were a machine, education could do no more for him than to set him in action in prescribed ways, and the work of the educator would be simply to adopt a good working system or set of systems. But the educator has to deal with a self-acting, self-developing being, and his business is to guide and assist in the production of the latent good in that being, the dissipation of the latent evil, the preparation of the child to take his place in the world at his best, with every capacity for good that is in him developed into a power. though system is highly useful as an instrument of education. A system of education is mischievous, as producing only mechanical action instead of the vital growth and movement of a living being. It is worthwhile to point out the opposite characters of a system and a method, because parents let themselves be run away with often enough by some plausible system, the object of which is to produce development in one direction, of the muscles, of the memory, of the reasoning faculty, and to rest content as if that single development were a complete all-round education. This easy satisfaction arises from the sluggishness of human nature, to which any definite scheme is more agreeable than the constant watchfulness, the unforeseen action, called for when the whole of a child's existence is to be used as the means of his education. But who is sufficient for an education so comprehensive, so incessant? A parent may be willing to undergo any definite labours for his child's sake, but to be always catering for his behoof, always contriving that circumstances shall play upon him for his good, is the part of a god and not of a man. A reasonable objection enough, if one looks upon education as an endless series of independent efforts, each to be thought out and acted out on the spur of the moment. But the fact is that a few broad essential principles cover the whole field, and these once fully laid hold of, it is as easy and natural to act upon them as it is to act upon our knowledge of such facts as that fire burns and water flows. My endeavour in this and the following lectures will be to put these few fundamental principles before you in their practical bearing. Meantime, let us consider one or two preliminary questions. The child's estate. And first, let us consider where and what the little being is who is entrusted to the care of human parents. A tablet to be written upon? A twig to be bent? Wax to be moulded? Very likely, but he is much more, a being belonging to an altogether higher estate than ours, as it were, a prince committed to the fostering care of peasants. Hear Wordsworth's estimate of the child's estate. Our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting. The soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar. Not in entire forgetfulness, and not in utter nakedness, but trailing clouds of glory do we come, from God, who is our home. Heaven lies about us in our infancy. Thou whose exterior semblance doth belie thy soul's immensity, thou best philosopher, who yet dost keep thy heritage, thou eye among the blind, that deaf and silent reads the eternal deep, haunted for ever by the eternal mind. Mighty prophet, seer blessed, on whom those truths do rest, which we are toiling all our lives to find, thou over whom thy immortality broods like the day, a master or a slave, a presence which is not to be put by, thou little child, yet glorious in the might of heaven-born freedom on thy being's height. And so on, through the whole of that great ode, which, next after the Bible, shows the deepest insight into what is peculiar to the children in their nature and estate. Of such is the kingdom of heaven. Except ye become as little children, ye shall in no case enter the kingdom of heaven. Who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? And he called a little child and set him in the midst. Here is the divine estimate of the child's estate. It is worthwhile for parents to ponder every utterance in the Gospels about the children, divesting themselves of the notion that these sayings belong in the first place to the grown-up people who have become as little children. What these profound sayings are, and how much they may mean, it is beyond us to discuss here. Only they appear to cover far more than Wordsworth claims for the children in his sublimest reach. Trailing clouds of glory do we come, from God, who is our home. It may surprise parents who have not given much attention to the subject to discover also a code of education in the Gospels expressly laid down by Christ. It is summed up in 3 commandments, and all 3 have a negative character, as if the chief thing required of grown-up people is that they should do no sort of injury to the children. Take heed that ye offend not, despise not, hinder not one of these little ones. So run the 3 educational laws of the New Testament, which, when separately examined, appear to me to cover all the help we can give the children and all the harm we can save them from. That is, whatever is included in training up a child in the way he should go. Let us look upon these 3 great laws as prohibitive in order to clear the ground for the consideration of a method of education. For if we once settle with ourselves what we may not do, we are greatly helped to see what we may do and must do. But as a matter of fact, the positive is included in the negative, what we are bound to do for the child in what we are forbidden to do to his hurt. Offending the children. The first and second of the divine edicts appear to include our sins of commission and of omission against the children. We offend them when we do by them that which we ought not to have done. We despise them when we leave undone those things which, for their sakes, we ought to have done. An offence, we know, is literally a stumbling block, that which trips up the walker and causes him to fall. Mothers know what it is to clear the floor of every obstacle when a baby takes his unsteady little runs from chair to chair, from one pair of loving arms to another. The table leg, the child's toy on the floor, which has caused a fall and a pitiful cry, is a thing to be deplored. Why did not somebody put it out of the way, so that the baby should not stumble? But the little child is going out into the world with uncertain tottering steps in many directions. There are causes of stumbling not so easy to remove as an offending footstool, and woe to him who causes the child to fall. "Naughty baby," says the mother, and the child's eyes droop, and a flush rises over neck and brow. It is very wonderful, very funny, some people think, and say, "Naughty baby," when the baby is sweetly good, to amuse themselves with the sight of the infant soul rising visibly before their eyes. But what does it mean, this display of feeling, conscience in the child, before any human teaching can have reached him? No less than this, that he is born a law-abiding being, with a sense of may and must not, of right and wrong. That is how the children are sent into the world with the warning, "Take heed that ye offend not one of these little ones." And this being so, who has not met big girls and boys, the children of right-minded parents, who yet do not know what must means, who are not moved by aught, whose hearts feel no stir at the solemn name of duty, who know no higher rule of life than "I want" and "I don't want," "I like" and "I don't like." Heaven help parents and children when it has come to that. But how has it been brought about that the babe, with an acute sense of right and wrong, even when it can understand little of human speech, should grow into the boy or girl already proving the curse of lawless heart? By slow degrees, here a little and there a little, as all that is good or bad in character comes to pass. "Naughty," says the mother, again, when a little hand is thrust into the sugar bowl, and a pair of roguish eyes seeks hers furtively, to measure, as they do unerringly, how far the little pilferer may go. It is very amusing. The mother cannot help laughing, and the little trespass is allowed to pass, and what the poor mother has not thought of, an offence, a cause of stumbling, has been cast into the path of her 2-year-old child. He has learned already that that which is naughty may yet be done with impunity, and he goes on improving his knowledge. It is needless to continue. Everybody knows the steps by which the mother's no comes to be disregarded, her refusal teased into consent. The child has learned to believe that he has nothing to overcome but his mother's disinclination. If she choose to let him do this and that, there is no reason why she should not. He can make her choose to let him do the thing forbidden, and then he may do it. The next step in the argument is not too great for childish wits. If his mother does what she chooses, of course he will do what he chooses, if he can. And henceforward, the child's life becomes an endless struggle to get his own way, a struggle in which a parent is pretty sure to be worsted, having many things to think of, while the child sticks persistently to the thing which has his fancy for the moment. Where is the beginning of this tangle, spoiling the lives of parent and child alike? In this, that the mother began with no sufficient sense of duty. She thought herself free to allow and disallow, to say and unsay, at pleasure, as if the child were hers to do what she liked with. The child has never discovered a background of must behind his mother's decisions. He does not know that she must not let him break his sister's playthings, gorge himself with cake, spoil the pleasure of other people, because these things are not right. Let the child perceive that his parents are law-compelled as well as he, that they simply cannot allow him to do the things which have been forbidden, and he submits with the sweet meekness which belongs to his age. To give reasons to a child is usually out of place, and is a sacrifice of parental dignity, but he is quick enough to read the must and ought which rule her in his mother's face and manner, and in the fact that she is not to be moved from a resolution in any question of right and wrong. This, of allowing him in what is wrong, is only one of many ways in which the loving mother may offend her child. Through ignorance or wilfulness, which is worse, she may not only allow wrong in him, but do wrong by him. She may cast a stumbling block in the way of his physical life by giving him unwholesome food, letting him sleep and live in ill-ventilated rooms, by disregarding any or every of the simple laws of health, ignorance of which is hardly to be excused in the face of the pains taken by scientific men to bring this necessary knowledge within the reach of everyone. Almost as bad is the way the child's intellectual life may be wrecked at its outset by a round of dreary dawdling lessons in which definite progress is the last thing made or expected, and which, so far from educating in any true sense, that is, educing, drawing out the faculties of the child, stultify his wits in a way he never gets over. Many a little girl, especially, leaves the home schoolroom with a distaste for all manner of learning, an aversion to mental effort, which lasts her lifetime, and that is why she grows up to read little but trashy novels and to talk all day about her clothes. And her affections, the movements of the outgoing tender child heart, how are they treated? There are few mothers who do not take pains to cherish the family affections, but when the child comes to have dealings with outsiders, do no worldly maxims and motives ever nip the buds of childish love? Far worse than this happens when the child's love finds no natural outlets within her home, when she is the plain or the dull child of the family and is left out in the cold, while the parent's affection is lavished on the rest. Of course, she does not love her brothers and sisters, who monopolize what should have been hers too. And how is she to love her parents? Nobody knows the real anguish which many a child in the nursery suffers from this cause, nor how many lives are embittered and spoiled through the suppression of these childish affections. "My childhood was made miserable," a lady said to me a while ago, "by my mother's doting fondness for my little brother. There was not a day when she did not make me wretched by coming into the nursery to fondle and play with him, and all the time she had not a word, nor a look, nor a smile for me, any more than if I had not been in the room. I have never got over it. She is very kind to me now, but I never feel quite natural with her. And how can we two, brother and sister, feel for each other as we should if we had grown up together in love in the nursery?" End of section 2.
Section 3 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Citti Sparks. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The education of children under 9 years of age. Some preliminary considerations. Part 2. Despising the children. Suppose that a mother may offend her child. How is it possible that she should despise him? Despise to have a low opinion of, to undervalue, thus is the dictionary, and as a matter of fact, however much we may delight in them, we grown-up people have far too low an opinion of children. If the mother did not undervalue her child, would she leave him to the society of an ignorant nursemaid? During the early years, when his whole nature is like the photographer's sensitive plate, receiving momently indelible impressions. Not but that his nurse is good for the child. Very likely it would not answer for educated people to have their children always about them. The constant society of his parents might be too stimulating for the child, and frequent change of thought and the society of other people make the mother all the fresher for her children. But they should have the best of their mother, her freshest, brightest hours, while at the same time she is careful to choose her nurses wisely, train them carefully, and keep a vigilant eye upon all that goes on in the nursery. A good devoted mother is seldom without a good devoted nurse. All the same, it would be a boon to mothers if there were training schools for nurses, where they should not only be instructed in their duties, but awakened to some sense of their great responsibility. Mere coarseness and rudeness in his nurse does the tender child lasting harm. Many a child leaves the nursery with his moral sense blunted, and with an alienation from his heavenly Father set up which may last his lifetime, for the child's moral touch is exceedingly quick. He is all eyes and ears for the slightest act or word of unfairness, deception, shiftiness. His nurse says, "If you'll be a good boy, I won't tell." And the child learns that things may be concealed from his mother, who should be to him as God, knowing all his good and evil. And it is not as if the child noted the slips of his elders with aversion. He knows better, it is true, but then he does not trust his own intuitions. He shapes his life on any pattern set before him, and with the fatal taint of human nature upon him, he is more ready to imitate a bad pattern than a good. Give him a nurse who is coarse, violent, and tricky, and before the child is able to speak plainly, he will have caught these dispositions. One of many ways in which parents are apt to have too low an opinion of their children is in the matter of their faults. A little child shows some ugly trait. He is greedy and gobbles up his sister's share of goodies as well as his own. He is vindictive, ready to bite or fight the hand that offends him. He tells a lie. No, he didn't touch the sugar bowl or the jam pot. The mother puts off the evil day. She knows she must sometime reckon with the child for these offenses, but in the meantime she says, "Oh, it does not matter this time. He is very little and will know better by and by." To put the thing on no higher grounds, what happy days for herself and her children would the mother secure if she would keep watch at the place of the letting out of waters? If the mother settle it in her own mind that the child never does wrong without being aware of his wrongdoing, she will see that he is not too young to have his fault corrected or prevented. Deal with a child on his first offense, and a grieved look is enough to convict the little transgressor. But let him go on until a habit of wrongdoing is formed, then the cure is a slow one. Then the mother has no chance until she has formed him in a contrary habit of well-doing. To laugh at ugly tempers and let them pass because the child is small is to sow the wind. Hindering the children. The most fatal way of despising the child falls under the third educational law of the Gospels. It is to overlook and make light of his natural relationship with Almighty God. "Suffer the children to come unto me," says the Savior, as if that were the natural thing for the children to do, the thing they do when they are not hindered by their elders. And perhaps it is not too beautiful a thing to believe in this redeemed world that, as the babe turns to his mother, though he has no power to say her name, as the flowers turn to the sun, so the hearts of children turn to their Savior and God with unconscious delight and trust. Now, listen to what goes on in many a nursery. God does not love you, you naughty, wicked boy. He will send you to the bad, wicked place, and so on. And this all the practical teaching about the ways of his almighty lover that the child gets. Never a word of how God does love and cherish the little children all day long, and fills their hours with delight. Add to this listless, perfunctory prayers, idle discussions of divine things in their presence, light use of holy words, few signs whereby the child can read that the things of God are more to his parents than any things of the world, and the child is hindered, tacitly forbidden to come unto me. And this, often, by parents who in the depths of their hearts desire nothing in comparison with God. The mischief lies in that same foolish undervaluing of the children, in the notion that the child can have no spiritual life until it please his elders to kindle the flame. Conditions of healthy brain activity. Having just glanced at the wide region of forbidden ground, we are prepared to consider what it is, definitely and positively, that the mother owes to her child under the name of education. And first of all, the more educable powers of the child, his intelligence, his will, his moral feelings, have their seat in the brain. That is to say, as the eye is the organ of sight, so is the brain, or some part of it, the organ of thought and will, of love and worship. Authorities differ as to how far it is possible to localize the functions of the brain, but this at least seems pretty clear that none of the functions of mind are performed without real activity in the massive gray and white nervous matter named the brain. Now, this is not a matter for the physiologist alone, but for every mother and father of a family, because that wonderful brain, by means of which we do our thinking, if it is to act healthily and in harmony with the healthful action of the members, should only act under such conditions of exercise, rest, and nutrition as secure health in every other part of the body. A. Exercise. Most of us have met with a few eccentric and a good many silly persons concerning whom the question forces itself. Were these people born with less brain power than others? Probably not. But if they were allowed to grow up without the daily habit of appropriate moral and mental work, if they were allowed to dawdle through youth without regular and sustained efforts of thought or will, the result would be the same, and the brain, which should have been invigorated by daily exercise, has become flabby and feeble, as a healthy arm would be after being carried for years in a sling. The large active brain is not content with entire idleness. It strikes out lines for itself and works fitfully, and the man or woman becomes eccentric, because wholesome mental effort, like moral, must be carried on under the discipline of rules. A shrewd writer suggests that mental indolence may have been in some measure the cause of those pitiable attacks of derangement and depression from which poor Cooper suffered. The making of graceful verses when the maggot bit did not afford him the amount of mental labor necessary for his well-being. The outcome of which is, do not let the children pass a day without distinct efforts, intellectual, moral, volitional. Let them brace themselves to understand, let them compel themselves to do and to bear, and let them do right at the sacrifice of ease or pleasure, and this for many higher reasons, but in the first and lowest place, that the mere physical organ of mind and will may grow vigorous with work. B. Rest and change of occupation. Just as important is it that the brain should have due rest, that is, should rest and work alternately. And here two considerations come into play. In the first place, when the brain is actively at work, it is treated as is every other organ of the body in the same circumstances. That is to say, a large additional supply of blood is attracted to the head for the nourishment of the organ which is spending its substance in hard work. Now, there is not an indefinite quantity of what we will for the moment call surplus blood in the vessels. The supply is regulated on the principle that only one set of organs shall be excessively active at one time. Now the limbs, now the digestive organs, now the brain, and all the blood in the body that can be spared goes to the support of those organs which, for the time being, are in a state of labor. The child has just had his dinner, the meal of the day, which most severely taxes his digestive organs. For as much as 2 or 3 hours after, much labor is going on in these organs, and the blood that can be spared from elsewhere is present to assist. Now, send the child out for a long walk immediately after dinner, the blood goes to the laboring extremities, and the food is left half digested. Give the child a regular course of such dinners and walks, and he will grow up a dyspeptic. Set him to his books after a heavy meal, and the case is as bad. The blood, which should have been assisting in the digestion of the meal, goes to the laboring brain. It follows that the hours for lessons should be carefully chosen after periods of mental rest, sleep or play, for instance, and when there is no excessive activity in any other part of the system. Thus, the morning, both before and after breakfast, the digestion of which lighter meal is not a severe tax, is the much better time for lessons and every sort of mental work. If the afternoon cannot be spared for recreation, that is the time for mechanical tasks, such as needlework, drawing, practicing. The children's wits are bright enough in the evening, but the drawback to evening work is that the brain, once excited, is inclined to carry on its labors beyond bedtime, and dreams, wakefulness, and uneasy sleep attend the poor child who has been at work until the last minute. If the elder children must work in the evening, they should have at least 1 or 2 pleasant social hours before they go to bed. There is, says Huxley, no satisfactory proof at present that the manifestation of any particular kind of mental faculty is especially allotted to, or connected with, the activity of any particular region of the cerebral hemispheres. A dictum against the phrenologists, but coming to us on too high authority to be disputed. It is not possible to localize the faculties, to say you are cautious with this fraction of your brain and music-loving with another. But this much is certain, and is very important to the educator. The brain, or some portion of the brain, becomes exhausted when any given faculty is kept too long on the stretch. The child has been doing sums for some time and is getting unaccountably stupid. Take away his slate and let him read history, and you'll find his wits fresh again. Imagination, which has had no part in the sums, is called into play by the history lesson, and the child brings a lively, unexhausted faculty to his new work. School timetables are usually drawn up with a view to give the several mental faculties of the child alternate rest and labor. But the secret of the weariness children often show in the home schoolroom is that no such judicious change of lessons is contrived. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The Education of Children under 9 years of age. Some Preliminary Considerations, Part 3. C. Nourishment. Again, the brain cannot do its work well unless it be abundantly and suitably nourished. Somebody has made a calculation of how many ounces of brain went to the production of such a work, say Paradise Lost, how many to such another, and so on.
Without going into mental arithmetic of this nature, we may say with safety that every sort of intellectual activity wastes the tissues of the brain. A network of vessels supplies an enormous quantity of blood to the brain to make up for this waste of material, and the vigor and health of the brain depend upon the quality and quantity of this blood supply. Now, the quality of the blood is affected by 3 or 4 causes. In the first place, the blood is elaborated from the food. The more nutritious and easy of digestion the food, the more vital will be the properties of the blood. The food must be varied too, a mixed diet, because various ingredients are required to make up for the various wastes in tissues. The children are shocking spendthrifts. Their endless goings and comings, their restlessness, their energy, the very wagging of their tongues all mean expenditure of substance. The loss is not appreciable, but they lose something by every sudden sally, out of doors or within. No doubt the gain of power which results from exercise is more than compensation for the loss of substance, but all the same, this loss must be promptly made good. And not only is the body of the child more active, proportionably, than that of the man, the child's brain, as compared with the man's, is in a perpetual flutter of endeavor. It is calculated that though the brain of a man weighs no more than a 40th part of his body, yet a 5th or a 6th of his whole complement of blood goes to nourish this delicate and intensely active organ. But in the child's case, a considerably larger portion of the blood that is in him is spent on the sustenance of his brain. And all the time, with these excessive demands upon him, the child has to grow, not merely to make up for waste, but to produce new substance in brain and body. What is the obvious conclusion? That the child must be well fed. Half the people of low vitality we come across are the victims of low feeding during their childhood, and that more often because their parents were not alive to their duty in this respect, than because they were not in a position to afford their children the diet necessary to their full physical and mental development. Regular meals at unbroken intervals, dinner never more than 5 hours after breakfast, luncheon unnecessary, animal food once certainly, in some lighter form twice a day, are the suggestions of common sense followed out in most well-regulated households. But it is not the food which is eaten, but the food which is digested, that nourishes body and brain. And here so many considerations press that we can only glance at 2 or 3 of the most obvious. Everybody knows that children should not eat pastry or pork, or fried meats, or cheese, or rich, highly flavored food of any description, that pepper, mustard, and vinegar, sauces, and spices should be forbidden. With new bread, rich cakes and jams like plum or gooseberry, in which the leathery coat of the fruit is preserved. That milk, or milk and water, and that not too warm, or cocoa is the best drink for children, and that they should be trained not to drink until they have finished eating. That fresh fruit at breakfast is invaluable. That as serving the same end, oatmeal, porridge, and treacle, and the fat of toasted bacon are valuable breakfast foods, and that a glass of water also, taken the last thing at night and the first thing in the morning, is useful in promoting those regular habits on which much of the comfort of life depends. All this, and much of the same kind, it is needless to urge, but again let me say it is digested food that nourishes the system, and people are apt to forget how far mental and moral conditions affect the processes of digestion. The fact is that the gastric juices which act as solvents to the viands are only secreted freely when the mind is in a cheerful and contented frame. If the child dislikes his dinner, he swallows it, but the digestion of that distasteful meal is a laborious, much impeded process. If the meal is eaten in silence, unrelieved by pleasant chat, the child loses much of the good of his dinner. Hence, it is not a matter of pampering them at all, but a matter of health, of due nutrition, that the children should enjoy their food, and that their meals should be eaten in gladness. Though, by the way, joyful excitement is as mischievous as its opposite in destroying that even, cheerful tenor of mind favorable to the process of digestion. No pains should be spared to make the hours of meeting round the family table the brightest hours of the day. This is supposing that the children are allowed to sit at table with their parents, and if it is possible to let them do so at every meal excepting a late dinner. The advantage to the little people is incalculable. Here is the parents' opportunity to train them in manners and in morals, to cement family love, and to accustom the children to habits, such as that of thorough mastication, for instance, as important on the score of health as on that of propriety. But given pleasant surroundings and excellent food, and even then the requirements of these exacting little people are not fully met. Plain as their food should be, they must have variety. A leg of mutton every Tuesday, the same cold on Wednesday, and hashed on Thursday may be very good food, but the child who has this diet week after week is inadequately nourished, simply because he is tired of it. The mother should contrive a rotation for her children that will last at least a fortnight without the same dinner recurring twice. Fish, even if the children dine off it without meat to follow, is excellent as a change, the more so as it is rich in phosphorus, a valuable brain food. The children's puddings deserve a good deal of consideration because they do not commonly care for fatty foods, but prefer to derive the warmth of their bodies from the starch and sugar of their puddings. But give them variety. Do not let it be everlasting tapioca. Even for tea and breakfast, the wise mother does not say, "I always give my children so and so." They should not have anything, always. Every meal should have some little surprise. But is this the way to make them think overmuch of what they shall eat and what they shall drink? On the contrary, it is the underfed children who are greedy and unfit to be trusted with any unusual delicacy. D. Pure air. The quality of the blood depends almost as much on the air we breathe as on the food we eat. In the course of every 2 or 3 minutes, all the blood in the body passes through the endless ramifications of the lungs for no other purpose than that during the instant of its passage it should be acted upon by the oxygen contained in the air, which is drawn into the lungs in the act of breathing. But what can happen to the blood in this course of an exposure of so short duration? Just this: the whole character, the very color of the blood is changed. It enters the lungs spoiled, no longer capable of sustaining life. It leaves them a pure and vital fluid. Now observe, the blood is only fully oxygenated when the air contains its full proportion of oxygen, and every breathing and every burning object withdraws some oxygen from the air. Hence, the importance of giving the children daily airings and abundant exercise of limb and lung in unvitiated, unimpoverished air. About out-of-door airings we shall have occasion to speak more fully, but indoor airings are truly as important, because if the tissues are nourished upon impure blood for all the hours the child spends in the house, the mischief will not be mended in the shorter intervals spent out of doors. Put 2 or 3 breathing bodies, as well as fire and gas, into a room, and it is incredible how soon the air becomes vitiated, unless it be constantly renewed, that is, unless the room be well ventilated. We know what it is to come in and out of the fresh air and complain that a room feels stuffy, but sit in the room a few minutes and you get accustomed to its stuffiness. The senses are no longer a safe guide. Therefore, regular provision must be made for the ventilation of rooms, regardless of the feeling of their inmates. At least an inch of window open at the top, day and night, renders a room tolerably safe, because it allows the escape of the vitiated air, which being light ascends, leaving the room for the influx of colder, fresher air by cracks and crannies in doors and floors. An open chimney is a useful though not a sufficient ventilator. It is needless to say that the stoppings up of chimneys in the sleeping rooms is suicidal. It is particularly important to accustom children to sleep with at least an inch of open window all through the year, as much more as you like in the summer. There is a popular notion that night air is unwholesome, but if you reflect that wholesome air is that which contains its full complement of oxygen and no more than its very small complement of carbonic acid gas, and that all burning objects, fire, furnace, gas lamp, give forth carbonic acid gas and consume oxygen, you will see that night air is in ordinary circumstances more wholesome than day air, simply because there is a less exhaustive drain upon its vital gas. When the children are out of a room which they commonly occupy, day nursery or breakfast room, then is the opportunity to air it thoroughly by throwing windows and doors wide open and producing a thorough draught. E. Sunshine. But it is not only air, and pure air, the children must have if their blood is to be of the finest quality, as the advertisements have it. Quite healthy blood is exceedingly rich in minute, red, disc-like bodies, known as red corpuscles, which in favorable circumstances are produced freely in the blood itself. Now it is observed that people who live much in the sunshine are of a ruddy countenance, that is, a great many of these red corpuscles are present in their blood, while the poor souls who live in cellars and sunless alleys have skins the color of whitey brown paper. Therefore it is concluded that light and sunshine are favorable to the production of red corpuscles in the blood, and therefore, to this next therefore is but a step for the mother. The children's rooms should be on the sunny side of the house, with the south aspect if possible. Indeed, the whole house should be kept light and bright for their sakes. Trees and outbuildings that obstruct the sunshine and make the children's rooms dull should be removed without hesitation. F. Free perspiration. Another point must be attended to, in order to secure that the brain be nourished by healthy blood. The blood receives and gets rid of the waste of the tissues, and one of the most important agents by means of which it does this necessary scavenger's work is the skin. Millions of invisible pores perforate the skin, each the mouth of a minute tube, and each such pore is employed without a moment's cessation, while the body is in health, in discharging perspiration, that is the waste of the tissues, upon the skin. When the discharge is excessive, we are aware of moisture upon the skin, but aware of it or not, the discharge is always going on, and what is more, if it be checked or if a considerable portion of the skin be glazed, so that it becomes impervious, death will result. This is why people die in consequence of scalds or burns which injure a large surface of the skin. Although they do not touch any vital organ, multitudes of minute tubes which should carry off injurious matters from the blood are closed. And though the remaining surface of the skin and the other excretory organs take extra work upon them, it is impossible to make good the loss of what may be called efficient drainage over a considerable area. Therefore, if the brain is to be duly nourished, it is important to keep the whole surface of the skin in a condition to throw off freely the excretions of the blood. 2 considerations follow. Of the first, the necessity of the daily bath, followed by vigorous rubbing of the skin. It is needless to say a word here. But possibly it is not so well understood that children should be clothed throughout in porous garments which admit of the instant passing off of the exhalations of the skin. Why did delicate women faint, or at any rate feel faint, when it was the custom to go to church in sealskin coats? Why do people who sleep under down, or even under silk or cotton quilts, frequently rise unrefreshed? From the one cause, their coverings have impeded the passage of the insensible perspiration, and so have hindered the skin in its function of relieving the blood of impurities. It is surprising what a constant loss of vitality many people experience from no other cause than the unsuitable character of their clothing. The children cannot be better dressed throughout than in loosely woven woolen garments, flannels, and serges of varying thicknesses for summer and winter wear. Woolens have other advantages over cotton and linen materials besides that of being porous. Wool is a bad conductor, and therefore it does not allow of the too free escape of the animal heat, and it is absorbent, and therefore relieves the skin of the clammy sensations which follow sensible perspiration. We should be better for it if we could make up our minds to sleep in wool, discarding linen or cotton, in favor of sheets made of some lightly woven woolen material. We might say much on this one question, the due nutrition of the brain, upon which the very possibility of healthy education depends, but something will have been effected if the reason why of only 2 or 3 practical rules of health is made so plain that they cannot be evaded without a sense of law-breaking. I fear you may be inclined to think that I am not carrying out my program in talking for the most part about a few physiological matters, the lowest round of the educational ladder. The lowest round, it may be, but yet it is the lowest round, the necessary step to all the rest. For it is not too much to say that in our present state of being, intellectual, moral, even spiritual life and progress depend greatly upon physical conditions. That is to say, not that he who has a fine physique is necessarily a good and clever man, but that the good and clever man requires much animal substance to make up for the expenditure of tissue brought about in the exercise of his virtue and his intellect. For example, is it easier to be amiable, kindly, candid, with or without a headache, or a fit of neuralgia? The reign of law in education. Besides, though this physical culture of the brain may be only the groundwork of education, the method of it indicates what should be the method of all education. That is orderly, regulated progress under the guidance of law. The reason why education affects so much less than it should affect is just this, that in 9 cases out of 10, sensible, good parents trust too much to their common sense and their good intentions, forgetting that common sense must be at the pains to instruct itself in the nature of the case, and that well-intended efforts come to little if they are not carried on in obedience to divine laws, to be read in many cases, not in the Bible, but in the facts of life. It is a shame to believing people that many whose highest profession is that they do not know, and therefore do not believe, should produce more blameless lives, freer from flaws of temper, from the vice of selfishness, than do many sincerely religious people. It is a fact that will confront the children by and by, and one of which they will require an explanation. And what is more, it is a fact that will have more weight should it confront them in the person of a character which they cannot but esteem and love, than all the doctrinal teaching they have had in their lives. This appears to me the threatening danger to that confessed dependence upon and allegiance to Almighty God, which we recognize as religion. Not the wickedness, but the goodness of a school which refuses to admit any such dependence and allegiance. You will forgive me for touching upon this crucial question when I say that my sense of this danger is my only reason for venturing to invite you to listen to the little I have to say upon the subject of education. My sense of the danger, and the assurance I feel that it is no such great danger after all, but one that mothers of the cultivated class are competent to deal with, and are precisely the only persons who can deal with it. As for the superior morality of some non-believers, supposing we grant it, what does it amount to? Just to this, that the universe of mind, as the universe of matter, is governed by unwritten laws of God. That the child cannot blow soap bubbles or think his flitting thoughts otherwise than in obedience to divine laws. That all safety, progress, and success in life come of obedience to law, to the laws of mental, moral, or physical science, or of that spiritual science which the Bible unfolds. That it is possible to ascertain laws and keep laws without recognizing the lawgiver, and that those who do ascertain and keep any divine law inherit the blessing due to obedience, whatever be their attitude toward the lawgiver, just as the man who goes out into a blazing sunshine is warmed, though he may shut his eyes and decline to see the sun. Conversely, that they who take no pains to study the principles which govern human actions and human thought miss the blessings of obedience to certain laws, though they may inherit the better blessings which come of acknowledged relationship with the lawgiver. These last blessings are so unspeakably satisfying that often enough the believer who enjoys them wants no more. He opens his mouth and draws in his breath for the delight he has in the law, it is true, but it is the law of the spiritual life only. Toward the other laws of God which govern the universe, he sometimes takes up an attitude of antagonism, almost of resistance, worthy of an infidel. It is nothing to him that he is fearfully and wonderfully made. He does not care to know how the brain works, nor how the more subtle essence we call mind evolves and develops in obedience to laws. There are pious minds to which a desire to look into these things savors of unbelief, as if it were to dishonor the Almighty to perceive that he carries on his glorious works by means of glorious laws. They will have to do with no laws, excepting the laws of the kingdom of grace. In the meantime, the non-believer, who looks for no supernatural aids, lays himself out to discover and conform to all the laws which regulate natural life, physical, mental, moral, all the laws of God, in fact, excepting those of the spiritual life which the believer appropriates as his peculiar inheritance. But these laws which are left to Esau are laws of God also, and the observance of them is attended with such blessings that the children of the believers say, Look, how is it that these who do not acknowledge the law as of God are better than we who do? Now, believing parents have no right to lay up this crucial difficulty for their children. They have no right, for instance, to pray that their children may be made truthful, diligent, upright, and at the same time neglect to acquaint themselves with those principles of moral science, the observant of which will guide into truthfulness, diligence, and uprightness of character. For this also is the law of God. Observe not into the knowledge of God, the thing worth living for. No mental science and no moral science is pledged to reveal that. What I contend for is that these sciences have their part to play in the education of the human race, and that the parent may not disregard them with impunity. My endeavor in the forthcoming lectures will be to sketch out roughly a method of education which, as resting upon a basis of natural law, may look, without presumption, to inherit the divine blessing. Any sketch I can offer in these few lectures must be very imperfect and very incomplete, but a hint here and there may be enough to put intelligent mothers on the right lines of thinking with regard to the education of their children. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by LuellaMargaret. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. Section 5. Lecture 2. Out-of-door life for the children. People who live in the country know the value of fresh air very well, and their children live out of doors, with intervals within for sleeping and eating. As to the latter, even country people do not make full use of their opportunities. On fine days, when it is warm enough to sit out with wraps, why should not tea and breakfast, everything but a hot dinner, be served out of doors? For we are an overwrought generation, running to nerves as a cabbage runs to seed, and every hour spent in the open is a clear gain, tending to the increase of brain power and bodily vigor, and to the lengthening of life itself. They who know what it is to have fevered skin and throbbing brain deliciously soothed by the cool touch of the air are inclined to make a new rule of life. Never be within doors when you can rightly be without. Besides the gain of an hour or two in the open air, there is this to be considered. Meals taken al fresco are usually joyous, and there is nothing like gladness for converting meat and drink into healthy blood and tissue. All the time, too, the children are storing up memories of a happy childhood. 50 years hence, they will see the shadows of the boughs making patterns on the white tablecloth, and sunshine, children's laughter, hum of bees, and scent of flowers are being bottled up for after refreshment. But it is only the people who live, so to speak, in their own gardens who can make a practice of giving their children tea out of doors. For the rest of us, and the most of us, who live in towns or the suburbs of towns, that is included in the larger question. How much time daily in the open air should the children have? And how is it possible to secure this for them? In this time of extraordinary pressure, educational and social, perhaps a mother's first duty to her children is to secure for them a quiet growing time, a full 7 years of passive, receptive life, the waking part of it spent for the most part out in the fresh air. And this, not for the gain in bodily health alone. Body and soul, heart and mind, are nourished with food convenient for them when the children are let alone, let to live without friction and without stimulus amongst happy influences which incline them to be good. I make a point, says a judicious mother, of sending my children out, weather permitting, for an hour in the winter and 2 hours a day in the summer months. That is well, but it is not enough. In the first place, do not send them. If it is any way possible, take them. For, although the children should be left much to themselves, there is a great deal to be done and a great deal to be prevented during these long hours in the open air. And long hours they should be, not 2, but 4, 5, or 6 hours they should have on every tolerably fine day from April till October. Impossible, says an overwrought mother, who sees her way to no more for her children than a daily hour or so on the pavements of the neighbouring London squares. Let me repeat that I venture to suggest, not what is practicable in any household, but what seems to me absolutely best for the children, and that, in the faith that mothers work wonders once they are convinced that wonders are demanded of them. A journey of 20 minutes by rail or omnibus and a luncheon basket will make a day in the country possible to most town dwellers, and if one day, why not many, even every suitable day? Supposing we have got them, what is to be done with these golden hours, so that every one shall be delightful? They must be spent with some method, or the mother will be taxed and the children bored. There is a great deal to be accomplished in this large fraction of the children's day. They must be kept in a joyous temper all the time, or they will miss some of the strengthening and refreshing held in charge for them by the blessed air. They must be let alone, left in themselves a great deal, to take in what they can of the beauty of earth and heavens. For of the evils of modern education, few are worse than this, that the perpetual cackle of his elders leaves the poor child not a moment of time, nor an inch of space wherein to wonder and grow. At the same time, here is the mother's opportunity to train the seeing eye, the hearing ear, and to drop seeds of truth into the open soul of the child, which shall germinate, blossom, and bear fruit, without further help or knowledge of hers. Then there is much to be got by perching in a tree or nestling in heather, but muscular development comes of more active ways, and an hour or two should be spent in vigorous play. And last, and truly least, a lesson or two must be got in. Let us suppose mother and children arrived at some breezy open, wherein it seemeth always afternoon. In the first place, it is not her business to entertain the little people. There should be no storybooks, no telling of tales, as little talk as possible, and that to some purpose. Who thinks to amuse children with tale or talk at a circus or a pantomime? And here is there not infinitely more displayed for their delectation? Our wise mother, arrived, first sends the children to let off their spirits in a wild scamper, with cry, halloo, and hullabaloo, and any extravagance that comes into their young heads. There is no distinction between big and little. The latter love to follow in the wake of their elders, and in lesson or play, to pick up and do according to their little might. As for the baby, he is in bliss. Divested of his garments, he kicks and crawls and clutches the grass, laughs soft baby laughter, and takes in his little knowledge of shapes and properties in his own wonderful fashion, clothed in a woolen gown, long and loose, which is none the worse for the worst usage it may get. Sightseeing. By and by, the others come back to their mother, and, while wits are fresh and eyes keen, she sends them off on an exploring expedition. Who can see the most, and tell the most, about yonder hillock or brook, hedge or copse? This is an exercise that delights the children, and may be endlessly varied, carried on in the spirit of a game, and yet with the exactness and carefulness of a lesson. Find out all you can about that cottage at the foot of the hill, but do not pry about too much. Soon they are back, and there is a crowd of excited faces, and a hubbub of tongues, and random observations are shot breathlessly into the mother's ear. There are beehives. We saw a lot of bees going into one. There is a long garden. Yes, and there are sunflowers in it. And hen and chicken daisies and pansies. And there's a great deal of a pretty blue flower with rough leaves, Mother. What do you suppose it is? Borage for the bees, most likely. They are very fond of it. Oh, and there are apple and pear and plum trees on one side. There's a little path up the middle, you know. On which hand side are the fruit trees? The right, no, the left. Let me see. Which is my thimble hand? Yes, it is the right-hand side. And there are potatoes and cabbages and mint and things on the other side. Where are the flowers, then? Oh, they are just the borders running down each side of the path. But we have not told Mother about the wonderful apple tree. I should think there were 1,000,000 apples on it, all ripe and rosy. 1,000,000, Fanny? Well, a great many, Mother. I don't know how many. And so on indefinitely, the mother getting by degrees a complete description of the cottage and its garden. This is all play to the children, but the mother is doing invaluable work. She is training their powers of observation and expression, increasing their vocabulary and their range of ideas by giving them the name and the uses of an object at the right moment, when they ask, "What is it?" and "What is it for?" And she is training her children in truthful habits, by making them careful to see the fact and to state it exactly, without omission or exaggeration. The child who describes a tall tree going up into a point, with rather large roundish leaves, not a pleasant tree for shade, because the branches all go up, deserves to learn the name of the tree, and anything her mother has to tell her about it. But the little bungler, who fails to make it clear whether he is describing an elm or a beech, should get no encouragement. Not a foot should his mother move to see his tree, no coaxing should draw her into talk about it, until, in despair, he goes off, and comes back with some more certain note, rough or smooth bark, rough or smooth leaves. Then the mother considers, pronounces, and, full of glee, he carries her off to see for herself. By degrees the children will learn discriminatingly every feature of the landscapes with which they are familiar, and think what a delightful possession for old age and middle life is a series of pictures imaged, feature by feature, in the sunny glow of a child's mind. The miserable thing about the childish recollections of most persons is, that they are blurred, distorted, incomplete, no more pleasant to look upon than a fractured cup or a torn garment. And the reason is, not that the old scenes are forgotten, but that they were never fully seen. At the time, there was no more than a hazy impression that such and such objects were present, and naturally, after the lapse of years, those features can rarely be recalled of which the child was not cognizant when he saw them before him. Picture painting. So exceedingly delightful is this faculty of taking mental photographs, exact images, of the beauties of nature, we go about the world for the refreshment of seeing, that it is worth while to exercise children in another way towards this end, bearing in mind, however, that they see the near and the minute, but can only be made with an effort to look at the wide and the distant. Get the children to look well at some patch of landscape, and then to shut their eyes and call up the picture before them. If any bit of it is blurred, they had better look again. When they have a perfect image before their eyes, let them say what they see. Thus, "I see a pond. It is shallow on my side, but deep on the other. Trees come to the water's edge on that side, and you can see their green leaves and branches so plainly in the water that you would think there was a wood underneath. Almost touching the trees in the water is a bit of blue sky with a soft white cloud, and when you look up, you see that same little cloud, but with a great deal of sky instead of a patch, because there are no trees up there. There are lovely yellow water lilies round the far edge of the pond, and 2 or 3 of the big round leaves are turned up like sails. Near where I am standing, 3 cows have come to drink, and one has got far into the water, nearly up to her neck, etc. This, too, is an exercise children delight in, but, as it involves some strain on the attention, it is fatiguing, and should only be employed now and then. It is, however, well worth while to give children the habit of getting a bit of landscape by heart in this way, because it is the effort of recalling and reproducing that is fatiguing, while the altogether pleasurable act of seeing, fully and in detail, is likely to be repeated unconsciously until it becomes a habit by the child who is required now and then to reproduce what he sees. At first the children will want a little help in the art of seeing. The mother will say, "Look at the reflection of those trees. There might be a wood under the water. What do those standing up leaves remind you of?" And so on, until the children have noticed the salient points of the scene. She will even herself learn off 2 or 3 scenes, and describe them with closed eyes for the children's amusement. And such little mimics are they, and at the same time so sympathetic, that any graceful, fanciful touch which she throws into her descriptions will be reproduced with variations in theirs. The children will delight in this game of picture painting, all the more if the mother introduce it by describing some great picture galley she has seen, pictures of mountains, of moors, of stormy seas, of plowed fields, of little children at play, of an old woman knitting, and goes on to say, that though she does not paint her pictures on canvas and have them put in frames, she carries about with her just such a picture gallery, for whenever she sees anything lovely or interesting, she looks at it until she has the picture in her mind's eye, and then she carries it away with her, her own forever, a picture on view just when she wants it. It would be difficult to overrate this habit of seeing and storing as a means of after solace and refreshment. The busy of us have holidays when we slip our necks out of the yoke and come face to face with nature to be healed and blessed by the breathing balm, the silence and the calm of mute and sensate things. This immediate refreshment is open to everybody according to his measure, but it is a mistake to suppose that everybody is able to carry away a refreshing image of that which gives him delight. Only a few can say with Wordsworth, of scenes they have visited, "Though absent long, these forms of beauty have not been to me, as is a landscape to a blind man's eye, but oft in lonely rooms and mid the din of towns and cities I have owed to them, in hours of weariness, sensations sweet, felt in the blood and felt along the heart, and passing even into my purer mind, with tranquil restoration." And yet this is no high poetic gift which the rest of us must be content to admire, but a common reward for taking pains in the act of seeing, which parents may do a great deal to confer upon their children. The mother must beware how she spoils the simplicity, the objective character of the child's enjoyment, by treating his little descriptions as feats of cleverness, to be repeated to his father or to visitors. She had better make a vow to suppress herself, to say nothing to nobody, in his presence at any rate, though the child should show himself a born poet. End of section 5. Section 6 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LuellaMargaret. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies, by Charlotte Mason. Section 6. Flowers and Trees. In the course of this sightseeing and picture painting, opportunities will occur to make the children familiar with rural objects and employments. If there are farmlands within reach, they should know meadow and pasture, clover, turnip, and cornfield, under every aspect, from the plowing of the land to the getting in of the crops. Milkwort, eyebright, rest harrow, lady's bedstraw, willow herb, every wild flower that grows in their neighborhood, they should know quite well, should be able to describe the leaf, its shape, size, growing from the root or from the stem, the manner of flowering, a head of flowers, a single flower, a spike, etc. And, having made the acquaintance of a wildflower, so that they can never forget it or mistake it, they should examine the spot where they find it, so that they will know for the future in what sort of ground to look for such and such a flower. We should find wild thyme here. Oh, this is the very spot for marsh marigolds. We must come here in the spring. If the mother is no great botanist, she will find Miss Anne Pratt's Wildflowers, 2 volumes, the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge. Very useful, with its colored pictures, like enough to identify the flowers by, common English names, and pleasant facts and fancies that the children delight in. To make collections of wildflowers for the several months, press them, and mount them neatly on squares of cartridge paper with the English name, habitat, and date of finding each, affords, at the same time, much happy occupation and much useful training. The children should be made early intimate with the trees, too, should pick out half a dozen trees, oak, elm, ash, beech, in their winter nakedness, and take these to be their year-long friends. In the winter, they will observe the light tresses of the birch, the knotted arms of the oak, the sturdy growth of the sycamore. They may wait to learn the names of the trees until the leaves come. By and by, as the spring advances, behold a general stiffening and look of life in the still bare branches, then the beautiful mystery of the leaf buds, a nest of delicate baby leaves lying in downy warmth within many waterproof wrappings. Oak and elm, beech and birch, each with its own way of folding and packaging its leaflets. The ruby-budded lime, the ash, with its pretty stag's foot of a bud, not green but black, more black than ash buds, in the front of March. But it is hard to keep pace with the wonders that unfold themselves in the bountiful season, bland. There are the dangling catkins and the little ruby-red pistillate flowers of the hazel, clusters of flowers, both of them, 2 sorts on a single tree, and the downy staminate catkins of the willow, and the festive breaking out of all the trees into lovely leafage, the learning the patterns of the leaves as they come out, and the naming of the trees from this and other signs. Then the flowers come, each shut up tight in the dainty casket we call a bud, as cunningly wrapped as the leaves in their buds, but less carefully guarded, for these sweet nurslings delay their coming for the most part until earth has a warm bed to offer, and the sun a kindly welcome. Suppose, says Leigh Hunt, quote, suppose flowers themselves were new. Suppose they had just come into the world, a sweet reward for some new goodness. Imagine what we should feel when we saw the first lateral stem bearing off from the main one and putting forth a leaf. How we should watch the leaf gradually unfolding its little graceful hand, then another, then the main stalk rising and producing more, then one of them giving indications of the astonishing novelty, a bud, then this mysterious bud gradually unfolding like the leaf, amazing us, enchanting us, almost alarming us with delight, as if we knew not what enchantment were to ensue, till at length, in all its fairy beauty, in odorous voluptuousness, and mysterious elaboration of tender and living sculpture, shines forth the blushing flower. End quote. The flowers, it is true, are not new, but the children are, and it is the fault of their elders if every new flower they come upon is not to them a picciola, a mystery of beauty to be watched from day to day with unspeakable awe and delight. Meanwhile, we have lost sight of those half-dozen forest trees which the children have taken into a sort of comradeship for the year. Presently they have the delight of discovering that the great trees have flowers too, flowers very often of the same hue as their leaves, and that some trees put off having their leaves until their flowers have come and gone. By and by there is the fruit, and the discovery that every tree, with exceptions which they need not learn yet, and every plant bears fruit and seed after his kind. All this is stale knowledge to older people, but one of the secrets of the educator is to present nothing as stale knowledge, but to put himself in the position of the child, and wonder and admire with him, for every common miracle which the child sees with his own eyes makes of him for the moment another Newton. It is a capital plan for the children to keep a calendar, the first oak leaf, the first tadpole, the first cowslip, the first catkin, the first ripe blackberries, where seen, and when. The next year they will know when and where to look out for their favorites, and every year will be in a condition to add new observations. Think of the zest and interest, the object, which such a practice will give to daily walks and little excursions. There is hardly a day when some friend may not be expected to hold a first at home. Living creatures. Then, as for the living creatures, here is a field of unbounded interest and delight. The domesticated animals are soon taken into kindly fellowship by the little people. Perhaps they live too far from the real country for squirrels and wild rabbits to be more to them than a dream of possible delights. But surely there is a pond within reach, by road or rail, where tadpoles may be caught and carried home in a bottle, fed, and watched through all their changes, fins disappearing, tails getting shorter and shorter, until at last there is no tail at all, and a pretty pert little frog looks you in the face. Turn up any chance stone, and you may come upon a colony of ants. We have always known that it becomes us to consider their ways and be wise, but now, think of all Sir John Lubbock has just told us to make that 12-year-old ant of his acquaintance quite a personage. Then there are the bees. Some of us may have heard Canon Farrar describe that lesson he was present at on How Doth the Little Busy Bee? The teacher bright, but the children not responsive. they took no interest at all in little busy bees. He suspected the reason, and questioning the class, found that not one of them had ever seen a bee. "Had never seen a bee? Think for a moment," said he, "of how much that implies." And then we were moved by an eloquent picture of the sad child life from which bees and birds and flowers are all shut out. But how many children are there who do not live in the slums of London, and yet are unable to distinguish a bee from a wasp, or even an humble from a honey-bee? The children should be encouraged to watch, patiently and quietly, until they learn something of the habits and history of bee, ant, wasp, spider, hairy caterpillar, dragonfly, and whatever of larger growth comes in their way. "The creatures never have any habits while I am looking," a little girl in some storybook is made to complain. But that was her fault. The bright, keen eyes with which the children are blessed were made to see, and see into, the doings of creatures too small for the unaided observation of older people. As for the horror which some children show of beetle, spider, worm, that is usually a trick picked up from grown-up people. Kingsley's children would run after their daddy with a delicious worm, a lovely toad, a sweet beetle, carried tenderly in both hands. There are real antipathies not to be overcome, such as Kingsley's own horror of a spider. But children who are accustomed to hold and admire caterpillars and beetles from their babyhood will not give way to affected horrors. The child who spends an hour in watching the ways of some new grub he has come upon will be a man of mark yet. Let all he finds out about it be entered in his diary, by his mother, if writing be a labor to him, where he finds it, what it is doing, or seems to him to be doing, its color, shape, legs. Some day he will come across the name of the creature and will recognize the description of an old friend. Some children are born naturalists, with a bent inherited, perhaps, from some unknown ancestor. But every child has a natural interest in the living things about him, which it is the business of his parents to encourage. For but few children are equal to holding their own in the face of public opinion, and if they see that the things which interest them are indifferent or disgusting to you, their pleasure in them vanishes, and that chapter in the book of nature is closed to them. It is likely that the Natural History of Selborne would never have been written had it not been that the naturalist's father used to take his boys on daily foraging expeditions, when not a moving or growing thing, not a pebble or a boulder within miles of Selborne escaped their eager examination. Audubon, the American ornithologist, is another instance of the effect of this kind of early training. Quote, "When I had hardly learned to walk," he says, "and to articulate those first words always so endearing to parents, the productions of nature that they spread all around were constantly pointed out to me. My father generally accompanied my steps, procured birds and flowers for me, and pointed out the elegant movements of the former, the beauty and softness of their plumage, the manifestations of their pleasure, or their sense of danger, and the always perfect forms and splendid attire of the latter. He would speak of the departure and return of the birds with the season, describe their haunts, and, more wonderful than all, their change of livery, thus exciting me to study them, and to raise my mind towards their great Creator." End quote. Town children may get a great deal of pleasure in watching the ways of sparrows, knowing little birds, and easily tamed by a dole of crumbs, and their days out will bring them in the way of new acquaintance. The child who does not know the portly form and spotted breast of the thrush, the graceful flight of the swallow, the yellow bill of the blackbird, the gush of song which the skylark pours from above, is nearly as much to be pitied as those London children who had never seen a bee. A pleasant acquaintance, easy to pick up, is the hairy caterpillar. The moment to seize him is when he is seen shuffling along the ground in a great hurry. He is on the lookout for quiet quarters in which to lie up. Put him in a box, then, and cover the box with net, through which you may watch his operations. Food does not matter. He has other things to attend to. By and by, he spins a sort of white tent or hammock, into which he retires. You may see through it and watch him, perhaps at the very moment when his skin splits asunder, leaving him, for months to come, an egg-shaped mass without any sign of life. At last the living thing within breaks out of this bundle, and there it is, the handsome tiger moth, fluttering feeble wings against the net. most children of 6 have had this taste of a naturalist's experience, and it is worth speaking of only because, instead of being merely a harmless amusement, it is a valuable piece of education, of more use to the child than the reading of a whole book of natural history, or much geography and Latin. For the evil is that children get their knowledge of natural history, like all their knowledge, at second hand. Knowledge is poured into them, and, as Carlyle said of Coleridge's talk, quote, "To be poured into like a bucket, whether you will or no, is not exhilarating to any soul." End quote. They are so sated with wonders that nothing surprises them, and they are so little used to see for themselves that nothing interests them. The cure for this blasé condition is to let them alone for a bit, and then begin on new lines. Poor children, it is no fault of theirs if they are not as they were meant to be, little curious, eager souls, all agog to explore so much of this wonderful world as they can get at, as quite their first business in life. He prayeth best who loveth best, all things both great and small. For the dear God who loveth us, he made and loveth all. It would be well if all we persons in authority, parents and all who act for parents, could make up our minds that there is no sort of knowledge to be got in these early years so valuable to the children as that which they get for themselves of the world they live in. Let them once get touch with nature, and a habit is formed which will be a source of delight through life. We were all meant to be naturalists, each in his degree, and it is inexcusable to live in a world so full of the marvels of plant and animal life, and to care for none of these things. Consider, too, what an unequaled mental training the child naturalist is getting for any study or calling under the sun. The powers of attention, of discrimination, of patient pursuit, growing with his growth, what will they not fit him for? Besides, life is so interesting to him that he has no time for the faults of temper that generally have their source in ennui. There is no reason why he should be peevish or sulky or obstinate when he is always kept well amused. We say he, from force of habit, as speaking of the representative sex, but truly that she should be thus conversant with nature is a matter of infinitely more importance to the little girl. She it is who is most tempted to indulge in ugly tempers, as child and woman, because time hangs heavy on her hands. She whose idler, more desultory habits of mind want the spur and the bridle of an earnest, absorbing pursuit, whose feebler health demands to be braced by an out-of-door life full of healthy excitement. Moreover, it is to the girls, little and big, a most true kindness to lift them out of themselves and out of the round of petty personal interests and emulations which too often hem in their lives. And then, with whom but the girls must it rest to mold the generations yet to be born? Field Lore and Naturalists' Books. Is it advisable, then, to teach the children the elements of natural science, of biology, botany, zoology? On the whole, no. The dissection even of a flower is painful to a sensitive child, and, during the first 6 or 8 years of life, I would not teach them any botany which should necessitate the pulling of flowers to bits. Much less should they be permitted to injure or destroy any, not noxious, form of animal life. Reverence for life, as a wonderful and awful gift from above, which a ruthless child may destroy, but never can restore, is a lesson of first importance to the child. Let knowledge grow from more to more, but more of reverence in us dwell. The child who sees his mother with reverent touch lift an early snowdrop to her lips learns a higher lesson than the print books can teach. Years hence, when the children are old enough to understand that science itself is in a sense sacred and demands some sacrifices, all the common information they have been gathering until then, and the habits of observation they have acquired, will form a capital groundwork for a scientific education. In the meantime, let them consider the lilies of the field and the fowls of the air. For convenience in describing, they should be able to name and distinguish petals, sepals, and so on, and they should be encouraged to make such rough classifications as they can with their slight knowledge of both animal and vegetable forms. Plants with heart-shaped or spoon-shaped leaves, with whole or divided leaves, leaves with criss-cross veins, and leaves with straight veins, bell-shaped flowers and cross-shaped flowers, flowers with 3 petals, with 4, with 5, trees which keep their leaves all the year, and trees which lose them in the autumn, creatures with a backbone and creatures without, creatures that eat grass and creatures that eat flesh, and so on. To make collections of leaves and flowers, pressed and mounted, and arranged according to their forms, affords much pleasure, and, what is better, valuable training in the noticing of differences and resemblances. Patterns for this sort of classification of leaves and flowers will be found in every little book of elementary botany. The power to classify, discriminate, distinguish between things that differ, is amongst the highest faculties of the human intellect, and no opportunity to cultivate it should be let slip. But a classification got out of books, that the child does not make for himself, and is not able to verify for himself, cultivates no power but that of verbal memory, and a phrase or two of Tamil, or other unknown tongue, learnt off, would serve that purpose just as well. The real use of naturalists' books at this stage is to give the child delightful glimpses into the world of wonders he lives in, to reveal the sorts of things to be seen by curious eyes, and fill him with desire to make discoveries for himself. The Reverend J. G. Wood has written a dozen interesting little books, full of the information that children crave who have been brought up to care for natural objects. Common objects of the country, forest trees, my feathered friends, homes without hands, common objects of the seashore, and others as well known. Miss Arabella Buckley in The Fairyland of Science and Life and Her Children strikes a higher note and writes very charmingly. Mr. J. E. Taylor's works, Half Hours in the Green Lanes, Geological Stories, Flowers, are delightful and simple. Then there is Carr's Tour Round My Garden, and Frank Buckland's Curiosities of Natural History, Sir John Lubbock's books, Kingsley's Madam How and Lady Why, and plenty more, all pleasant reading, many of them written by scientific men, and yet requiring little or no scientific knowledge for their enjoyment. The mother cannot devote herself too much to this kind of reading, not only that she may read titbits to her children about matters they have come across, but that she may be able to answer their queries and direct their observation. And not only the mother, but any woman who is likely ever to spend an hour or two in the society of children should make herself mistress of this sort of information. The children will adore her for knowing what they want to know, and who knows but she may give its bent for life to some young mind destined to do great things for the world. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The Education of Children Under 9 Years of Age, Out-of-Door Life for the Children, Part 3. The child gets knowledge by means of his senses. Watch a child standing at gaze at some sight new to him, a plow at work, for instance, and you will see he is as naturally occupied as is a babe at the breast. He is, in fact, taking in the intellectual food which the working faculty of his brain at this period requires. In his early years, the child is all eyes. He observes, or more truly, he perceives, calling sight, touch, taste, smell, and hearing to his aid, that he may learn all that is discoverable by him about every new thing that comes under his notice. Everybody knows how a baby fumbles over with soft little fingers and carries to his mouth and bangs that it may produce what sound there is in it, the spoon or doll which supercilious grown-up people give him to keep him quiet. The child is at his lessons and is learning all about it at a rate utterly surprising to the physiologist, who considers how much is implied in the act of seeing, for instance, that to the infant, as to the blind adult restored to sight, there is at first no difference between a flat picture and a solid body. The ideas of form and solidity are not obtained by sight at all. but are the judgments of experience. Then think of the vague passes in the air the little fist makes before it lays hold of the object of desire, and you see how he learns the whereabouts of things, having as yet no idea of direction. And why does he cry for the moon? Why does he crave equally a horse or a housefly as an appropriate plaything? Because far and near, large and small, are ideas he has yet to grasp. The child has truly a great deal to do before he is in a condition to believe his own eyes. But nature teaches so gently, so gradually, so persistently, that he is never overdone, but goes on gathering little stores of knowledge about whatever comes before him. And this is the process the child should continue for the first few years of his life. Now is the storing time, which should be spent in laying up images of things familiar. By and by, he will have to conceive of things he has never seen. How can he do it except by comparison with things he has seen and knows? By and by, he will be called upon to reflect, understand, reason. What material will he have, unless as he has a magazine of facts to go upon? The child who has been made to observe how high in the heavens the sun is at noon on a summer's day, how low at noon on a day in midwinter, is able to conceive of the great heat of the tropics under a vertical sun, and to understand that the climate of a place depends greatly upon the mean height the sun reaches above the horizon. A great deal has been said lately about the danger of overpressure, of requiring too much mental work from a child of tender years. The danger exists, but lies not in giving the child too much, but in giving him the wrong thing to do, the sort of work for which the present state of his mental development does not fit him. Who expects a boy in petticoats to lift 1/2 weight? But give the child the work nature intended for him, and the quantity he can get through with ease is practically unlimited. Whoever saw a child tired of seeing, of examining in his way unfamiliar things? This is the sort of mental nourishment for which he has an unbounded appetite, because it is that food of the mind on which, for the present, he is meant to grow. Now, how far is this craving for natural sustenance met? In infant and kindergarten schools, by the object lesson, which is good so far as it goes, but is something like that bean a day on which the Frenchman fed his horse. The child at home has more new things brought under his notice, but with less method. Neither at home nor at school is much effort made to set before the child the abundant feast of eyes which his needs demand. We older people, partly because of our maturer intellect, partly because of our defective education, get most of our knowledge through the medium of words. We set the child to learn in the same way, and find him dull and slow. Why? Because it is only with a few words in common use that he associates a definite meaning. All the rest are no more to him than the vocables of a foreign tongue. But set him face to face with a thing, and he is 20 times as quick as you are in knowing all about it. Knowledge of things flies to the mind of a child as steel filings to a magnet. Now consider what a culpable waste of intellectual energy it is to shut up a child blessed with this inordinate capacity for seeing and knowing within the 4 walls of a house or the dreary streets of a town. Or suppose that he is let run loose in the country where there is plenty to see. It is nearly as bad to let this great faculty of the child's dissipate itself in random observations for want of method and direction. There is no end to the store of common information, got in such a way that it will never be forgotten, with which an intelligent child may furnish himself before he begins his school career. The boy who can tell you offhand where to find each of the 6 most graceful birches, the 3 or 4 finest ash trees in the neighborhood of his home, has chances in life 12 to 1, compared with the lower, slower intelligence that does not know an elm from an oak, not merely chances of success, but chances of a larger, happier life. For it is curious how certain feelings are linked with the mere observation of nature and natural objects. The aesthetic sense of the beautiful, says Dr. Carpenter, of the sublime, of the harmonious, seems in its most elementary form to connect itself immediately with the perceptions which arise out of the contact of our minds with external nature. While he quotes Dr. Morel, who says still more forcibly that all those who have shown a remarkable appreciation of form and beauty date their first impressions from a period lying far behind the existence of definite ideas or verbal instruction. Thus we owe something to Mr. Evans for taking his little daughter Marianne with him on his long business drives among the pleasant Warwickshire lanes. The little girl stood up between her father's knees, seeing much and saying little, and the outcome was the scenes of rural life in Adam Bede and the mill on the Floss. Wordsworth, reared amongst the mountains, becomes a very prophet of nature, while Tennyson draws endless imagery from the levels of the eastern counties where he was brought up. Little David Copperfield was a very observant child, though, says he, quote, I think the memory of most of us can go farther back into such times than many of us suppose, just as I believe the power of observation in numbers of very young children to be quite wonderful for its closeness and accuracy. Indeed, I think that most grown men who are remarkable in this respect may with greater propriety be said not to have lost the faculty than to have acquired it, the rather as I generally observe such men to retain a certain freshness and gentleness and capacity of being pleased, which are also an inheritance they have preserved from their childhood. End quote. In which remark Dickens makes his hero talk sound philosophy as well as kindly sense. The child should be made familiar with natural objects. But what is the use of being a very observant child if you are not put in the way of things worth observing? And here is the difference between the streets of a town and the sights and sounds of the country. There is plenty to be seen in a town, and children accustomed to the ways of the streets become nimble-witted enough. But the scraps of information to be picked up in a town are isolated fragments. They do not hang on to anything else, nor come to anything more. The information may be convenient, but no one is the wiser for knowing on which side of the street is Smith's, and which turning leads to Thompson's shop. Now take up a natural object, it does not matter what, and you are studying one of a group, a member of a series. Whatever knowledge you get about it is that much toward the science which includes all of its kind. Break off an elder twig in the spring, you notice a ring of wood round a center of pith, and there you have at a glance a distinguishing character of a great division of the vegetable world. You pick up a pebble. Its edges are perfectly smooth and rounded. Why, you ask? It is water-worn, weather-worn, and that little pebble brings you face to face with disintegration, the force to which, more than to any other, we owe the aspects of the world which we call picturesque, glen, ravine, valley, hill. It is not necessary that the child should be told anything about disintegration or dicotyledon, only that he should observe the wood and pith in the hazel twig, the pleasant roundness of the pebble. By and by he will learn the bearing of the facts with which he is already familiar. A very different thing from learning the reason why of facts which have never come under his notice. It is infinitely well worth the mother's while to take some pains every day to secure, in the first place, that her children spend hours daily amongst rural and natural objects. And in the second place, to infuse into them, or rather to cherish in them, the love of investigation. Quote, "I say it deliberately," says Kingsley, "as a student of society and of history, power will pass more and more into the hands of scientific men. They will rule and they will act, cautiously, we may hope, and modestly, and charitably, because in learning true knowledge they will have learnt also their own ignorance, and the vastness, the complexity, the mystery of nature. But they will be able to rule, they will be able to act, because they have taken the trouble to learn the facts and the laws of nature." End quote. But to enable them to swim with the stream is the least of the benefits this early training should confer on the children. A love of nature, implanted so early that it will seem to them hereafter to have been born in them, will enrich their lives with pure interests, absorbing pursuits, health, and good humor. "I have seen," says the same writer, quote, "the young man of fierce passions and uncontrollable daring expend healthily that energy which threatened daily to plunge him into recklessness, if not into sin, upon hunting out and collecting through rock and bay, snow and tempest, every bird and egg of the neighboring forest. I have seen the young London beauty amid all the excitement and temptation of luxury and flattery, with her heart pure and her mind occupied in a boudoir full of shells and fossils, flowers and seaweeds, keeping herself unspotted from the world by considering the lilies of the field, how they grow." End quote. Out-of-door geography. After this long digression intended to impress upon mothers the supreme importance of stirring up in their children a love of nature and of natural objects, a deep-seated spring to send up pure waters into the driest places of after-life, we must return to the mother, whom we have left out of doors all this time, waiting to know what she is to do next. This pleasant earth of ours is not to be overlooked in the out-of-door education of the children. "How do you get time for so much?" "Oh, I leave out subjects of no educational value. I do not teach geography, for instance," said an advanced young theorist with all sorts of degrees. But the mother, who knows better, will find 100 opportunities to teach geography by the way. A duck pond is a lake, or an inland sea. Any brooklet will serve to illustrate the great rivers of the world. A hillock grows into a mountain, an alpine system. A hazel copse suggests the mighty forest of the Amazon. A reedy swamp, the rice fields of China. A field of ripe hay, the boundless prairies of the West. The pretty purple flowers of the common mallow is a text whereon to hang the cotton fields of the southern states. Indeed, the whole field of pictorial geography, maps may wait until by and by, may be covered in this way. And not only this, the children should be taught to observe the position of the sun in the heavens from hour to hour, and by his position to tell the time of day. Of course, they will want to know why the sun is such an indefatigable traveler, and thereby hangs a wonderful tale, which they may as well learn in the age of faith, of the relative sizes of sun and earth, and of the nature and movements of the latter. Clouds and rain, snow and hail, winds and vapors fulfilling his word, are all everyday mysteries that the mother will be called upon to explain faithfully, however simply. The child and Mother Nature. Does so wide a program alarm the mother? Does she with dismay see herself talking through the whole of those 5 or 6 hours, and even at that not getting through a tithe of the teaching laid out for her? On the contrary, the less she says, the better. And as for the quantity of educational work to be got through, it is the fable of the anxious pendulum over again. It is true there are countless ticks to be ticked, but there will always be a second of time to tick in, and no more than a single tick is to be delivered in any given second. The rapid little people will have played their play, whether of sightseeing or picture painting, in a quarter of an hour or so, for the study of natural objects, an occasional "look," an attentive examination of the object on the mother's own part, a name given, a remark a dozen words long, made at the right moment, and the children have begun a new acquaintance which they will prosecute for themselves, and not more than 1 or 2 such presentations should occur in a single day. Now see how much leisure there is left. The mother's real difficulty will be to keep herself from much talk with the children, and to hinder them from occupying themselves with her. There are few things sweeter and more precious to the child than playful prattle with her mother. But one thing is better, the communing with the larger mother, in order to which the child and she should be left to themselves. This is truly a delightful thing to watch. The mother reads her book or knits her sock, checking all attempts to make talk. The child stares up into a tree or down into a flower, doing nothing, thinking of nothing, or leads a bird's life among the branches, or capers about in aimless ecstasy, quite foolish, irrational doings, but all the time a fashioning is going on. Nature is doing her part, with the vow. Quote, "This child I to myself will take, she shall be mine, and I will make a lady of my own. The floating clouds their state shall lend, to her for her the willow bend, nor shall she fail to see in the motion of the storm grace that shall mould the maiden's form by silent sympathy. The stars of midnight shall be dear to her, and she shall lean her ear in many a secret place, where rivulets dance their wayward round, and beauty born of murmuring sound shall pass into her face. And vital feelings of delight shall rear her form to stately height, her virgin bosom swell. Such thoughts to Lucy I will give, while she and I together live here in this happy dell." End quote. Wordsworth. There is one thing the mother will allow herself to do as interpreter between nature and the child, but that not oftener than once a week or once a month, and with look and gesture of delight rather than with flow of improving words. She will point out to the child some touch of especial loveliness in coloring, or grouping in the landscape or in the heavens. One other thing she will do, but very rarely, and with tender filial reverence. Most likely she will say her prayers and speak out of her prayer, for to touch on this ground with hard words is to wound the soul of the child. She will point to some lovely flower or gracious tree not only as a beautiful work, but a beautiful thought of God, in which we may believe He finds continual pleasure, and which He is pleased to see His human children rejoice in. Such a seed of sympathy with the divine thought sown in the heart of the child is worth many of the sermons the man may listen to hereafter, much of the divinity he may read. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The Education of Children Under 9 Years of Age, Out-of-Door Life for the Children, Part 4. Out-of-door games, etc. The bright hours fly by, and there is still at least one lesson on the program, to say nothing of an hour or two for games in the afternoon. The thought of a lesson is uninviting after the discussion of much that is more interesting and truly more important. But it need only be a little lesson, 10 minutes long, and the slight break and the effort of attention will give the greater zest to the pleasure and leisure to follow. The daily French lesson is that which should not be omitted. That children should learn French orally by listening to and repeating French words and phrases, that they should begin so young that the difference of accent does not strike them, but they repeat the new French word all the same as if it were English, and use it as freely, that they should learn a few, 2 or 3, 5 or 6 new French words daily, and that at the same time the old words should be kept in use, are points to be considered more fully hereafter. In the meantime, it is so important to keep tongue and ear familiar with French vocables that not a lesson should be omitted. The French lesson may, however, be made to fit in with the spirit of the other out-of-door occupations. The half-dozen words may be the parts, leaves, branches, bark, trunk of a tree, or the colors of the flowers, or the movements of bird, cloud, lamb, child. In fact, the new French words should be but another form of expression for the ideas that for the time fill the child's mind. The afternoon's games after luncheon are an important part of the day's doings for the elder children, though the younger have probably worn themselves out by this time with the ceaseless restlessness by means of which nature provides for the due development of muscular tissue in them. Let them sleep in the sweet air and awake refreshed. Meanwhile, the elders play. The more they run and shout and toss their arms, the more healthful is the play. And this is one reason why mothers should carry their children off to lonely places, where they may use their lungs to their heart's content without risk of annoying anybody. The muscular structure of the organs of voice is not enough considered. Children love to indulge in cries and shouts and view halloos, and this rude and noisy play, with which their elders have not much patience, is no more than nature's way of providing for the due exercise of organs upon whose working power the health and happiness of the child's future largely depend. People talk of weak lungs, weak chest, weak throat, but perhaps it does not occur to everybody that strong lungs and strong throat are commonly to be had on the same terms as a strong arm or wrist, by exercise, training, use, work. Still, if the children can give voice musically and more rhythmically to the sound of their own voices, so much the better. In this respect, French children are better off than English. They dance and sing through 100 roundelays. Just such games, no doubt, mimic marryings and buryings as the children played at long ago in the marketplace of Jerusalem. Most likely, before Puritan innovations made us a staid and circumspect people, English lads and lasses of all ages danced out little dramas on the village greens, accompanying themselves with the words and airs of just such rondas as the French children sing today. We have a few of them left still, to be heard at Sunday school treats and other gatherings of the children, and they are well worth preserving. There came 3 dukes a-riding, etc. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's, etc. Here we come gathering nuts in May, etc. What has my poor prisoner done, etc. And more, all set to delightful sing-song airs that the little feet trip to merrily, the more so for the pleasant titillation of the words. Dukes, nuts, oranges. Who could not go to the tune of such ideas? The promoters of the kindergarten system have done much to revive games of this kind, but it is doubtful how far the prettiest plays learned in school and from a teacher will take hold of the children as do the games which have been passed on from hand to hand through an endless chain of children, and are not to be found in the print books at all. Cricket, tennis, and rounders are the games par excellence, if the children are old enough to play them, both as giving free, harmonious play to the muscles and also as serving the highest moral purpose of games in bringing the children under the discipline of rules. But the little family we have in view, all of them under 9, will hardly be up to scientific games. Races and chases, Tig, Follow My Leader, and any romping game they may invent will be more to their minds. Still better are the hoop, the ball, the shuttlecock, and the invaluable skipping rope. For the rope, the very best use is for each child to skip with her own throwing it backward rather than forward, so that the tendency of the movement is to expand the chest. Shuttlecock is a fine game affording scope for ambition and emulation. Her biographer thinks it worth telling that Miss Austen could keep up in cup and ball over 100 times, to the admiration of nephews and nieces. In the manner any feat in keeping up the shuttlecock might be noted down as a family event, so that the children may be fired with ambition to excel in a game which affords most graceful and vigorous play to almost every muscle of the upper part of the body, and has this great recommendation, that it can be as well played within doors as without. Quite the best play is to keep up the shuttlecock with the battledore in each hand, so that the muscles on either side are brought equally into play. But to ordain about children's games is an idle waste of words, for here fashion is as supreme and as arbitrary as in questions of bonnet or crinoline. Climbing is an amusement not much in favor with mothers. Torn garments, bleeding knees, and boot toes rubbed into holes, to say nothing of more serious risks, make a strong case against this form of delight. But truly, the exercise is so admirable, the body being thrown into endless graceful postures, which bring every muscle into play, and the training in pluck, daring, and resource so invaluable, that it is a pity trees and cliffs and walls should be forbidden, even to little girls. The mother may do a good deal to avert serious mishaps by accustoming the younger children to small feats of leaping and climbing, so that they learn at the same time courage and caution from their own experiences, and are less likely to follow the lead of too daring playmates. Later, the mother had best make up her mind to share the feelings of the hen that hatched a brood of ducklings, remembering that a little scream, a sharp and sudden "Come down instantly, Tommy, you'll break your neck," gives the child a nervous shock, and is likely to cause the fall it was meant to hinder, by startling Tommy out of all presence of mind. Even boating and swimming are not without the reach of town-bred children, in days when everybody goes for a summer outing to the neighborhood of the sea, or of inland waters. And then there are swimming baths in most towns. It would be well if most children of 7 were taught to swim, not only for the possible usefulness of the art, but as giving them an added means of motion, and therefore of delight. The havoc of clothes need not be great if the children are dressed for their little excursions, as they should be, in plainly made garments of some loosely woven woolen material, serge or flannel. Woolen has some advantages over cotton, and more over linen, as a clothing material. Chiefly that it is a bad conductor. That is to say, it does not allow the heat of the body too free an exit, nor the heat of the sun too free an entrance. Therefore, the child in woolen who has become heated in play does not suffer a chill from the sudden loss of this heat, as does a child in a linen garment. Also, he is cooler in the sunshine and warmer in the shade. Walks in bad weather. All we have said hitherto applies to the summer weather, which is, alas for us, a very limited and uncertain quantity in our part of the world. The question of out-of-door exercise in winter and in wet weather is really more important. For who that could would not be abroad in the summertime? If the children are to have what is quite the best thing for them, they should be 2 or 3 hours every day in the open air all through the winter, say an hour and a half in the morning, and as long in the afternoon. When frost and snow are on the ground, they have very festive times, what with sliding, snowballing, and snow building. But even on the frequent days when it is dirty underfoot and dull overhead, the children should be kept interested and alert, so that the heart may do its work cheerfully, and a grateful glow be kept up throughout the body in spite of clouds and cold weather. All that has been said about sightseeing and picture painting, the little French lesson and observations to be noted in the family diary, belongs just as much to winter weather as to summer, and there is no end to the things to be seen and noted. They come across a big tree which they judge from its build to be an oak. Down it goes in the diary, and when the leaves are out, they come again to see if they are right. Many birds come into view the more freely in the cold weather that they are driven forth in search of food. The cattle mourn in corners where the fence screens them. The sun with ruddy orb ascending fires the horizon. Every herb and every spiry blade stretches a length of shadow o'er the field. The sparrows peep and quit the sheltering eaves. The redbreast warbles still, but is content with slender notes and more than half suppressed, pleased with his solitude and flitting light. From spray to spray, where he rests he shakes, from many a twig the pendant drops of ice that tinkle in the withered leaves below. There is no reason why the child's winter walk should not be as fertile in observation as the poet's. Indeed, in one way, it is possible to see the more in winter because the things to be seen do not crowd each other out. Winter walks, too, whether in town or country, give great opportunities for cultivating the habits of attention. The famous conjurer, Robert Houdin, relates in his autobiography that he and his son would pass rapidly before a shop window, that of a toy shop, for instance, and each cast an attentive glance upon it. A few steps further on, each drew paper and pencil from his pocket and tried which could enumerate the greatest number of the objects momentarily seen in passing. The boy surpassed his father in quickness of apprehension, being often able to write down 40 objects, whilst his father could scarcely reach 30. Yet on their return to verify his statement, the son was rarely found to have made a mistake. Here is a hint for a highly educational amusement for many a winter's walk. But what about the wet days? The fact is that rain, unless of the heaviest, does the children no harm at all if they are suitably clothed. But every sort of waterproof garment should be tabooed, because the texture which will not admit rain will not allow of the escape of the insensible perspiration, and one secret of health for people who have no organic disease is the prompt carrying off of the decayed and harmful matters discharged by the skin. The children should have woolen rain garments, made of coarse serge, for instance, to be changed the moment they return from a walk, and then there is no risk of catching cold. This is the common sense of the matter. Wet cloths are put upon the head of a fever patient. By and by the cloths dry and are dipped again. What has become of the water? It has evaporated, and in evaporating has carried off much heat from the fevered head. Now that which eases the hot skin of fever is just the one thing to be avoided in ordinary circumstances. To be wet to the skin may do a child no more harm than a bath would do him if the wet clothes do not dry upon him. That is, if the water does not evaporate, carrying off much heat from his body in the process. It is the loss of animal heat which is followed by colds, and not the wetting which mothers are ready to deplore. Keep a child active and happy in the rain, and he gets nothing but good from his walk. The case is altered if the child has a cold already. Then active exercise might increase any inflammation already set up. I do not know whether it is more than a pretty fancy of Richter's that a spring shower is a sort of electric bath, and a very potent means of health. Certainly rain clears the atmosphere, a fact of considerable importance in and about large towns. But it is enough for our purpose to prove that the rain need do no harm. For abundant daily exercise in the fresh air is of such vital importance to the children that really nothing but sickness should keep them within doors. At the same time, children should never be allowed to sit or stand about in damp clothes, and here is the use of waterproof rain wraps, to keep them dry on short journeys to church or school or neighbor's house, where they cannot very well change their garments. The children require country air. Everyone knows that the breathing of air which has lost a little of its due proportion of oxygen is the essential condition of vigorous life and of a fine physique. Also that whatever produces heat, whether it be animal heat or the heat of fire, candle, gas lamp, produces that heat at the expense of the oxygen contained in the atmosphere, a bank which is drawn upon by every breathing and burning object. That in situations where much breathing and burning are going on, there is a terrible drain upon this vital gas, that the drain may be so excessive that there is no longer sufficient oxygen in the air to support animal life, and death results, that where the drain is less excessive but still great, animal life may be supported and people live a flaccid, feeble life in a state of low vitality. Also we know that every breathing and every burning object expels a hurtful gas, carbonic acid. A very small proportion of this gas is present in the purest atmospheric air, and in that small proportion it does no harm. But increase that quantity by the action of furnaces, fires, living beings, gas lamps, and the air is rendered unwholesome, just in proportion to the quantity of superfluous carbonic acid gas it contains. If the quantity be excessive, as when many people are huddled together in a small unventilated room, speedy death by suffocation is the result. For these reasons, it is not possible to enjoy fullness of life in a town. For grown-up people, the stimulus of town life does something to make up for the impurity of town air, as, on the other hand, country people too often forfeit their advantages through the habit of mental sluggishness they let themselves fall into. But for the children, who not only breathe but grow, who require proportionably more oxygen than adults need for their vital processes, it is absolutely cruel not to give them very frequent, if not daily, copious draughts of unvitiated, unimpoverished air, the sort of air that can be had only remote from towns. But this is only one of the reasons why, for health's sake alone, it is of the first importance to give the children long days in the open country. They want light, solar light, as well as air. Country people are ruddier than town folk. Miners are sallow, so are the dwellers in cellars and in sunless valleys. The reason is that, to secure the ruddy glow of perfect health, certain changes must take place in the blood, the nature of which it would take too long to explain here, and that these changes in the blood, the free production of what are called red corpuscles, appear to take place most favorably under the influence of abundant solar light. What is more, men of science are beginning to suspect that not only the colored light rays of the solar spectrum, but the dark heat rays and the chemical rays minister to vitality in ways not yet fully understood. There was a charming picture in Punch some time ago of two little boys airing their English French on their mother's new maid. Two noble little fellows, each straight as a dart, with no superfluous flesh, eyes well opened, head erect, chest expanded, the whole body full of spring even in repose. It was worth looking at, if only as suggesting the sort of physique we delight to see in a child. No doubt the child inherits the most that he is in this respect as in all others, but this is what bringing up may, with some limitations, effect. The child is born with certain natural tendencies, and according to his bringing up, each such tendency may run into a blemish of person or character, or into a cognate grace. Therefore, it is worthwhile to have even a physical ideal for one's child, not, for instance, to be run away with by the notion that a fat child is necessarily a fine child. The fat child can easily be produced, but the bright eye, the open regard, the springing step, the tones clear as a bell, the agile, graceful movements that characterize the well-brought-up child are the result, not of bodily well-being only, but of mind and soul according well, of a quick, trained intelligence, and of a moral nature habituated to the joy of self-control. End of section 8. Read by MamaPhish, San Antonio, Texas, March 19th, 2025.
Section 9 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The education of children under 9 years of age. Habit is 10 natures, Part 1. You will have gathered already that what I desire to set before you is a method of education based upon natural law. In the first place, we considered some of the conditions to be observed with a view to keep the brain in healthy working order, for it is upon the possession of an active, duly nourished brain that the possibility of a sound education depends. The lecture on out-of-door life as developing the method of education came second in order because its object was to show that the chief function of the child, his business in the world during the first 6 or 7 years of his life, is to find out all he can about whatever comes under his notice by means of his 5 senses, that he has an insatiable appetite for knowledge got in this way, and that therefore the endeavour of his parents should be to put him in the way of making acquaintance freely with nature and natural objects. That, in fact, the intellectual education of the young child should be the education of the perceptive faculties, because the first stages of mental development are marked by the extreme activity of these faculties, and the wisdom of the educator is to follow the lead of nature in the evolution of the complete human being. The subject for today, a rather dry metaphysical one, seems to me all the same to be very well worthy of your attention as striking the keynote of a reasonable method of education. Habit is 10 natures. If I could but make you see with my eyes how much this saying should mean to the educator, how habit in the hands of the mother is as his wheel to the potter, his knife to the carver, the instrument by means of which she turns out the design she has already conceived in her brain. It is unpleasant to speak of oneself, but if you will allow me, I should like to run over the steps by which I have been brought to look upon habit as the means whereby the parent may make almost anything he chooses of his child. That which has become the dominant idea of one person's life, if it be launched suddenly at another, conveys no very great depth or weight of meaning to the second person. He wants to get at it by degrees, to see the steps by which the other travelled. Therefore, I shall venture to show how I arrived at my present position, which is that the formation of habits is education, and education is the formation of habits. The children have no self-compelling power. Some years ago I was accustomed to hear, "Habit is 10 natures," delivered from the pulpit on at least one Sunday out of 4. I had at the time just begun to keep school and was young and enthusiastic in my work. It was to my mind a great thing to be a teacher. It was impossible but that the schoolmistress should leave her stamp on the children. Hers was the fault if anything went wrong, if any child did badly in school or out of it. There was no degree of responsibility which youthful ardour was not equal to. But all this zeal notwithstanding, the disappointing thing was that nothing extraordinary happened. The girls were good girls on the whole, because most of them were the children of parents who had themselves been brought up with some care. But it was plain that they behaved very much as 'twas their nature to. The faults they had they kept. The virtues they had were exercised just as fitfully as before. The good, meek little girl still told fibs. The bright, generous child was incurably idle. In lessons it was the same thing. The dawdling child went on dawdling. The dull child became no brighter. It was very disappointing. The children, no doubt, got on, a little, but there was every one of them with the makings in her of a noble character, of a fine mind, and where was the lever to lift each of these little worlds? Such a lever there must be. This horse-in-a-mill round of geography and French, history and sums was no more than playing at education. For who remembers the scraps of knowledge he laboured over as a child? And would not the application of a few hours in later life effect more than a year's drudgery at any one subject in childhood? If education is to secure the step-by-step progress of the individual and the race, it must mean something over and above the daily plodding at small tasks which goes by the name. Looking for guidance to the literature of education, the doctrines of Pestalozzi and, still more, of Froebel were exceedingly helpful to me as showing the means to secure an orderly expansion of the child's faculties, and what is even more important, pointing out, as they both do, that the child is, so to speak, an exotic which can flourish and expand only in a warm temperature of love and gentleness, regulated by even-handed law. At the same time, religious teaching helped the children, gave them power and motives for continuous effort, and raised their desires towards the best things. But with these great aids from without and from above, there was still the depressing sense of working education in the dark. The advance made by the young people in moral and even in intellectual power was like that of a door on its hinges, a swing forward today and back again tomorrow, with little sensible progress from year to year beyond that of being able to do harder sums and read harder books. Consideration made the reason of the failure plain. There was a warm glow of goodness at the heart of every one of the children, but they were all incapable of steady effort because they had no strength of will, no power to make themselves do that which they knew they ought to do. Here, no doubt, come in the functions of parents and teachers. They should be able to make the child do that which he lacks the power to compel himself to. But it were poor training that should keep the child dependent upon personal influence. It is the business of education to find some way of supplementing that weakness of will which is the bane of most of us as well as of the children. That the effort of decision is the most exhausting effort of life has been well said from the pulpit, and if that remains true about ourselves, even when the decision is about trifling matters of going or coming, buying or not buying, it surely is not just to leave the children all the labour of an effort of will whenever they have to choose between the right and the wrong. What is nature? Habit is 10 natures, went on being proclaimed in my ears, and at last it came home to me as a weighty saying which might contain the educational open sesame I was in quest of. In the first place, what is nature and what precisely is habit? It is an astonishing thing when we consider what the child is, irrespective of race, country, or kindred, simply in right of his birth as a human being. That we all have the same instincts and appetites we are prepared to allow, but that the principles of action which govern all men everywhere are primarily the same is a little startling. That, for instance, the same desires stir in the breasts alike of savage and of sage, that the desire of knowledge, which shows itself in the child's curiosity about things and his eager use of his eyes, is equally active everywhere, that the desire of society, which you may see in two babies presented to one another and all agog with glee and friendliness, is the cause alike of village communities amongst savage tribes and of the philosophical meetings of the learned. That everywhere is felt the desire of esteem, a wonderful power in the hands of the educator, making a word of praise or blame more powerful as a motive than any fear or hope of punishment or reward. And it is not only the same desires. All people everywhere have the same affections and passions which act in the same way under similar provocation. Joy and grief, love and resentment, benevolence, sympathy, fear, and much else are common to all of us. So too of conscience, the sense of duty. Dr. Livingstone mentions that the only addition he felt called upon to make to the moral code of certain of the Zambesi tribes, however little they observed their own law, was that a man should not have more than one wife. Evil speaking, lying, hatred, disobedience to parents, neglect of them, were all known to be sin by these dark peoples whom civilized or Christian teaching had never before reached. Not only is a sense of duty common to mankind, but the deeper consciousness of God, however vague such consciousness may be. And all this and much more goes to make up the most elemental notion of human nature. Then heredity comes in, and here, if you please, is 10 natures. Who is to deal with the child who is resentful or stubborn or reckless because it is born in him, his mother's nature or his grandfather's? Think of the trick of the eye, the action of the hand, repeated from father to son, the peculiar character of the handwriting, traceable, as Miss Power Cobb tells us is the case in her family, for instance, through 5 generations. The artistic temperament, the taste for music or drawing running in families. Here you get nature with a twist, confirmed, sealed, riveted, utterly proof, you would say, against any attempt to alter it or modify. And once more, physical conditions come in force. The puny, feeble child and the sturdy urchin who never ails must necessarily differ from one another in the strength of their desires and emotions. What then with the natural desires, affections, and emotions common to the whole race? What with the tendencies which each family derives by descent, and those peculiarities which the individual owes to his own constitution of body and brain? Human nature, the sum of all these, makes out for itself a strong case, so much so that we are inclined to think the best that can be done is to let it alone. Let every child develop unhindered according to the elements of character and disposition that are in him. This is precisely what half the parents in the world and 3/4 of the teachers are content to do. And what is the consequence? That the world is making advances, but the progress is, for the most part, amongst the few whose parents have taken their education seriously in hand, while the rest, who have been allowed to stay where they were, be no more or no better than nature made them, act as a heavy drag. For indeed the fact is that they do not stay where they were. It is unchangeably true that the child who is not being constantly raised to a higher and a higher platform will sink to a lower and a lower. Wherefore it is much the parent's duty to educate his child into moral strength and purpose and intellectual activity as it is to feed him and clothe him, and that in spite of his nature, if it must be so. It is true that here and there circumstances step in and make a man of the boy whose parents have failed to bring him under discipline. But this is a fortuitous aid which the educator is no way warranted to count upon. I was beginning to see my way, not yet out of the psychological difficulty, which, so far as I was concerned, blocked the way to any real education. But now I could put my finger on the place, and that was something. Thus, the will of the child is pitifully feeble, weaker in the children of the weak, stronger in the children of the strong, but hardly ever to be counted upon as a power in education. The nature of the child, his human nature, being the sum of what he is as a human being, and what he is in right of the stock he comes of, and what he is as the result of his own physical and mental constitution, This nature is incalculably strong. The problem before the educator is to give the child control over his own nature, to enable him to hold himself in hand as much in regard to the traits we call good as to those we call evil. Many a man makes shipwreck on the rock of what he grew up to think his characteristic virtue, his open-handedness, for instance. In looking for a solution of this problem, I do not undervalue the divine grace, far otherwise, but we do not always make enough of the fact that the divine grace is exerted on the lines of enlightened human effort, that the parent, for instance, who takes the trouble to understand what he is about in educating his child, deserves and assuredly gets support from above. And that Rebecca, let us say, had no right to bring up her son to be "thou worm, Jacob," in the trust that divine grace would, speaking reverently, pull him through. Being a pious man, the son of pious parents, he was pulled through, but his days, he complains at the end, were few and evil. And indeed, this is what too many Christian parents expect. They let a child grow free as the wild bramble, putting forth unchecked whatever is in him. Thorn, coarse flower, insipid fruit, trusting they will tell you that the grace of God will prune and dig and prop the wayward branches lying prone. And their trust is not always misplaced, but the poor man endures anguish, is torn asunder in the process of recovery which his parents might have spared him had they trained the early shoots which should develop by and by into the character of their child. Nature, then, strong as it is not invincible, and at its best, nature is not to be permitted to ride rampant. Bit and bridle, hand and voice will get the utmost of endeavour out of her, if her training be taken in hand in time. But let nature run wild like the forest ponies, and not spur or whip will break her in. Habit may supplant nature. Habit is 10 natures. If that be true, strong as nature is, habit is not only as strong, but tenfold as strong. Here then, have we a stronger than he, able to overcome this strong man armed? But habit runs on the lines of nature. The cowardly child habitually lies that he may escape blame. The loving child has 100 endearing habits. The good-natured child has a habit of giving. The selfish child a habit of keeping. Habit, working thus according to nature, is simply nature in action, growing strong by exercise. But habit, to be the lever to lift the child, must work contrary to nature, or at any rate independently of her. Directly we begin to look out for the working of habit on these lines, examples crowd upon us. There are the children trained in careful habits, who never soil their clothes. Those trained in reticent habits, who never speak of what is done at home and answer indiscreet questions with, "I don't know." There are the children brought up in courteous habits, who make way for their elders with gentle grace, and more readily for the poor woman with the basket than for the well-dressed lady. And there are children trained in grudging habits, who never offer to yield or go or do. Such habits as these, good, bad, or indifferent, are they natural to the children? No, but they are what their mothers have brought them up to, and as a matter of fact, there is nothing which a mother cannot bring her child up to, and there is hardly a mother anywhere who has not some 2 or 3 crotchets sometimes, principles sometimes, which her children never violate. So that it comes to this: given a mother with liberal views on the subject of education, and she simply cannot help working her own views into her children's habits. Given, on the other hand, a mother whose final question is, what will people say? What will people think? How will it look? And the children grow up with habits of seeming and not of being. They are content to appear well-dressed, well-mannered, and well-intentioned to outsiders, with very little effort after beauty, order, and goodness at home and in each other's eyes. The extraordinary power of habit in forcing nature into new channels hardly requires illustration. We have only to see a small boy at a circus riding 2 bare-backed ponies with a foot on the back of each, or a pantomime fairy dancing on air, or a clown behaving like an India rubber ball, or any of the 1,000 feats of skill and dexterity which we pay our shillings to see. Mental feats as well as bodily, though happily these are the rarer. To be convinced that exactly anything may be accomplished by training. That is, the cultivation of persistent habits. And this power of habit is not seen in human beings alone. The cat goes in search of her dinner always at the same time and to the same place, that is, if it is usual to feed her in one spot. Indeed, the habit of place is so much to the cat that she will rather die of famine than forsake the house she is accustomed to. As for the dog, he is still more a bundle of habits than his master. Scatter crumbs for the sparrows at 9 o'clock every morning, and at 9 o'clock they will come for their breakfast, crumbs or no crumbs. Darwin inclines to think that the terror and avoidance shown towards man by the wild birds and lesser animals is simply a matter of transmitted habit. He tells us how he landed upon certain of the Pacific islands where the birds had never seen man before, and they lighted upon him and flew about him with utter fearlessness. To come nearer home, what evidence of the mastery of habit is more sad and more overwhelming than the habits of the drunkard, for instance, persisted in spite of reason, conscience, purpose, religion, every motive which should influence a thinking being. All this is nothing new. We have always known that use is second nature and that man is a bundle of habits. It was not the fact, but the application of the fact and the physiology of habit that were new and exceedingly valuable ideas to me, and I hope they may be of some use to you. It was new to me, for instance, to perceive that it rests with parents and teachers to lay down lines of habit on which the life of the child may run henceforth with little jolting or miscarriage, and may advance in the right direction with the minimum of effort. End of section 9. Section 10 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The education of children under 9 years of age. Habit is 10 natures, Part 2. The laying down of lines of habit. This relation of habit to human life, as the rails on which it runs to a locomotive, is perhaps the most suggestive and helpful to the educator. For just as it is on the whole easier for the locomotive to pursue its way on the rails than to take a disastrous run off them, so it is easier for the child to follow lines of habit carefully laid down than to run off these lines at his peril. It follows that this business of laying down lines towards the unexplored country of the child's future is a very serious and responsible one for the parent. It rests with him to consider well the tracks over which the child should travel with profit and pleasure, and along these tracks to lay down lines so invitingly smooth and easy that the little traveller is going upon them at full speed without stopping to consider whether he chooses to go that way or not. But supposing that the doing of a certain action a score or two of times in unbroken sequence forms a habit which it is as easy to follow as not, that persists still further in the habit without lapses, and it becomes second nature, quite difficult to shake off. Continue it further through a course of years, and the habit has the strength of 10 natures. You cannot break through it without doing real violence to yourself. Grant all this, and also that it is possible to form in the child the habit of doing and saying, even of thinking and feeling, all that is desirable he should do or say, think or feel, and do you not take away the child's free will, make a mere automaton of him by this excessive culture? In the first place, whether you choose or no to take any trouble about the formation of his habits, it is habit, all the same, which will govern 99 1/100ths of the child's life. He is the mere automaton you describe. As for the child's becoming the creature of habit, that is not left with the parent to determine. We are all mere creatures of habit. We think our accustomed thoughts, make our usual small talk, go through the trivial round, the common task, without any self-determining effort of will at all. If it were not so, if we had to think, to deliberate about each operation of the bath or the table, life would simply not be worth having. The perpetually repeated effort of decision would wear us out. But let us be thankful life is not thus laborious. For 100 times we act or think, it is not necessary to choose, to will, say more than once. And the little emergencies which compel an act of will fall in the children's lives just about as frequently as in our own. These we cannot save them from, nor is it desirable that we should. What we can do for them is to secure that they have habits which shall lead them in ways of order, propriety and virtue, instead of leaving their wheel of life to make ugly ruts in miry places. And then, even in emergencies, in every sudden difficulty and temptation that requires an act of will, why, conduct is still apt to run on the lines of the familiar habit. The boy who has been accustomed to find both profit and pleasure in his books does not fall easily into idle ways because he is attracted by an idle schoolfellow. The girl who has been carefully trained to speak the exact truth simply does not think of a lie as a ready means of getting out of a scrape, coward as she may be. But this doctrine of habit, is it, after all, any more than an empirical treatment of the child's symptoms? Why should the doing of an act or the thinking of a thought, say a score of times in unbroken succession, have any tendency to make the doing of that act or the thinking of that thought a part of the child's nature? We may accept the doctrine as an act of faith resting on experience, but if we could discover the raison d'etre of this enormous force of habit, it would be possible to go to work on the laying down of habits with real purpose and method. The physiology of habit. A work of Dr. Carpenter's was perhaps the first which gave me the clue I was in search of. In his Mental Physiology, a most interesting book, by the way, he works out the analogy between mental and physical activity and shows that the correspondence in effect is due to a correspondence in cause. Thus, to state roughly the doctrine of the school Dr. Carpenter represents, the tissues, as muscular tissue for instance, undergo constant waste and as constant reparation. Certain modes of muscular action are natural to us, as walking and standing erect. Other modes we acquire, as writing or dancing, but the acquired mode of action becomes just as easy as the natural mode. Why? Because it is the law of the constantly growing tissues that they should form themselves according to the modes of action required of them. Thus the joints and muscles of the child's hand very soon accommodate themselves to the mode of action required of them in holding and guiding the pen. Observe, it is not that the child learns with his mind how to use his pen, in spite of his muscles, but that the newly growing muscles themselves take form according to the action required of them. And here is the explanation of all the mountebank feats which appear simply impossible to the untrained looker-on. They are impossible to him because his joints and muscles have not the same powers which have been produced in the mountebank by a process of early training. So much for mere bodily activities. And here we have the reason why children should learn dancing, riding, swimming, calisthenics, every form of activity which requires a training of the muscles at a very early age. The fact being that muscles and joints have not merely to conform themselves to new uses, but to grow to a modified pattern. And this growth and adaptation take place with the greatest facility in early youth. Of course, the man whose muscles have kept the habit of adaptation picks up new games, new muscular exercises without very great labour. But teach a ploughman to write, and you see the enormous physical difficulty which unaccustomed muscles have in growing to any new sort of effort. Here we see how important it is to keep watch over the habits of enunciation, carriage of the head, and so on, which the child is forming hour by hour. The poke, the stoop, the indistinct utterance is not a mere trick to be left off at pleasure when he is older and knows better, but is all the time growing into him, becoming a part of himself. Certain muscles are conforming themselves, growing to certain kinds of misbehavior. And to correct bad habits of speaking, for instance, it will not be enough for the child to intend to speak plainly and to try to speak plainly. He will not be able to do so habitually until some degree of new growth has taken place in the organs of voice whilst he is making efforts to form the new habit. But practically, everybody knows that the body and every part of the body accommodates itself very readily to the uses it is put to. We know that if a child accustom herself to stand on one foot, thus pushing up one shoulder, the habit will probably end in curvature of the spine. That to permit drooping shoulders and consequently contracted chest is to prepare the way for lung disease. The physical consequences of bad habits of this sort are so evident that we cannot blind ourselves to the relation of cause and effect. What we are less prepared to admit is that habits which do not appear to be in any sense physical, a flippant habit, a truthful habit, an orderly habit, should also make their mark upon a physical tissue, and that it is to this physical effect the enormous strength of habit is probably due. Yet when we consider that the brain, the physical brain, is the exceedingly delicate organ by means of which we think and feel and desire, love and hate and worship, it is not surprising that that organ should be modified by the work it has to do. To put the matter picturesquely, it is as if every familiar train of thought made a rut in the nervous substance of the brain into which the thoughts run lightly of their own accord, and out of which they can only be got by a great effort of will. Thus the mistress of the house knows that when her thoughts are free to take their own course, they run to cares of the house or the larder, to tomorrow's dinner or the winter's clothing. That is, thoughts run into the rut which has been, so to speak, worn for it by constant repetition. The mother's thoughts run on her children, the painter's on pictures, the poet's on poems, those of the anxious head of the house on money cares, it may be, until in times of unusual pressure, the thoughts beat in that well-worn rut of ways and means, and decline to run in any other channel, till the poor man loses his reason, simply because he cannot get his thoughts out of that one channel made in the substance of his brain. And indeed, that way madness lies, for every one of us, in the persistent preying of any one train of thought upon the brain tissue. Pride, resentment, jealousy, an invention that a man has labored over, an opinion he has conceived, any line of thought which he has no longer the power to divert, will endanger a man's sanity. If we love, hate, think, feel, worship at the expense of actual physical effort on the part of the brain and consequent waste of tissue, how enormous must be the labor of that organ with which we, in fact, do everything, even many of those acts whose final execution falls to the hands or feet. It is true, and to repair this excessive waste, the brain consumes the lion's share of the nourishment provided for the body. As we have already seen, fully a sixth or a fifth of all the blood in the body goes to repair the waste in the king's house. In other words, new brain tissue is being constantly formed at a startlingly rapid rate. One wonders at what age the child has no longer any part left of that brain with which he was born. The new tissue repeats the old, but not quite exactly. Just as a new muscular growth adapts itself to any new exercise required of it, so the new brain tissue is supposed to grow to any habit of thought in force during the time of growth. Thought here including, of course, every exercise of mind and soul. The cerebrum of man grows to the modes of thought in which it is habitually exercised, says an able physiologist, or in the words of Dr. Carpenter, any sequence of mental action which has been frequently repeated tends to perpetuate itself, so that we find ourselves automatically prompted to think, feel or do what we have been before accustomed to think, feel or do under like circumstances, without any consciously formed purpose or anticipation of results. For there is no reason to regard the cerebrum as an exception to the general principle that whilst each part of the organism tends to form itself in accordance with the mode in which it is habitually exercised, this tendency will be especially strong in the nervous apparatus in virtue of that incessant regeneration which is the very condition of its functional activity. It scarcely indeed admits of a doubt that every state of ideational consciousness, which is either very strong or is habitually repeated, leaves an organic impression on the cerebrum, in virtue of which the same state may be reproduced at any future time in correspondence to a suggestion fitted to excite it. Or, to take Professor Huxley's way of putting the case, by the help of the brain we may acquire an infinity of artificial reflex actions. That is to say, an action may require all our attention and all our volition for its first, second, or third performance, but by frequent repetition it becomes in a manner part of our organization and is performed without volition or even consciousness. As everyone knows, it takes a soldier a long time to learn his drill. For instance, to put himself into the attitude of attention at the instant the word of command is heard. But after a time, the sound of the word gives rise to the act, whether the soldier be thinking of it or not. There is a story, which is credible enough, though it may not be true, of a practical joker, who, seeing a discharged veteran carrying home his dinner, suddenly called out, "Attention!" whereupon the man instantly brought his hands down and lost his mutton and potatoes in the gutter. The drill had been thorough, and its effects had become embodied in the man's nervous structure. The possibility of all education, of which military drill is only one particular form, is based upon the existence of this power which the nervous system possesses, of organizing conscious actions into more or less unconscious or reflex operations. It may be laid down as a rule that if any two mental states be called up together or in succession with due frequency and vividness, the subsequent production of the one of them will suffice to call up the other, and that whether we desire it or not. The object of intellectual education is to create such indissoluble associations of our ideas of things in the order and relation in which they occur in nature. That of a moral education is to unite as fixedly the ideas of evil deeds with those of pain and degradation, and of good actions with those of pleasure and nobleness. But it is the reflex action of matter upon mind which is more directly important to the educator, the idea which we have put broadly under the figure of a rut. Given that the constant direction of the thoughts producing a corresponding set in the molecular currents of the brain, the thoughts must continue to go with those currents until stronger currents be set up. What follows? Why, that the actual conformation of the child's brain depends upon the habits which the parents permit or encourage, and that the habits of the child produce the character of the man, because certain mental habitudes once set up, their nature is to go on forever unless they should be displaced by other habits. Here is an end to the easy philosophy of, "It doesn't matter. Oh, he'll grow out of it. He'll know better by and by. He's so young, what can we expect?" and so on. Every day, every hour, the parents are either passively or actively forming those habits in their children upon which, more than upon anything else, future character and conduct depend. And here comes in the consideration of outside influence. 9 times out of 10, we begin to do a thing because we see someone else do it. We go on doing it, and there is the habit. If it is so easy for ourselves to take up a new habit, it is tenfold as easy for the children, and this is the real difficulty in the matter of the education of habit. It is necessary that the mother be always on the alert to nip in the bud the bad habit her children may be in the act of picking up from servants or from other children. The forming of a habit. Shut the door after you. Except for this one drawback, the forming of habits in the children is no laborious task, for the reward goes hand in hand with the labor, so much so that it is like the laying out of a penny with the certainty of the immediate return of a pound. For a habit is a delight in itself. Poor human nature is conscious of the ease that it is to repeat the doing of anything without effort, and therefore the formation of a habit, the gradually lessening sense of effort in a given act, is pleasurable. This is one of the rocks that mothers sometimes split upon. They lose sight of the fact that a habit, even a good habit, becomes a real pleasure, and when the child has really formed the habit of doing a certain thing, his mother imagines that the effort is as great to him as at first, that it is virtue in him to go on making this effort, and that he deserves, by way of reward, a little relaxation. She will let him break through the new habit a few times, and then go on again. But it is not going on. It is beginning again, and beginning in the face of obstacles. The little relaxation she allowed her child meant the forming of another contrary habit, which must be overcome before the child gets back to where he was before. As a matter of fact, this misguided sympathy on the part of mothers is the one thing that makes it a laborious undertaking to train a child in good habits, for it is the nature of the child to take to habits as kindly as the infant takes to his mother's milk. For example, and to choose a habit of no great consequence except as a matter of consideration for others, the mother wishes her child to acquire the habit of shutting the door after him when he enters or leaves a room. Tact, watchfulness, and persistence are the qualities she must cultivate in herself, and with these she will be astonished at the readiness with which the child picks up the new habit. "Johnny," she says in a bright, friendly voice, "I want you to remember something with all your might. Never go into or out of a room in which anybody is sitting without shutting the door." "But if I forget, Mother?" "I will try to remind you. But perhaps I shall be in a great hurry." "You must always make time to do that." "But why, Mother?" "Because it is not polite to the people in the room to make them uncomfortable." "But if I am going out again that very minute?" "Still shut the door when you come in. You can open it again to go out. Do you think you can remember?" "I'll try, Mother." "Very well. I shall watch to see how few forgets you make." For 2 or 3 times Johnny remembers, and then he is off like a shot and halfway downstairs before his mother has time to call him back. She does not cry out, "Johnny, come back and shut the door," because she knows that a summons of that kind is exasperating to big or little. She goes to the door and calls pleasantly, "Johnny." Johnny has forgotten all about the door. He wonders what his mother wants and, stirred by curiosity, comes back to find her seated and employed as before. She looks up, glances at the door, and says, "I said I should try to remind you." "Oh, I forgot," says Johnny, put upon his honor, and he shuts the door that time, and the next, and the next. But the little fellow really has not much power to recollect, and the mother will have to adopt various little devices to remind him. But of 2 things she will be careful: that he never slips off without shutting the door, and that she never lets the matter be a cause of friction between herself and the child, taking the line of his friendly ally to help him against that bad memory of his. By and by, after, say, 20 shuttings of the door with never an omission, the habit begins to be formed. Johnny shuts the door as a matter of course, and his mother watches him with delight come into a room, shut the door, take something off the table, and go out, again shutting the door. Now that Johnny always shuts the door, his mother's joy and triumph begin to be mixed with unreasonable pity. "Poor child," she says to herself, "it is very good of him to take so much pains about a little thing, just because he is bid." She thinks that, all the time, the child is making an effort for her sake, losing sight of the fact that the habit has become easy and natural, that in fact Johnny shuts the door without knowing that he does so. Now comes the critical moment. Some day Johnny is so taken up with a new delight that the habit, not yet fully formed, loses its hold, and he is halfway downstairs before he thinks of the door. Then He does think of it with a little prick of conscience, strong enough not to send him back, but to make him pause a moment to see if his mother will call him back. She has noticed the omission and is saying to herself, "Poor little fellow, he has been very good about it this long time. I'll let him off this once." He, outside, fails to hear his mother's call, says to himself, fatal sentence, "Oh, it doesn't matter," and trots off. Next time he leaves the door open, but it is not a forget. His mother calls him back in a rather feeble way. His quick ear catches the weakness of her tone, and without coming back he cries, "Oh, mother, I'm in such a hurry," and she says no more, but lets him off. Again he rushes in, leaving the door wide open. "Johnny," in a warning voice, "I'm going out again just in a minute, mother." And after 10 minutes rummaging, he does go out and forgets to shut the door. The mother's mistimed easiness has lost for her every foot of the ground she had gained. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The Education of Children under 9 years of age. Habit is 10 Natures, Part 3. Infant Habits. A. Cleanliness. The whole group of habitudes, half physical and half moral, on which the propriety and comfort of everyday life depend, are received passively by the child. That is, he does very little to form these habits himself, but his brain receives impressions from what he sees about him, and these impressions take form as his own very strongest and most lasting habits. Cleanliness, order, neatness, regularity, punctuality are all branches of infant education. They should be about the child like the air he breathes, and he will take them in as unconsciously. It is hardly necessary to say a word about the necessity of delicate cleanliness in the nursery. The babies get their share of tubbing, and unlimited washing is done on their behalf. But, indeed, scrupulous as mothers of the cultured class are, a great deal rests with the nurses, and it needs much watchfulness to secure that there shall not be the faintest odor about the infant, or anything belonging to him, and that the nurseries be kept sweet and thoroughly aired. One great difficulty is that the nurses belong to a class to which an open window is an abomination, and another is they do not know the harm of smells. They cannot see a smell, and therefore it is not easy to persuade them that a smell is matter, microscopic particles which the child takes into him with every breath he draws. By the way, a very important bit of physical education for the child is to train in him a sensitive nose. Nostrils which sniff out the least stuffiness in a room, or the faintest odor attached to clothes or furniture. The sense of smell appears to have been given us mainly as a sort of danger signal to warn us of the presence of noxious matters. Yet many people appear to go through the world without a nose at all, and the fact tends to show that a quick sense of smell is a matter of education and habit. The habit is easily formed. Encourage the children to notice whether the room they enter smells quite fresh when they come in out of the open air, to observe the difference between the air of the town and the fresher air beyond, and train them to perceive the faintest trace of pleasant or harmless odors. To return to the nursery, it would be a great thing if the nurse could be impressed with the notion that the baby is ubiquitous, and that he not only sees and knows everything, but will keep, for all his life, the mark of all he sees. If there's a hole in your coats, I pray ye, tent it. A chiel's amang ye taken notes, and faith he'll prent it. Prent it on his own active brain, as a type for his future habits. Such a notion on the nurse's part might do something to secure cleanliness that goes beyond that of clean aprons. 1 or 2 little bits of tidiness that nurses affect are not to be commended on the score of cleanliness. The making up of the nursery beds early in the morning, and the folding up of the children's garments when they take them off at night. It is well to stretch a line across the day nursery at night, and hang the little garments out for an airing, to get rid of the insensible perspiration with which they have been laden during the day. For the same reason, the beds and bedclothes should be turned down to air for a couple of hours before they are made up. The nursery table, if there is one, should be kept as scrupulously nice as that of the dining room. The child who sits down to a crumpled or spotted tablecloth, or uses a discolored metal spoon, is degraded by that much. The children, too, should be encouraged to nice cleanliness in their own persons. We have seen the dainty baby hand stretched out to be washed. It has got a smudge, and the child does not like it. May they be as particular when they are big enough to wash their own hands. Not that they should be always clean and presentable. Children love to mess about, and should have big pinafores for the purpose. They are all like that little French prince who scorned his birthday gifts, and entreated to be allowed to make dear little mud pies with the little boy in the gutter. Let them make their mud pies freely, but, that over, they should be impatient to remove every trace of soil, and should do it themselves. Very young children may be taught to take care of their fingernails, and to cleanse the corners of eyes and ears. As for sitting down to table with unwashed hands and unbrushed hair, that, of course, no decent child is allowed to do. They should be early provided with their own washing materials, and accustomed to find real pleasure in the bath, and in attending to themselves. There is no reason why a child of 5 or 6 should not make himself thoroughly clean without all that torture of soap in the eyes and general pulling about and poking which children hate, and no wonder. Besides, the child is not getting the habit of the daily bath until he can take it for himself, and it is important that this habit should be formed before the reckless era of school life begins. The operations of the bath afford the mother opportunities to give necessary teaching and training in habits of decency and a sense of modesty. To let her young child live and grow in Eden-like simplicity is, perhaps, the most tempting and natural course to the mother. But alas, we do not live in the garden, and it may be well that the child should be trained from the first to the conditions under which he is to live. To the youngest child, as to our first parents, there is that which is forbidden. In the age of unquestioning obedience, let him know that not all of his body does Almighty God allow him to speak of, think of, display, handle, except for purposes of cleanliness. This will be easier to the mother if she speak of heart, lungs, etc., which, also, we are not allowed to look at or handle, but which have been so enclosed in the walls of flesh and bone that we cannot get at them. That which is left open to us is so left, like that tree in the Garden of Eden, as a test of obedience. And, in the one case as in the other, disobedience is attended with certain loss and ruin. The sense of prohibition, of sin and disobedience, will be a wonderful safeguard against the knowledge of evil to the child brought up in habits of obedience, and still more effective will be the sense of honor, of a charge to keep, the motive of the apostolic injunctions on this subject. Let the mother renew this charge with earnestness on the eve, say, of each birthday, giving the child to feel that by obedience in this matter he may glorify God with his body. Let her keep watch against every approach of evil, and let her pray daily that each one of her children may be kept in purity for that day. To ignore the possibilities of evil in this kind is to expose the child to frightful risks. At the same time, be it remembered that words, which were meant to hinder, may themselves be the cause of evil, and that a life full of healthy interests and activities is amongst the surest preventives of secret vice. B. Order. What has been said about cleanliness applies as much to order. Order in the nursery, and orderly habits in the nurse. One thing under this head: the nursery should not be made the hospital for the disabled or worn-out furniture of the house. Cracked cups, chipped plates, jugs and teapots with fractured spouts should be banished. The children should be brought up to think that when once an article is made unsightly by soil or fracture, it is spoiled and must be replaced. And this rule will prove really economical, for when children and servants find that things no longer do after some careless injury, they learn to be careful. But, in any case, it is a real detriment to the children to grow up using imperfect and unsightly makeshifts. The pleasure grown-up people take in waiting on the children is really a fruitful source of mischief. For instance, in this matter of orderly habits. Who does not know the litter the children leave to be cleared up after them a dozen times a day, in nursery, garden, drawing-room, wherever the restless little feet carry them? We are a bit sentimental about scattered toys and faded nosegays, and all the tokens of the children's presence. But the fact is that the lawless habit of scattering should never have been allowed to grow upon the children. Everybody condemns the mother of a family whose drawers are chaotic, whose possessions are flung about heedlessly, but at least some of the blame should be carried back to her mother. It is not as a woman that she has picked up a miserable habit which destroys the comfort, if not the happiness, of her home. The habit of disorder was allowed to grow upon her as a child, and her share of the blame is that she has failed to cure herself. The child of 2 should be taught to get and to replace his playthings. Begin early. Let it be a pleasure to him, part of his play, to open his cupboard and put back the doll or the horse, each in its own place. Let him always put away his things as a matter of course, and it is surprising how soon a habit of order is formed, which will make it pleasant to the child to put away his toys, and irritating to him to see things in the wrong place. If parents would only see the morality of order, that order in the nursery becomes scrupulousness in after life, and that the training necessary to form the habit is no more, comparatively, than the occasional winding of a clock, which ticks away then of its own accord and without trouble to itself, more pains would be taken to cultivate this important habit. C. Neatness. Neatness is akin to order, but is not quite the same thing. It implies not only a place for everything, and everything in its place, but everything in a suitable place, so as to produce a good effect. In fact, taste comes into play. The little girl must not only put her flowers in water, but arrange them prettily, and must not be put off with some rude kitchen mug or jug for them, or some hideous pink vase, but must have jar or vase graceful in form and harmonious in hue, though it be but a cheap trifle. In the same way, everything in the nursery should be neat, that is, pleasing and suitable, and the children should be encouraged to make neat and effective arrangements of their own little properties. Nothing vulgar in the way of print, picture book, or toy should be admitted. Nothing to vitiate the child's taste, or introduce a strain of commonness into his nature. On the other hand, it would be hard to estimate the refining, elevating influence of 1 or 2 works of art, in however cheap a form. The importance of regularity in infant education is beginning to be pretty generally acknowledged. The young mother knows that she must put her baby to bed at the proper time, regardless of his cries, even if she leave him to cry 2 or 3 times, in order that, for the rest of his baby life, he may put himself sweetly to sleep in the dark without protest. But a good deal of nonsense is talked about the reason of the child's cries. He is supposed to want his mother, or his nurse, or his bottle, or the light, and to be a knowing little fellow, according to his nurse, quite up to the fact that if he cries for these things, he will get them. The fact is, the child has already formed a habit of wakefulness, or of feeding at improper times, and he is as uneasy at his habit being broken in upon as the cat is at a change of habitation. When he submits happily to the new regulation, it is because the new habit is formed, and is, in its turn, the source of satisfaction. According to Dr. Carpenter, regularity should begin even with infant life, as to times of feeding, repose, etc. The bodily habit thus formed greatly helps to shape the mental habit at a later period. On the other hand, nothing tends more to generate a habit of self-indulgence than to feed a child, or to allow it to remain out of bed at unseasonable times, merely because it cries. It is wonderful how soon the actions of a young infant, like those of a young dog or horse, come into harmony with systematic training judiciously exercised. The habit of regularity is as attractive to older children as to the infant. The days when the usual program falls through are, we know, the days when the children are apt to be naughty. Physical exercises. The subject of the natural training of eye and muscles was taken up pretty fully in the lecture on out-of-door life. I will only add that to give the child pleasure in light and easy motion, the sort of delight in the management of his own body that a good rider finds in managing his horse, dancing, drill, calisthenics, some sort of judicious physical exercise should make part of every day's routine. Swedish drill is especially valuable, and many of the exercises are quite suitable for the nursery. Certain moral qualities come into play, and in alert movements, eye-to-eye attention, prompt and intelligent replies, but it often happens that good children fail in these points for want of physical training. Just let them go through the drill of good manners. Let them rehearse little scenes in their play. Mary, the lady asking the way to the market, Harry, the boy who directs her, and so on. Let them go through a position drill. Eyes right, hands still, heads up. They will invent 100 situations, and the behavior proper to each, and will treasure hints thrown in for their guidance. Encourage them to admire and take pride in light springing movements, and to eschew a heavy gait and clownish action of the limbs. The training of the ear and voice are exceedingly important parts of physical culture. Drill the children in pure vowel sounds, in the enunciation of final consonants. Do not let them speak of walkin' and talkin', of a fine day. Nice boys. Drill them in pronouncing difficult words. Imperturbability, ipecacuana, Antananarivo, with sharp precision after a single hearing, in producing the several sounds of each vowel, and the sounds of the consonants without attendant vowels. French, taught orally, is exceedingly valuable as offering training for both ear and voice. As for a musical training, it would be hard to say how much what passes for inherited musical taste and ability is the result of the constant hearing and producing of musical sounds, the habit of music that the child of musical people grows up with. Mr. Hulla maintained that the art of singing is entirely a trained habit, that every child may be and should be trained to sing. Of course, transmitted habit must be taken into account. It is a pity that the musical training most children get is of such a random character, that they are not trained, for instance, by carefully graduated ear and voice exercises to produce and distinguish musical tones and intervals. In conclusion, let me say that the education of habit is successful insofar as it enables the mother to let her children alone, not teasing them with perpetual commands and directions, a running fire of do and don't, but letting them go their own way and grow, having first secured that they will go the right way and grow to fruitful purpose. The gardener, it is true, digs about and dungs, prunes and trains his peach tree, but that occupies a small fraction of the tree's life. All the rest of the life, the sweet airs and sunshine, the rains and dews, play about it and breathe upon it, get into its substance, and the result is peaches. But let the gardener neglect his part, and the peaches will be no better than sloes. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The education of children under 9 years of age, some habits of mind, some moral habits, Part 1.
Allow me to say once more that I venture to speak upon subjects bearing on home education with the greatest deference to mothers, believing that, in virtue of their peculiar insight into the dispositions of their own children, they are blessed with both knowledge and power in the management of them, which lookers on can only admire from afar. At the same time, there is such a thing as a science of education that does not come by intuition, in the knowledge of which it is possible to bring up a child entirely according to natural law, which is also divine law, in the keeping of which there is great reward. We saw in the last lecture why habit, for instance, is such a marvelous force in human life. I find this view of habit very encouraging as giving a scientific reasonableness to the conclusions already reached by common experience. It is pleasant to know that even in mature life, it is possible by a little persistent effort to acquire a desirable habit. It is good, if not pleasant, to know also with what fatal ease we can slip into bad habits. But the most comfortable thing in this view of habits is that it falls in with our natural love of an easy life. We are not unwilling to make efforts in the beginning with the assurance that by and by things will go smoothly. And this is just what habit is, in an extraordinary degree, pledged to effect. The mother who takes pains to endow her children with good habits secures for herself smooth and easy days, while she who lets their habits take care of themselves has a weary life of endless friction with the children. All day she is crying out, "Do this," and they do it not. "Do that," and they do the other. But, you say, if habit is so powerful, whether to hinder or to help the child? It is fatiguing to think of all the habits the poor mother must attend to. Is she never to be at ease with her children? Here again is an illustration of that fable of the anxious pendulum, overwhelmed with the thought of the number of ticks it must tick. But the ticks are to be delivered tick by tick, and there will always be a second of time to tick in. The mother devotes herself to the formation of one habit at a time, doing no more than keep watch over those already formed. If she be appalled by the thought of overmuch labor, let her limit the number of good habits she will lay herself out to form. The child who starts in life with, say, 20 good habits begins with a certain capital which he will lay out to endless profit as the years go on. The mother who is distrustful of her own power of steady effort may well take comfort in two facts. In the first place, she herself acquires the habit of training her children in a given habit, so that by and by it becomes not only no trouble, but a pleasure to her. In the second place, the child's most fixed and dominant habits are those which the mother takes no pains about, but which the child picks up for himself through his close observation of all that is said and done, felt and thought in his home. We have already considered a group of half-physical habits, order, regularity, neatness, which the child imbibes, so to speak, in this way. But this is not all. Habits of gentleness, courtesy, kindness, candour, respect for other people, or habits quite other than these, are inspired by the child as the very atmosphere of his home, the air he lives in and must grow by. The habit of attention. Let us pass on now to the consideration of a group of mental habits which are affected by direct training rather than by example. First, we put the habit of attention, because the highest intellectual gifts depend for their value upon the measure in which their owner has cultivated the habit of attention. To explain why this habit is of such supreme importance, we must consider the operation of one or two of the laws of thought. But just recall, in the meantime, the fixity of attention with which the trained professional man, the lawyer, the doctor, the man of letters, listens to a roundabout story, throws out the padding, seizes the facts, sees the bearing of every circumstance, and puts the case with new clearness and method. And contrast this with the wandering eye and random replies of the uneducated, and you see that to differentiate people according to their power of attention is to employ a legitimate test. To consider then the nature and the functions of attention. The mind, with the possible exception of the state of coma, is never idle. Ideas are forever passing through the brain, by day and by night, sleeping or waking, mad or sane. We take a great deal too much upon ourselves when we suppose that we are the authors and intenders of the thoughts we think. The most we can do is to give direction to these trains of thought in the comparatively few moments when we are regulating the thoughts of our hearts. We see in dreams the rapid dance of ideas through the brain during lighter sleep, how ideas follow one another in a general way. In the wanderings of delirium, in the fancies of the mad, the inconsequent prattle of the child, and the babble of the old man, we see the same thing, that is, the law according to which ideas course through the mind when they are left to themselves. You talk to a child about glass. You wish to provoke a proper curiosity as to how glass is made and what are its uses. Not a bit of it. He wanders off to Cinderella's glass slipper. Then he tells you about his godmother who gave him a boat, then about the ship in which Uncle Harry went to America. Then he wonders why you do not wear spectacles, leaving you to guess that Uncle Harry did so. But the child's ramblings are not whimsical. They follow a law. The law of association of ideas, by which any idea presented to the mind recalls some other idea which has been at any time associated with it, as glass and Cinderella's slipper, and that again some idea associated with it. Now this law of association of ideas is a good servant and a bad master. To have this aid in recalling the events of the past, the engagements of the present, is an infinite boon. But to be at the mercy of associations, to have no power to think of what we choose when we choose, but only as something puts it in our head, is to be no better than an imbecile. A vigorous effort of will should enable us at any time to fix our thoughts. Yes, but a vigorous, self-compelling will is the flower of a developed character, and while the child has no character to speak of, but only natural disposition, who is to keep humming tops out of a geography lesson, or a doll sofa out of a French verb? Here is the secret of the weariness of the home school room. The children are thinking all the time about something else than their lessons. Or rather, they are at the mercy of the 1,000 fancies that flit through their brains, each in the train of the last. "Oh, Miss Smith," said a little girl to her governess, "there are so many things more interesting than lessons to think about." Where is the harm? In this. Not merely that the children are wasting time, though that is a pity, but that they are forming a desultory habit of mind, and reducing their own capacity for mental effort. Where is the help then, if not in the will of the child? In the habit of attention, a habit to be cultivated even in the infant. A baby, notwithstanding his wonderful powers of observation, has no power of attention. In a minute, the coveted plaything drops from listless little fingers, and the wandering glance lights upon some new joy. But even at this stage, the habit of attention may be trained. The discarded plaything is picked up, and with "pretty" and dumb show, the mother keeps the infant's eyes fixed for fully a couple of minutes, and this is his first object lesson. Later, as we have seen, the child is eager to see and handle every object that comes in his way. But watch him at his investigations. He flits from thing to thing with no more purpose than has a butterfly amongst the flowers, staying at nothing long enough to get the good out of it. It is the mother's part to supplement the child's quick observing faculty with the habit of attention. She must see to it that he does not flit from this to that, but looks long enough at one thing to get a real acquaintance with it. Is little Margaret fixing round eyes on a daisy she has plucked? In a second the daisy will be thrown away, and a pebble or a buttercup will charm the little maid. But the mother seizes the happy moment. She makes Margaret see that the daisy is a bright yellow eye with white eyelashes round it, that all the day long it lies there in the grass and looks up at the great sun, never blinking as Margaret would do, but keeping its eye wide open, and that is why it is called Daisy, day's eye, because its eye is always looking at the sun which makes the day. And what does Margaret think it does at night when there is no sun? It does what little boys and girls do. It just shuts up its eye with its white lashes tipped with pink and goes to sleep till the sun comes again in the morning. By this time, the daisy has become interesting to Margaret. She looks at it with big eyes after her mother has finished speaking, and then, very likely, cuddles it up to her breast or gives it a soft little kiss. Thus, the mother will contrive ways to invest every object in the child's world with interest and delight. But the tug-of-war begins with the lessons of the schoolroom. Even the child who has gained the habit of attention to things finds words a weariness. This is a turning point in the child's life and the moment for the mother's tact and vigilance. In the first place, never let the child dawdle over spelling book or sum, sit dreaming with his book before him. When a child grows stupid over a lesson, it is time to put it away. Let him do another lesson as unlike the last as possible, and then go back with freshened wits to his unfinished task. If mother or governess have been unwary enough to let the child moon over a lesson, she must just exert her wits to pull him through. The lesson must be done, of course, but must be made bright and pleasant to the child. The teacher should have some knowledge of the principles of education, should know what subjects are best fitted for the child considering his age, and how to make these subjects attractive. Should know, too, how to vary the lesson, so that each faculty of the child's mind should rest after effort, and some other faculty be called into play. She should know how to incite the child to effort through his desire of approbation, of excelling, of advancing, his desire of knowledge, his love of his parents, his sense of duty, in such a way that no one set of motives be called unduly into play to the injury of the child's character. We shall have opportunities to enter into some of these points later. Meantime, let us look in at a homeschool room managed upon sound principles. In the first place, there is a timetable written out fairly so that the child knows what he has to do and how long each lesson is to last. This idea of definite work to be finished in a given time is valuable to the child, not only as training him in habits of order, but in diligence. He learns that one time is not as good as another, that there is no right time left for what is not done in its own time, and this knowledge alone does a great deal to secure the child's attention to his work. Again, the lessons are short, seldom more than 20 minutes in length for children under 8, and this for 2 or 3 reasons. The sense that there is not much time for his sums or his reading keeps the child's wits on the alert and helps to fix his attention. He has time to learn just so much of any one subject as it is good for him to take in at once, and if the lessons be judiciously alternated, sums first, say, while the brain is quite fresh, then writing or reading, some more or less mechanical exercise by way of a rest, and so on, the program varying a little from day to day, but the same principle throughout. A thinking lesson first and a painstaking lesson to follow. The child gets through his morning lessons without any sign of weariness. A. Marks and rewards. Even with regular lessons and short lessons, a further stimulus is necessary to secure the attention of the child. His desire of approbation asks the stimulus not only of a word of praise, but of something in the shape of a reward to secure his utmost efforts. Now, rewards should be dealt out to the child upon principle. They should be the natural consequences of his good conduct. What is the natural consequence of work well and quickly done? Is it not the enjoyment of ampler leisure? The boy is expected to do 2 right sums in 20 minutes. He does them in 10 minutes. The remaining 10 minutes are his own, fairly earned, in which he should be free for a scamper in the garden or any delight he chooses. His writing task is to produce 6 perfect M's. He writes 6 lines with only 1 good M in each line. The time for the writing lesson is over, and he has none for himself, or he is able to point out 6 good M's in his first line, and he has the rest of the time to draw steamboats and railway trains. This possibility of letting the children occupy themselves variously in the few minutes they may gain at the end of each lesson is perhaps the chief compensation which the home schoolroom offers for the zest which the sympathy of numbers and emulation give to schoolwork. As for emulation, a very potent means of exciting and holding the attention of the children, it is often objected that a desire to excel, to do better than others, implies an unloving temper which the educator should rather repress than cultivate. Good marks of some kind are usually the rewards of those who do best, and it is urged that these good marks are often the cause of ungenerous rivalry. Now, the fact is, the children are being trained to live in the world, and in the world we all do get good marks of one kind or other, prize or praise, or both, according as we excel others, whether in football or tennis, or in picture painting or poem making. There are envyings and heartburnings amongst those who come in second best. So it has been from the beginning, and doubtless will be to the end. If the child is to go out into an emulous world, why, it may be well that he should be brought up in an emulous school. But here is where the mother's work comes in. She can teach her child to be first without vanity, and to be last without bitterness. That is, she can bring him up in such a hearty outgoing of love and sympathy that joy in his brother's success takes the sting out of his own failure, and regret for his brother's failure leaves no room for self-glorification. Again, if a system of marks be used as a stimulus to attention and effort, the good marks should be given for conduct rather than for cleverness. That is, they should be within everybody's reach. Every child may get his mark for punctuality, order, attention, diligence, obedience, gentleness, and therefore marks of this kind may be given without danger of leaving a rankling sense of injustice in the breast of the child who fails. That he ought to work hard to please his parents who do so much for him is a proper motive to bring before the child from time to time, but not too often. If the mother trade on her child's feelings, if do this or that to please mamma, do not grieve poor mamma, etc., be brought too frequently before the child as the reason for right doing, a sentimental relation will be set up which both parent and child will find embarrassing. The true motives of action will be obscured, and the child, unwilling to appear unloving, will end in being untrue. Of course, the most obvious means of quickening and holding the attention of the children lies in the attractiveness of knowledge itself, and in the real appetite for knowledge with which they are endowed. But how successful faulty teachers are in curing the children of any desire to know is to be seen in many a nursery and schoolroom. The next lecture, however, will give opportunity for a few words on this subject. It is evident that attention is no faculty of the mind. Indeed, it is very doubtful how far the various operations of the mind should be described as faculties at all. Attention is hardly even an operation of the mind, but is simply the act by which the whole mental force is applied to the subject in hand. This act of bringing the whole mind to bear may be trained into a habit at the will of the parent or teacher who attracts and holds the child's attention by means of a variety of motives. As the child gets older, he is taught to bring his own will to bear, to make himself attend in spite of the most inviting suggestions from without. He should be taught to feel a certain triumph in compelling himself to fix his thoughts. Let him know what the real difficulty is, how it is the nature of his mind to be incessantly thinking, but how the thoughts, if left to themselves, will always run off from one thing to another, and that the struggle and the victory required of him is to fix his thoughts upon the task in hand. "You have done your duty," with a look of sympathy from his mother, is a reward for the child who has made this effort in the strength of his growing will. It is impossible to overstate the importance of this habit of attention. It is, to quote words of weight, within the reach of everyone, and should be made the primary object of all mental discipline. For whatever the natural gifts of the child, It is only insofar as the habit of attention is cultivated in him that he is able to make use of them. If it were only as it saves wear and tear, a perpetual tussle between duty and inclination, it is worthwhile for the mother to lay herself out to secure that her child never does a lesson into which he does not put his heart. And that is no difficult undertaking. The thing is, to be on the watch from the beginning against the formation of the contrary habit of inattention. A great deal has been said lately about overpressure, and we have glanced at one or two of the causes whose effects go by this name. But truly, one of the most fertile causes of an overdone brain is a failure in the habit of attention. I suppose we are all ready to admit that it is not the things we do, but the things we fail to do which fatigue us with the sense of omission, with the worry of hurry in overtaking our tasks. And this is almost the only cause of failure in work in the case of the healthy schoolboy or schoolgirl. Wandering wits hinder a lesson from being fully taken in at the right moment. That lesson becomes a bugbear, continually wanted henceforth and never there, and the sense of loss tries the young scholar more than would the attentive reception of a dozen such lessons. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The Education of Children under 9 years of age. Some Habits of Mind, Some Moral Habits, Part 2. C. The discipline of consequences. In considering the means of securing attention, it has been necessary to refer to discipline, the dealing out of rewards and punishments, a subject which every tyro of nursemaid or nursery governess feels herself very competent to handle. But this too has its scientific aspect. There is a law by which all rewards and punishments should be regulated. They should be the natural, or at any rate, the relative consequences of conduct, should imitate, as nearly as may be without injury to the child, the treatment which such and such conduct deserves and receives in afterlife. Miss Edgeworth, in her story of Rosamond and the Purple Jar, hits the right principle, though the incident is rather extravagant. Little girls do not often pine for purple jars in chemists' windows, but that we should suffer for our wilfulness in getting what is unnecessary by doing without what is necessary is precisely one of the lessons of life we all have to learn, and therefore is the right sort of lesson to teach a child. It is evident that to administer rewards and punishments on this principle requires patient consideration and steady determination on the mother's part. She must consider with herself what fault of disposition the child's misbehaviour springs from. She must aim her punishment at that fault, and must brace herself to see her child suffer present loss for his lasting gain. Indeed, exceedingly little actual punishment is necessary where children are brought up with care. But this happens continually. The child who has done well gains some natural reward, like that 10 minutes in the garden, which the child who has done less well forfeits. And the mother must brace herself and her child to bear this loss. If she equalize the two children, she commits a serious wrong, not against the child who has done well, but against the defaulter, whom she deliberately encourages to repeat his shortcoming. In placing her child under the discipline of consequences, the mother must use tact and discretion. In many cases, the natural consequence of the child's fault is precisely that which it is her business to avert, while at the same time she looks about for some consequence related to the fault which shall have an educative bearing on the child. For instance, if a boy neglect his studies, the natural consequence is that he remains ignorant. The educative consequence is that the work not done at the proper time shall be done in the defaulter's play hours. the habits of application, etc. The habits of mental activity and of application are trained by the very means employed to cultivate that of attention. The child may plod diligently through his work who might be trained to rapid mental effort. The teacher herself must be alert, must expect instant answers, quick thought, rapid work. The tortoise will lag behind the hare, but the tortoise must be trained to move every day a trifle quicker. Aim steadily at securing quickness of apprehension and execution, and that goes far towards getting it. So of application. The child must not be allowed to get into the mood in which he says, "Oh, I am so tired of sums," or of history. His zeal must be stimulated. There must always be a pleasing vista before him, and steady, untiring application to work should be held up as honourable, while fitful, flagging attention and effort are scouted. The habit of thinking. The actual labour of the brain is known to psychologists under various names and divided into various operations. Let us call it thinking, which for educational purposes is sufficiently exact. But by thinking, let us mean a real conscious effort of mind, and not the fancies that flit without effort through the brain. This sort of thing, for instance, an example quoted by the Archbishop of York in his Laws of Thought. When Captain Head was travelling across the pampas of South America, his guide one day suddenly stopped him and, pointing high into the air, cried out, "A lion!" Surprised at such an exclamation, accompanied with such an act, he turned up his eyes and with difficulty perceived at an immeasurable height a flight of condors soaring in circles in a particular spot. Beneath this spot, far out of sight of himself or guide, lay the carcass of a horse, and over that carcass stood, as the guide well knew, a lion whom the condors were eyeing with envy from their airy height. The signal of the birds was to him what the sight of the lion alone would have been to the traveller, a full assurance of its existence. Here was an act of thought which cost the thinker no trouble, which was as easy to him as to cast his eyes upward, yet which from us, unaccustomed to the subject, would require many steps and some labour. The sight of the condors convinced him that there was some carcass or other, but as they kept wheeling far above it, instead of swooping down to their feast, he guessed that some beast had anticipated them. Was it a dog or a jackal? No, the condors would not fear to drive away or share with either. It must be some large beast, and as there were lions in the neighbourhood, he concluded that one was here. And all these steps of thought are summed up in the words, "a lion." This is the sort of thing that the children should go through more or less in every lesson, a tracing of effect from cause or of cause from effect, a comparing of things to find out wherein they are alike and wherein they differ, a conclusion as to uses or consequences from certain premises. The habit of imagining. All their lessons will afford scope for some slight exercise of the children's thinking power, some more and some less, and the lessons must be judiciously alternated, so that the more mechanical efforts succeed the more strictly intellectual, and that the pleasing exercise of the imagination again succeed efforts of reason. By the way, it is a pity when the sense of the ludicrous is cultivated in children's books at the expense of better things. Alice in Wonderland is a delicious feast of absurdities which none of us, old or young, could afford to spare. But it is doubtful whether the child who reads it has the delightful imaginings, the realizing of the unknown, with which he reads the Swiss Family Robinson. This point is worth considering in connection with Christmas books for the little people. Books of comicalities cultivate no power but the sense of the incongruous, and though life is the more amusing for the possession of such a sense, when cultivated to excess, it is apt to show itself in a flippant habit. Diogenes and the naughty boys of Troy is irresistible, but it is not the sort of thing the children will live over and over, and play at by the hour, as we have all played at Robinson Crusoe finding the footprints. They must have funny books, but do not give the children too much nonsense reading. Stories again of the Christmas holidays, of George and Lucy, of the amusements, foibles and virtues of children in their own condition of life leave nothing to the imagination. The children know all about everything so well that it never occurs to them to play up the situations in any one of these tales, or even to read it twice over. But let them have tales of the imagination, scenes laid in other lands and other times, heroic adventures, hairbreadth escapes, delicious fairy tales in which they are never roughly pulled up by the impossible, even where all is impossible and they know it and yet believe. And this, not for the children's amusement merely. It is not impossible that posterity may write us down a generation blessed with little imagination, and by so far the less capable of great conceptions and heroic efforts. For it is only as we have it in us to let a person or a cause fill the whole stage of the mind, to the exclusion of self-occupation, that we are capable of large-hearted action on behalf of that person or cause. Our novelists say there is nothing left to imagine, and that therefore a realistic description of things as they are is all that is open to them. But imagination is nothing if not creative, unless it see not only what is apparent, but what is conceivable, and what is poetically fit in given circumstances. Now, imagination does not descend, full-grown, to take possession of an empty house. Like every other power of the mind, it is the merest germ of a power to begin with, and grows by what it gets. And childhood, the age of faith, is the time for its nourishing. The children should have the joy of living in far lands, in other persons, in other times. A delightful double existence, and this joy they will find, for the most part, in their storybooks. Their lessons, too, history and geography, should cultivate their conceptive powers. If the child do not live in the times of his history lesson, be not at home in the climes his geography book describes, why, these lessons will fail of their purpose. But let lessons do their best, and the picture gallery of the imagination is poorly hung if the child have not found his way into the realms of fancy. How the children's various lessons should be handled so as to induce habits of thinking we shall consider later. But this for the present. Thinking, like writing or skating, comes by practice. The child who never has thought, never does think, and probably never will think. For are there not people enough who go through the world without any deliberate exercise of their own wits? The child must think, get at the reason why of things for himself, every day of his life, and more each day than the day before. Children and parents both are given to invert this educational process. The child asks why, and the parent answers, rather proud of this evidence of thought in his child. There is some slight show of speculation even in wondering why, but it is the slightest and most superficial effort the thinking brain produces. Let the parent ask why, and the child produce the answer if he can. After he has turned the matter over and over in his mind, there is no harm in telling him, and he will remember it, the reason why. Every walk should offer some knotty problem for the children to think out. Why does that leaf float on the water and this pebble sink, and so on? The habit of remembering. Memory is the storehouse of whatever knowledge we possess. It is upon the fact of the stores lodged in the memory that we take rank as intelligent beings. The children learn in order that they may remember. Much of what we have learned and experienced in childhood and later we cannot reproduce, and yet it has formed the groundwork of after knowledge. Later notions and opinions have grown out of what we once learned and knew. That is our sunk capital, of which we enjoy the interest though we are unable to realize. Again, much that we have learned and experienced is not only retained in the storehouse of memory, but is our available capital we can reproduce, recollect upon demand. This memory, which may be drawn upon by the act of recollection, is our most valuable endowment. There is a third kind of spurious memory, facts and ideas floating in the brain which yet make no part of it and are exuded at a single effort, as when a barrister produces all his knowledge of a case in his brief and then forgets all about it, or when the schoolboy crams for an examination, writes down what he has thus learned, and behold, it is gone from his gaze forever. As Ruskin puts it, they cram to pass and not to know. They do pass and they don't know. That the barrister, the physician, should be able thus to dismiss the case on which he has ceased to be occupied, the publisher, the book he has rejected, is well for him, and this art of forgetting is not without its uses. But what of the schoolboy who has little left after a year's work but his place in a class list? To say anything adequate on the subject of memory is impossible here, but let us try to answer 2 or 3 queries which present themselves on the surface. How do we come to remember at all? How do we gain the power to utilize remembered facts, that is, to recollect? And under what conditions is knowledge acquired that neither goes to the growth of brain and mind, nor is available on demand, but is lightly lodged in the brain for some short period and is then evacuated at a single throw? You may remember being amused a few years ago by descriptions of a wonderful invention, an instrument which should record spoken words and should deliver, say, a century hence, speech or lecture in the very words and in the very tones of the speaker. Such an instrument is that function of the brain called memory, whereby the impressions received by the brain are recorded mechanically, at least such is the theory pretty generally received now by physiologists. That is, the mind takes cognizance of certain facts, and the nerve substance of the brain records that cognizance. Now the questions arise. Under what conditions is such an imprint of fact or event made upon the substance of the brain? Is the record permanent? And is the brain capable of receiving an indefinite number of such impressions? It appears both from common experience and from an infinite number of examples quoted by psychologists that any object or idea which is regarded with attention makes the sort of impression on the brain which is said to fix it in the memory. In other words, given an instant's undivided attention to anything whatsoever, and that thing will be remembered. In describing this effect, the common expression is accurate beyond its intention. We say, such and such a sight or sound or sensation made a strong impression on me. And that is precisely what has happened. Arrest the attention upon any fact or incident, and that fact or incident is remembered. It is impressed, imprinted upon the brain substance. The inference is plain. You want the child to remember? Then secure his whole attention, the fixed gaze of his mind, as it were, upon the fact to be remembered. Then he will have it, by a sort of photographic process. That fact or idea is taken by his brain, and when he is an old man, perhaps the memory of it will flash across him. But it is not enough to have a recollection flash across one incidentally. We want to have the power of recalling at will, and for this something more is necessary than an occasional act of attention producing a solitary impression. Supposing, for instance, that by good teaching you secure the child's attention to the verb avoir. He will remember it. That is to say, some infinitely slight growth of brain tissue will record and retain that one French verb. But one verb is nothing. You want the child to learn French, and for this you must not only fix his attention upon each new lesson, but each must be so linked into the last that it is impossible for him to recall one without the other following in its train. The physical effect of such a method appears to be that each new growth of brain tissue is, so to speak, laid upon the last. That is, to put it half figuratively, a certain tract of the brain may be conceived of as being overlaid with French. This is to make a practical use of that law of association of ideas of which one would not willingly become the sport, and it is the neglect of this law which invalidates much good teaching. The teacher is content to produce a solitary impression which is only recalled as it is acted upon by a chance suggestion, whereas he should forge the links of a chain to draw his bucket out of the well. Probably you have heard of a Dr. Pick, who has grounded a really philosophical system of mnemonics on these two principles of attention and association. Whatever we may think of his application of it, the principle he asserts is the right one. Let every lesson gain the child's entire attention, and let each new lesson be so interlaced with the last that the one must recall the other. That again recalls the one before it, that the one before it, and so on to the beginning. But the lightly come, lightly go of a mere verbal memory follows no such rules. The child gets his exercise by heart, says it off like a parrot, and behold, it is gone. There is no record of it upon the brain at all. To secure such a record, there must be time for that full gaze of the mind we call attention, and for the growth of the brain tissue to the new idea. Given these conditions, there appears to be no limit of quantity to the recording power of the brain, except in this way. A girl learns French and speaks it fairly well. By the time she is a grandmother, she has forgotten it entirely, has not a word left. When this is the case, her French has been disused. She has not been in the habit of reading, hearing, or speaking French from youth to age, whereby it is evident that to secure right of way to that record of French imprinted on her brain, the path should have been kept open by frequent goings and comings. To acquire any knowledge or power whatsoever, and then to leave it to grow rusty in a neglected corner of the brain, is practically useless. Where there is no chain of association to draw the bucket out of the well, it is all the same as if there were no water there. As to how to form these links, every subject will suggest a suitable method. The child has a lesson about Switzerland today, and one about Holland tomorrow, and the one is linked to the other by the very fact that the two countries have hardly anything in common. What the one has, the other has not. Again, the association will be of similarity and not of contrast. In our own experience, we find that colours, places, sounds, odours recall persons or events. But links of this sensuous order can hardly be employed in education. The link between any two things must be found in the nature of the things associated. End of section 13. Section 14 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The education of children under 9 years of age. Some habits of mind, some moral habits, Part 3. The habit of perfect execution. Throw perfection into all you do is a counsel upon which a family may be brought up with great advantage. We English, as a nation, think too much of persons and too little of things, work, execution. Our children are allowed to make their figures or their letters, their stitches, their dolls' clothes, their small carpentry anyhow, with the notion that they will do better by and by. Other nations, the Germans and the French, for instance, look at the question philosophically and know that if the children get the habit of turning out imperfect work, the men and women will undoubtedly keep that habit up. I remember being delighted with the work of a class of about 40 children of 6 and 7 in an elementary school at Heidelberg. They were doing a writing lesson, accompanied by a good deal of oral teaching from a master who wrote each word on the blackboard. By and by, the slates were shown, and I did not observe one faulty or irregular letter on the whole 40 slates. The same principle of perfection was to be discerned in the recent exhibitions of schoolwork held throughout France. No faulty work was shown, to be excused on the plea that it was the work of children. No work should be given to a child that he cannot execute perfectly, and then perfection should be required of him as a matter of course. For instance, he is set to do a copy of strokes and is allowed to show a slateful at all sorts of slopes and all sorts of intervals. His moral sense is vitiated, his eye is injured. Set him 6 strokes to copy. Let him not bring a slateful, but 6 perfect strokes at regular distances and at regular slopes. If he produces a faulty pair, get him to point out the fault and persevere until he has produced his task. If he does not do it today, let him go on tomorrow and the next day, and when the 6 perfect strokes appear, let it be an occasion of triumph. So with the little tasks of painting, drawing, or construction he sets himself, let everything he does be well done. An unsteady house of cards is a thing to be ashamed of. Closely connected with this habit of perfect work is that of finishing whatever is taken in hand. The child should never be allowed to set his hand to a new undertaking until the last is finished. Some moral habits. Obedience. It is disappointing that, in order to cover the ground at all, we must treat those moral habits, which the mother owes it to her children to cultivate in them, in a slight and inadequate way. But the point to be borne in mind is that all that has been already said about the cultivation of habit applies with the greatest possible force to each of these habits. A. Obedience. First and infinitely the most important is the habit of obedience. Indeed, obedience is the whole duty of the child, and for this reason, every other duty of the child is fulfilled as a matter of obedience to his parents. Not only so, obedience is the whole duty of man, obedience to conscience, to law, to divine direction. It has been well observed that each of the 3 recorded temptations of our Lord in the wilderness is a suggestion not of an act of overt sin, but of an act of willfulness. That state directly opposed to obedience, and out of which springs all that foolishness which is bound up in the heart of a child. Now, if the parent realize that obedience is no mere accidental duty, the fulfilling of which is a matter that lies between himself and the child, but that he is the appointed agent to train the child up to the intelligent obedience of the self-compelling, law-abiding human being, he will see that he has no right to forego the obedience of his child, and that every act of disobedience in the child is a direct condemnation of the parent. Also, he will see that the motive to the child's obedience is not the arbitrary one of, do this or that because I have said so, but the motive of the apostolic injunction, children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. It is only in proportion as the will of the child is in the act of obedience, and he obeys because his sense of right makes him desire to obey in spite of temptations to disobedience, not of constraint, but willingly, that habit has been formed which will hereafter enable the child to use the strength of his will against his inclinations when these prompt him to lawless courses. It is said that the children of parents who are most strict in exacting obedience often turn out ill, and that orphans and other poor waifs brought up under strict discipline only wait their opportunity to break out into license. Exactly so, because in these cases there is no gradual training of the child in the habit of obedience, no gradual enlisting of his will on the side of sweet service and a free will offering of submission to the highest law. The poor children are simply bullied into submission to the will, that is, the willfulness of another, not at all, for it is right, only because it is convenient. The mother has no more sacred duty than that of training her infant to instant obedience. To do so is no difficult task. The child is still trailing clouds of glory from God, who is his home. The principle of obedience is within him, waiting to be called into exercise. There is no need to rate the child or threaten him or use any manner of violence. because the parent is invested with authority which the child intuitively recognizes. It is enough to say, "Do this," in a quiet, authoritative tone, and expect it to be done. The mother often enough loses her hold over her children because they detect in the tone of her voice that she does not expect them to obey her behests. She does not think enough of her position, has not sufficient confidence in her own authority. The mother's great stronghold is in the habit of obedience. If she begin by requiring that her children always obey her, why, they will always do so as a matter of course. But let them once get the thin end of the wedge in, let them discover that they can do otherwise than obey, and a woeful struggle begins, which commonly ends in the children doing that which is right in their own eyes. This is the sort of thing which is fatal. The children are in the drawing room and a caller is announced. "You must go upstairs now." "Oh, mother dear, do let us stay in the window corner. We will be as quiet as mice." The mother is rather proud of her children's pretty manners, and they stay. They are not quiet, of course, but that is the least of the evils. They have succeeded in doing as they chose and not as they were bid, and they will not put their necks under the yoke again without a struggle. It is in little matters that the mother is worsted. "Bedtime, Willie." "Oh, mamma, just let me finish this." And the mother yields, forgetting that the case in point is of no consequence. The thing that matters is that the child should be daily confirming a habit of obedience by the unbroken repetition of acts of obedience. It is astonishing how clever the child is in finding ways of evading the spirit while he observes the letter. "Mary, come in." "Yes, mamma." But her mother calls 4 times before Mary comes. "Put away your bricks." And the bricks are put away with slow, reluctant fingers. "You must always wash your hands when you hear the first bell." The child obeys for that once and no more. To avoid these displays of willfulness, the mother will insist from the first on an obedience which is prompt, cheerful, and lasting, save for lapses of memory on the child's part. Tardy, unwilling, occasional obedience is hardly worth the having, and it is greatly easier to give the child the habit of perfect obedience by never allowing him in anything else than it is to obtain this merely formal obedience by a constant exercise of authority. By and by, when he is old enough, take the child into confidence. Let him know what a noble thing it is to be able to make himself do in a minute and brightly the very thing he would rather not do. To secure this habit of obedience, the mother must exercise great self-restraint. She must never give a command which she does not intend to see carried out to the full, and she must not lay upon her children burdens grievous to be borne of command heaped upon command. The children who are trained to perfect obedience may be trusted with a good deal of liberty. They receive a few directions which they know they must not disobey, and for the rest, they are left to learn how to direct their own actions, even at the cost of some small mishaps, and are not pestered with a perpetual fire of "do this" and "don't do that." B. Truthfulness. It is unnecessary to say a word of the duty of truthfulness, but the training of the child in the habit of strict veracity is another matter, and one which requires delicate care and scrupulosity on the part of the mother. The vice of lying arises from 3 causes: carelessness in ascertaining the truth, carelessness in stating the truth, and a deliberate intention to deceive. That all 3 are vicious is evident from the fact that a man's character may be ruined by what is no more than a careless misstatement on the part of another. The speaker repeats a damaging remark without taking the trouble to sift it, or he repeats what he has heard or seen with so little care to deliver the truth that his statement becomes no better than a lie. Now, of the 3 kinds of lying, it is only, as a matter of fact, the 3rd which is severely visited upon the child. The 1st and the 2nd he is allowed in. He tells you he has seen lots of spotted dogs in the town. He has really seen 2. That all the boys are collecting crests. he knows of 3 who are doing so, that everybody says Jones is a sneak. The fact is he has heard Brown say so. These departures from strict veracity are on matters of such slight importance that the mother is apt to let them pass as the children's chatter. But indeed every such lapse is damaging to the child's sense of truth, a blade which easily loses its keenness of edge. The mother who trains her child to strict accuracy of statement about things small and great fortifies him against temptations to the grosser forms of lying. He will not readily colour a tale to his own advantage, suppress facts, equivocate when the statement of the simple fact has become a binding habit, and when he has not been allowed to form the contrary vicious habit of playing fast and loose with words. 2 forms of prevarication, very tempting to the child, will require great vigilance on the mother's part, that of exaggeration and that of clothing a story with ludicrous embellishments. However funny a circumstance may be, as described by the child, the ruthless mother must strip the tale of everything over and above the naked truth. For indeed, a reputation for facetiousness is dearly purchased by the loss of that dignity of character, in child or man, which accompanies the habit of strict veracity. It is possible to be humorous without any sacrifice of truth. As for reverence, consideration for others, respect for persons and property, I can only urge the importance of a sedulous cultivation of these moral qualities, the distinguishing marks of a refined nature, until they become the daily habits of the child's life, and the more because a self-assertive, aggressive, self-seeking temper is but too characteristic of the times we live in. C. Sweet temper. I am anxious, however, to say a few words on the habit of sweet temper. It is very customary to regard temper as constitutional, that which is born in you and is neither to be helped nor hindered. Oh, she is a good-tempered little soul. Nothing puts her out. Oh, he has his father's temper. The least thing that goes contrary makes him fly into a passion, are the sorts of remarks we hear constantly. It is no doubt true that the children inherit a certain tendency to irascibility or to amiability, to fretfulness, discontentment, peevishness, sullenness, murmuring and impatience, or to cheerfulness, trustfulness, good humour, patience and humility. It is also true that upon the preponderance of any of these qualities, upon temper that is, the happiness or wretchedness of child and man depends, as well as the comfort or misery of the people who live with him. We all know people possessed of integrity and of many excellent virtues, who make themselves intolerable to their belongings. The root of the evil is, not that these people were born sullen or peevish or envious, that they might have been mended, but that they were permitted to grow up in these dispositions. Here, if anywhere, the power of habit is invaluable. It rests with the parents to correct the original twist, all the more so if it is from them the child gets it, and to send their child into the world blessed with an even happy temper, inclined to make the best of things, to look on the bright side, to impute the best and kindest motives to others, and to make no extravagant claims on his own account. Fertile source of ugly tempers. And this because the child is born with no more than certain tendencies. It is by force of habit that a tendency becomes a temper, and it rests with the mother to hinder the formation of ill tempers, to force that of good tempers. Nor is it difficult to do this while the child's countenance is as an open book to his mother, and she reads the thoughts of his heart before he is aware of them himself. Remembering that every envious, murmuring, discontented thought leaves a track in the very substance of the child's brain for such thoughts to run in again and again, that this track, this rut, is ever widening and deepening with a traffic in ugly thoughts, the mother's care is to hinder at the outset the formation of any such track. She sees into her child's soul, sees the evil temper in the act of rising. Now is her opportunity. Let her change the child's thoughts before ever the bad temper has had time to develop into conscious feeling, much less act. Take him out of doors. Send him to fetch or carry. Tell him or show him something of interest. In a word, give him something else to think about, but all in a natural way and without letting the child perceive that he is being treated. As every fit of sullenness leaves place in the child's mind for another fit of sullenness to succeed it, so every such fit averted by the mother's tact tends to obliterate the evil traces of former sullen tempers. At the same time, the mother is careful to lay down a highway for the free course of all sweet and genial thoughts and feelings. I have been offering suggestions not for a course of intellectual and moral training, but only for the formation of certain habits which should be, as it were, the outworks of character. Even with this limited program, I have left unnoticed many matters fully as important as those touched upon. In the presence of an embarrassment of riches, it has been necessary to adopt some principle of selection, and I have thought it well to dwell upon considerations which do not appear to me to have their full weight with educated parents, rather than upon those which every thoughtful person recognizes the force of. End of section 14. Section 15 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The Education of Children under 9 years of age. Lessons as Instruments of Education, Part 1. It seems to me that we live in an age of pedagogy, that we of the teaching profession are inclined to take too much upon ourselves, and that parents are ready to yield the responsibility of direction as well as of actual instruction more than is wholesome for the children. I am about to invite your attention to a subject that mothers are accustomed to leave very much in the hands of schoolmaster or governess when they do not instruct their children themselves. I mean the choice of subjects of instruction and the way of handling those subjects. Teachers are the people who have, more than others, given themselves to the consideration of what a child should learn and how he should learn it. But the parent, also, should have thought out this subject, and even when he does not profess to teach his children, should have his own carefully formed opinions as to the subject matter and the method of their intellectual education, and this for the sake of the teacher as well as for that of the children. Nothing does more to give vitality and purpose to the work of the teacher than the certainty that the parents of his pupils go with him. Even when children go to schools taught by qualified persons, some insight on the part of fathers and mothers is useful as hindering the teacher from dropping into professional grooves, valuing proficiency in this or that subject for its own sake, and not as it affects the children. But in the early days of the home schoolroom, it is iniquitous to leave the young governess with little qualification beyond her native French or German or scanty English to chalk out a course for herself and her charges. That the children waste their time is the least of the evils that accrue. They are forming habits dead against intellectual effort, and by, when they go to school, the lessons go over their heads, the work slips through their fingers, and their powers of passive resistance baffle the most strenuous teachers. All the same, whatever be the advantages of kindergarten or other schools for little children, the home schoolroom ought to be the best growing ground for the child, say, until he enters on his 9th year. And doubtless it would be so were the mother at liberty to devote herself to the instruction of her children. But this she is seldom free to do. She must have a governess, and the difficulty is to get a woman who is not only acquainted with the subjects she undertakes to teach, but who understands in some measure the nature of the child and the art and objects of education, a woman capable of making the very most of the children without waste of power or of time. Such a rara avis does not present herself in answer to every advertisement, and in default, the mother must undertake to train her governess. That is, she may supplement with her own insight the scanty knowledge and experience of the young teacher. I wish the children to be taught to read thus and thus because, or to learn history in such a way that the lessons may have such and such effects. Half an hour's talk of this kind with a sensible governess will secure a whole month's work for the children, so well directed that much is done in little time, and the widest possible margins secured for play and open-air exercise. But if the mother is to inoculate the governess with her views as to the teaching of writing, French, geography, she must herself have definite views. She must ask herself seriously, why must the children learn at all? What should they learn, and how should they learn it? If she take the trouble to find a definite and thoughtful answer to each of these three queries, she will be in a position to direct her children's studies, and will at the same time be surprised to find that 3/4 of the time and labour ordinarily spent by the child at his lessons is lost time and wasted energy. Why must the child learn? Why do we eat? Is it not in order that the body may live and grow and be able to fulfill its functions? Precisely so. The mind must be sustained and developed by means of the food convenient for it, the mental pabulum of assimilated knowledge. Again, the body is developed not only by means of proper sustenance, but by the appropriate exercise of each of its members. A young mother remarked to me the other day that before her marriage she had such slender arms she never liked to exhibit them, but a strong 5-month-old baby had cured her of that. She could toss and lift him with ease, and could now show well-rounded arms with anybody. And just as the limbs grow strong with exercise, so does intellectual effort with a given faculty of the mind make that faculty vigorous and capable. People are apt to overlook the fact that mind must have its aliment. We learn that we may know, not that we may grow. Hence the parrot-like saying of lessons, the cramming of ill-digested facts for examination, all the ways of taking in knowledge which the mind does not assimilate. Specialists, on the other hand, are apt to attach too much importance to the several exercise of the mental faculties. We come across books on teaching, with lessons elaborately drawn up, in which certain work is assigned to the perceptive faculties, certain work to the imagination, to the judgment, and so on. This sort of doctoring of the materials of knowledge is unnecessary for the healthy child, whose mind is capable of self-direction and of applying each faculty to its proper work upon the parcel of knowledge delivered to it. At this early stage, the subjects of instruction matter far less than the methods of teaching. Almost any subject which common sense points out as suitable for the instruction of children will afford exercise for all their powers if properly presented. The child must learn in the second place in order that ideas may be freely sown in the fruitful soil of his mind. Idea, the image or picture formed by the mind of anything external, whether sensible or spiritual, so the dictionary. Therefore, if the business of teaching be to furnish the child with ideas, any teaching which does not leave him possessed of a new mental image has, by so far, missed its mark. Now just think of the listless way in which the children too often drag through reading and tables, geography and sums, and you will see that it is a rare thing for any part of any lesson to flash upon them with the vividness which leaves a mental picture behind. It is not too much to say that a morning in which the child receives no new idea is a morning wasted, however closely the little student has been kept at his books. For the dictionary appears to me to fall short of the truth in its definition of the term idea. An idea is more than an image or a picture. It is, so to speak, a spiritual germ endowed with vital force, with power, that is, to grow and to produce after its kind. It is the very nature of an idea to grow, as the vegetable germ secretes that it lives by. So fairly implant an idea in the child's mind, and it will secrete its own food, grow and bear fruit in the form of a succession of kindred ideas. We know from our own experience that, Let our attention be forcibly drawn to some public character, some startling theory, and for days after we are continually hearing or reading matter which bears on this one subject, just as if all the world were thinking about what occupies our thoughts, the fact being that the new idea we have received is in the act of growth and is reaching out after its appropriate food. This process of feeding goes on with even more avidity in childhood, and the growth of an idea in the child is proportionably rapid. Scott got an idea, a whole group of ideas, out of the border tales and ballads, the folklore of the countryside on which his boyhood was nourished. His ideas grew and brought forth, and the Waverley novels were the fruit they bore. George Stephenson made little clay engines with his playmate Thomas Tholoway. By and by, when he was an engine man, he was always watching his engine, cleaning it, studying it. An engine was his dominant idea, and it developed into no less a thing than the locomotive. But how does this theory of the vital and fruitful character of ideas bear upon the education of the child? In this way: give your child a single valuable idea, and you have done more for his education than if you had laid upon his mind the burden of bushels of information. For the child who grows up with a few dominant ideas has his self-education provided for, his career marked out. In order for the reception of an idea, the mind must be in an attitude of eager attention, and how to secure that state we have considered elsewhere. One thing more: a single idea may be a possession so precious in itself, so fruitful, that the parent cannot fitly allow the child's selection of ideas to be a matter of chance. His lessons should furnish him with such ideas as shall make for his further education. But it is not only to secure due intellectual growth and the furnishing of his mind with ideas that the child must learn. The common notion that he learns for the sake of getting knowledge is also a true one, so much so that no knowledge should be so precious as that gained in childhood. No later knowledge should be so clearly chronicled on the brain, nor so useful as the foundation of that to follow. At the same time, the child's capacity for knowledge is very limited. His mind is, in this respect at least, but a little file with a narrow neck, and therefore it behoves parent or teacher to pour in only of the best. But, poor children, they are too often badly used by their best friends in the matter of the sort of knowledge offered them. Grown-up people who are not mothers talk and think far more childishly than the child does in their efforts to approach his mind. If a child talk twaddle, it is because his elders are in the habit of talking twaddle to him. Leave him to himself, and his remarks are wise and sensible so far as his small experience guides him. Mothers seldom talk down to their children. They are too intimate with the little people, and have therefore too much respect for them. But professional teachers, whether the writers of books or the givers of lessons, are too apt to present a single drop of pure knowledge in a whole gallon of talk, imposing upon the child the labour of discerning the drop and of extracting it from the worthless flood. On the whole, the children who grow up amongst their elders and are not provided with what are called children's books at all, fare the better on what they are able to glean for themselves from the literature of grown-up people. Thus, it is told of Dr. Arnold that when he was 3 years old, he received a present from his father of Smollett's History of England as a reward for the accuracy with which he went through the stories connected with the portraits and pictures of the successive reigns, an amusement which probably laid the foundation of the great love for history which distinguished him in after life. When occupying the professorial chair at Oxford, he made quotations, we are told, from Dr. Priestley's Lectures on History, verbally accurate quotations, we may believe, for such was the habit of his mind. Besides, a child has little skill in recasting his matter, and that, though he had not had the book in his hands since he was a child of 8. No doubt he was an exceptional child, and all I maintain is that had his reading been the sort of diluted twaddle which is commonly thrust upon children, it would have been impossible for him to cite passages a week, much less some 2 years after the reading. This sort of weak literature for the children, both in story and lesson books, is the result of a reactionary process. Not so long ago, the current impression was that the children had little understanding but prodigious memory for facts, dates, numbers, rules, catechisms of knowledge. Much information in small parcels was supposed to be the fitting material for a child's education. We have changed all that and put into the children's hands lesson books with pretty pictures and easy talk, almost as good as storybooks. But we do not see that, after all, we are but giving the same little pills of knowledge in the form of a weak and copious solution. Teachers and even parents who are careful enough about their children's diet are so reckless as to the sort of mental aliment offered to them that I am exceedingly anxious to secure your consideration for this, of the lessons and literature proper for the little people. We see, then, that the children's lessons should provide material for their mental growth, should exercise the several faculties of their minds, should furnish them with fruitful ideas, and should afford them knowledge, really valuable for its own sake, accurate and interesting, of the kind that the child may recall as a man with profit and pleasure. Before applying these tests to the various subjects in which children are commonly instructed, may I remind you of 2 or 3 points which I have endeavoured to establish in the former lectures. A. That the knowledge most valuable to the child is that which he gets with his own eyes and ears and fingers, under direction, in the open air. B. That the claims of the schoolroom should not be allowed to encroach on the child's right to long hours daily for exercise and investigation. C. That the child should be taken daily, if possible, to scenes, moor or meadow, park, common or shore, where he may find new things to examine, and so add to his store of real knowledge. That the child's observation should be directed to flower or boulder, bird or tree. That in fact he should be employed in gathering the common information which is the basis of scientific knowledge. D. That play, vigorous, healthful play, is in its turn fully as important as lessons, as regards both bodily health and brain power. E. That the child, though under supervision, should be left much to himself, both that he may go to work in his own way on the ideas he receives, and also that he may be the more open to natural influences. F. That the happiness of the child is the condition of his progress, that his lessons should be made joyous, and that occasions of friction in the schoolroom are greatly to be avoided. Premising so much, let us now consider what the children should learn and how they should be taught. Kindergarten games and occupations. It is hardly necessary here to discuss the merits of the kindergarten school. The success of such a school demands rare qualities in the teacher, high culture, some knowledge of psychology, of the art of education, intense sympathy with the children, much tact, much common sense, much common information, much joyousness of nature, and much governing power. In a word, the kindergarten method is nicely contrived to bring the child en rapport with a superior intelligence. Given such a superior being to conduct it, and the kindergarten is beautiful, 'tis like a little heaven below. But put a commonplace woman in charge of such a school, and the charmingly devised gifts and games and occupations become so many instruments of wooden teaching. If the very essence of the kindergarten method is personal influence, a sort of spiritual mesmerism, it follows that the mother is naturally the best kindergartnerin, for who so likely as she to have the needful tact, sympathy, common sense, culture? Though every mother should be a kindergartnerin, in the sense in which Froebel would employ the term, it does not follow that every nursery should be a regularly organized kindergarten. Indeed, the machinery of the kindergarten is no more than a device to ensure the carrying out of certain educational principles, and these it is the mother's business to get at and work out according to Froebel's method or her own. For instance, in the kindergarten, the child's senses are carefully and progressively trained. He looks, listens, learns by touch, gets ideas of size, color, form, number, is taught to copy faithfully, express exactly. And in this training of the senses, the child is made to pursue the method the infant shapes for himself in his early studies of ring or ball. But it is possible that the child's marvelous power of obtaining knowledge by means of his senses may be undervalued, that the field may be too circumscribed, and that during the first 6 or 7 years in which he might have become intimately acquainted with the properties and history of every natural object within his reach, he has obtained exact ideas, it is true, can distinguish a rhomboid from a pentagon, a primary from a secondary colour, has learned to see so truly that he can copy what he sees in folded paper or woven straw. But this, at the expense of much of that real knowledge of the external world which at no time of his life will he be so fitted to acquire. Therefore, while the exact, exquisitely graduated training of the kindergarten is greatly to be coveted, the mother will endeavour to give it by the way, and will by no means let it stand for that wider training of the senses, to secure which for her children is a primary duty. Again, the child in the kindergarten is set to such tasks only as he is competent to perform, and then, whatever he has to do, he is expected to do perfectly. I have seen a 4-year-old child blush and look as self-condemned because he had folded a slip of paper irregularly, as if found out in a falsehood. This was under the training of Fräulein Herwart, a beautiful thing to behold. The kindergarten occupations afford capital opportunities for training in this kind of faithfulness, and are the greatest boon in the world to schools. But in the home, 1,000 such opportunities occur, if only in such trifles as the straightening of a table cover or of a picture, the hanging of a towel, the packing of a parcel. Every thoughtful mother invents 1,000 ways of training in her child a just eye and a faithful hand. Nevertheless, as a means of methodical training, as well as of happy employment, the introduction of the games and occupations of the kindergarten into the nursery cannot be too strongly recommended, provided that the mother does not depend upon these, but makes all the child's occupations subserve the purposes of his education. The child breathes an atmosphere of sweetness and light in the kindergarten. You see the sturdy urchin of 5 stiffen his back and decline to be a jumping frog, and the kindergartnerin comes with unruffled gentleness, takes him by the hand, and leads him out of the circle. He is not treated as an offender, only he does not choose to do as others do, therefore he is not wanted there. The next time he is quite content to be a frog. Here we have the principle for the discipline of the nursery. Do not treat the child's small contumacy too seriously. Do not assume that he is being naughty. Just leave him out when he is not prepared to act in harmony with the rest. Avoid friction, and above all, do not let him disturb the moral atmosphere. In all gentleness and serenity, remove him from the company of the others when he is being what nurses call tiresome. Once more, the kindergarten takes account of the joyousness of the child's nature. He is allowed full and free expression for the glee that is in him, without the rampaging which follows if he is left to himself to find an outlet for his exuberant life. This union of joy and gentleness is the very temper to be cultivated in the nursery. The boisterous behaviour sometimes allowed in children is unnecessary, within doors at any rate, but even a momentary absence of sunshine on the faces of her children will be a graver cause of uneasiness to the mother. On the whole, we may say that the principles which should govern kindergarten teaching are precisely those in which every thoughtful mother endeavours to bring up her family, while the practices of the kindergarten, being only very admirable ways, amongst others, of carrying out these principles, may be adopted so far as they fit in conveniently with the mother's general scheme for the education of her family. To consider now the subjects which lend themselves most readily to the education of the child. End of section 15. Section 16 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The education of children under 9 years of age, lessons as instruments of education, Part 2. Reading. Reading presents itself first, although it is open to discussion whether the child should acquire the art unconsciously from his infancy upwards, or whether the effort should be deferred until he is, say, 7 and then made with vigour. In a valuable letter addressed to her son John, we have the way of teaching to read adopted by that pattern mother, the mother of the Wesleys. None of them was taught to read till 5 years old, except Kezzy, in whose case I was overruled, and she was more years in learning than any of the rest had been months. The way of teaching was this. The day before a child began to learn, the house was set in order, everyone's work appointed them, and a charge given that no one should come into the room from 9 to 12 or from 2 to 5, which were our school hours. One day was allowed the child wherein to learn its letters, and each of them did in that time know all its letters, great and small, except Molly and Nancy, who were a day and a half before they knew them perfectly, for which I then thought them very dull. But the reason why I thought them so was because the rest learned them so readily, and your brother Samuel, who was the first child I ever taught, learned the alphabet in a few hours. He was 5 years old the 10th of February. The next day he began to learn, and as soon as he knew the letters, began at the first chapter of Genesis. He was taught to spell the first verse, then to read it over and over until he could read it offhand without hesitation, so on to the second verse, etc., till he took 10 verses for a lesson, which he quickly did. Easter fell low that year, and by Whitsuntide he could read a chapter very well, for he read continually and had such a prodigious memory that I cannot remember to have told him the same word twice. What was yet stranger, any word he had learnt in his lesson he knew wherever he saw it, either in his Bible or any other book, by which means he learned very soon to read an English author well. Footnote: Southey's Life of Wesley. End footnote. It is much to be wished that thoughtful mothers would more often keep account of the methods they employ with their children, with some definite note of the success of this or that plan. Many thoughtful persons consider that to learn to read a language so full of anomalies and difficulties as our own is a task which should not be imposed too soon on the childish mind. But as a matter of fact, few of us can recollect how or when we learned to read. For all we know, it came by nature, like the art of running, and not only so, but often mothers of the educated classes do not know how their children learn to read. "Oh, he taught himself," is all the account his mother can give of little Dick's proficiency. Whereby it is plain that this notion of the extreme difficulty of learning to read is begotten by the elders rather than by the children. There would be no little books entitled Reading Without Tears if tears were not sometimes shed over the reading lesson. But really, when that is the case, the fault rests with the teacher. As for his letters, the child usually teaches himself. He has his box of ivory letters and picks out P for pudding, B for blackbird, H for horse, big and little, and knows them both. But the learning of the alphabet should be made a means of cultivating the child's observation. He should be made to see what he looks at. Make big B in the air and let him name it. Then let him make round O and crooked S and T for Tommy. And you name the letters as the little finger forms them with unsteady strokes in the air. To make the small letters thus from memory is a work of more art and requires more careful observation on the child's part. A tray of sand is useful at this stage. The child draws his finger boldly through the sand and then puts it back to his D, and behold his first essay in making a straight line and a curve. But the devices for making the learning of the ABC interesting are endless. There is no occasion to hurry the child. Let him learn one form at a time and know it so well that he can pick out the D's, say, big and little, in a page of large print. Let him say D for duck, dog, doll, thus, d-uck, d-og, prolonging the sound of the initial consonant, and at last sounding D alone, not D, but D, the mere sound of the consonant, separated as far as possible from the following vowel. Let the child alone, and he will learn the alphabet for himself. But few mothers can resist the pleasure of teaching it, and there is no reason why they should, for this kind of learning is no more than play to the child, and if the alphabet be taught to the little student, his appreciation of both form and sound will be cultivated. When should he begin? Whenever his box of letters begins to interest him. The baby of 2 will often be able to name half a dozen letters, and there is nothing against it so long as the finding and naming of letters is a game to him. But he must not be urged, required to show off, teased to find letters when his heart is set on other play. The first exercises in the making of words will be just as pleasant to the child. Exercises treated as a game, which yet teach the powers of the letters, will be better to begin with than actual sentences. Take up 2 of his letters and make the syllable at. Tell him it is the word we use when we say at home, at school. Then put B to at, bat, C to at, cat, fat, hat, mat, sat, rat, and so on. First, let the child say what the word becomes with each initial consonant. Then let him add the right consonant to at in order to make hat, pat, cat. Let the syllables all be actual words which he knows. Set the words in a row and let him read them off. Do this with the short vowel sounds in combination with each of the consonants, and the child will learn to read off dozens of words of 3 letters and will master the short vowel sounds with initial and final consonants without effort. Before long, he will do the lesson for himself. How many words can you make with N and another letter, with odd and another letter, etc.? Do not hurry him. When this sort of exercise becomes so easy that it is no longer interesting, let the long sounds of the vowels be learnt in the same way. Use the same syllables as before with a final E. Thus, at becomes 8, and we get late, pate, rate, etc. The child may be told that A in rate is long A in rat is short A. He will make the new sets of words with much facility, helped by the experience he gained in the former lessons. Then the same sort of thing with final ng, ing, ang, ong, ung, as ring, fang, long, sung. Initial th as then, that. Final th as with, pith, hath, lath, and so on, through endless combinations which will suggest themselves. This is not reading, but it is preparing the ground for reading. Words will be no longer unfamiliar, perplexing objects when the child meets with them in a line of print. Require him to pronounce the words he makes with such finish and distinctness that he can himself hear and count the sounds in a given word. Accustom him from the first to shut his eyes and spell the word he has made. This is important. Reading is not spelling, nor is it necessary to spell in order to read well, but the good speller is the child whose eye is quick enough to take in the letters which compose it in the act of reading off a word, and this is a habit to be acquired from the first. Accustom him to see the letters in the word, and he will do so without effort. If words were always made on a given pattern in English, if the same letters always represented the same sounds, learning to read would be an easy matter, for the child would soon acquire the few elements of which all words would in that case be composed. But many of our English words is each a law unto itself. There is nothing for it, but the child must learn to know them at sight. He must recognize which, precisely as he recognizes B, because he has seen it before, been made to look at it with interest, so that the pattern of the word is stamped on his retentive brain. This process should go on side by side with the other, the learning of the powers of the letters, for the more variety you can throw into his reading lessons, the more will the child enjoy them. Lessons in word-making help the child to take intelligent interest in words, but his progress in the art of reading depends chiefly on the reading at sight lessons. The teacher must be content to proceed very slowly, securing the ground under her feet as she goes. Say, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are," is the first lesson, just those 2 lines. Read the passage for the child very slowly, sweetly, with just expression, so that it is pleasant to him to listen to. Point to each word as you read, then point to twinkle, wonder, star, what, and expect the child to pronounce each word in the verse taken promiscuously. Then when he shows that he knows each word by itself, and not before, let him read the 2 lines with clear enunciation and expression. Insist from the first on clear, beautiful reading, and do not let the child fall into a dreary monotone, no more pleasant to himself than his listener. Of course, by this time, he is able to say the 2 lines, and let him say them clearly and beautifully. In his after lessons, he will learn the rest of the little poem. At this stage, his reading lessons must advance so slowly that he may just as well learn his reading exercises, both prose and poetry, as recitation lessons. Little poems suitable to be learned in this way will suggest themselves at once, but perhaps prose is better on the whole as offering more of the words in everyday use, of Saxon origin, and of anomalous spelling. Short fables and such graceful, simple prose as we have in Mrs. Gatty's Parables from Nature, and still better in Mrs. Barbauld's prose poems, are very suitable. Even for their earliest reading lessons, it is unnecessary to put twaddle into the hands of the children. But we have not yet finished the reading lesson on Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. The child should hunt through 2 or 3 pages of good clear type for little, star, you, are, each of the words he has learned, until the word he knows looks out upon him like the face of a friend in a crowd of strangers, and he is able to pounce upon it anywhere. Lest he grow weary of the search, the teacher should guide the child, unawares, to the line or paragraph where the word he wants occurs. Already the child has accumulated a little capital. He knows 8 or 10 words so well that he will recognize them anywhere, and the lesson has occupied probably 10 minutes. The next reading at sight lesson will begin with a hunt for the familiar words, and then, up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky, should be gone through in the same way. As spelling is simply the art of seeing the letters in a word as we see the features of a face, say to the child, "Can you spell sky?" or any of the shorter words. He is put on his mettle, and if he fail this time, be sure he will be able to spell the word when you ask him next. But do not let him learn to spell or even say the letters aloud with the word before him. As for understanding what they read, the children will be full of bright, intelligent remarks and questions, and will take this part of the lesson into their own hands. Indeed, the teacher will have to be on her guard not to let them carry her away from the subject. The little people will probably have to be pulled up on the score of pronunciation. They must render high, sky, like, world with delicate precision. Diamond they will no doubt wish to hurry over and say as diamond, just as they will reduce history to history. But here is another advantage of slow and steady progress. The saying of each word receives due attention, and the child is trained in the habit of careful enunciation. Each day increases the number of words he is able to read at sight, and the more words he knows already, the longer his reading lesson becomes in order to afford the 10 or dozen new words which he should master every day. But what a snail's progress, you are inclined to say. Not so slow after all. The child will thus learn, without appreciable labour, from 2,000 to 3,000 words in the course of a year. In other words, he will learn to read. For the mastery of this number of words will carry him with comfort through most of the books that will fall in his way. Now compare the steady progress and constant interest and liveliness of such lessons with the deadly weariness of the ordinary reading lesson. The child blunders through a page or two in a dreary monotone, without expression, with imperfect enunciation. He comes to a word he does not know, and he spells it. That throws no light on the subject, and he is told the word. He repeats it, but as he has made no mental effort to secure the word, the next time he meets with it, the same process is gone through. The reading lesson for that day comes to an end. The child has been miserably bored and has not acquired one new word. Eventually, he learns to read somehow by mere dint of repetition. But consider what an abuse of the child's intelligence is a system of teaching which makes him undergo daily labour with little or no result, and gives him a distaste for books before he has learned to use them. Writing. I can only offer a few hints on the teaching of writing, though much might be said. First, as was said before, let the child accomplish something perfectly in every lesson, a stroke, a pothook, a letter. Let the writing lesson be short, not to last more than 5 or 10 minutes. Ease in writing comes by practice, but that must be secured later. In the meantime, the thing to be avoided is the habit of careless work, humpy M's, angular O's. Let the stroke be learned first, then the pothook, then the letters of which the pothook is an element, N, M, V, W, R, H, P, Y, then O and letters of which the curve is an element, A, C, G, E, X, S, Q, then looped and irregular letters, B, L, F, T, etc. One letter to be perfectly formed in a day, and the next day the same elemental forms repeated in another letter until it becomes familiar. By and by, copies, 3 or 4 of the letters they have learnt grouped into a word. Man, aunt, the lesson to be the production of the written word once without a single fault in any letter. At this stage, the slate is better than paper, as it is well that the child should rub out and rub out until his own eye is satisfied with the word or letter he has written. Of the further stages, little need be said. Secure that the child begins by making perfect letters and is never allowed to make faulty ones, and the rest he will do for himself. As for a good hand, do not hurry him. His handwriting will come by and by, out of the character that is in him. But as a child, he cannot be said, strictly speaking, to have character. Set good copies before him, and see that he imitates his model dutifully. The writing lesson being not so many lines or a copy, that is, a page of writing, but a single line which is as exactly as possible a copy of the line set. The child may have to write several lines before he succeeds in producing this. If he write in books with copperplate headlines, discrimination should be exercised in the choice of these. In many of them, the writing is atrocious, and the letters are adorned with flourishes which increase the pupil's labour, but by no means improve his style. One word more. Do not hurry the child into small hand. It is unnecessary that he should labour much over what is called large hand, but text hand, the medium size, should be continued until he makes the letters with ease. It is much easier for the child to get into an irregular scribble by way of small hand than to get out of it again. In this, as in everything else, the care of the educator must be given not only to the formation of good, but to the prevention of bad habits. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Home Education, a course of lecture to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, A Course of Lecture to Ladies by Charlotte Mason. The Education of Children Under 9 Years of Age. Lessons as Instruments of Education, Part 3. Arithmetic. Of all his early studies, perhaps none is more important to the child as a means of education than that of arithmetic. That he should do sums is of comparatively small importance, but the developing of those faculties which summing calls into play is a great part of education. So much so that the advocates of mathematics and of language as instruments of education have until recently divided the field pretty equally between them. The practical value of arithmetic to persons in every class of life goes without remark. But the use of the study in practical life is the least of its uses. The chief value of arithmetic, like that of the higher mathematics, lies in the training it affords to the reasoning powers and in the habits of insight, readiness, accuracy, intellectual truthfulness it engenders. There is no one subject in which good teaching affects more, as there is none in which slovenly teaching has more mischievous results. Multiplication does not produce the right answer, so the boy tries division. That again fails, but subtraction may get him out of the bog. There is no must-be to him. He does not see that one process and one process only can give the required result. Now a child who does not know what rule to apply to a simple problem within his grasp has been ill taught from the first, although he may produce slatefuls of quite right sums in multiplication or long division. How is this insight, this exercise of the reasoning faculty, to be secured? Engage the child upon little problems within his comprehension from the first, rather than upon set sums. The young governess delights to set a noble long division sum, 953,783,465 divided by 873, which shall fill the child's slate and keep him occupied for a good half-hour. And when it is finished, and the child is finished too, done up with the unprofitable labor, the sum is not right after all. The two last figures in the quotient are wrong, and the remainder is false. But he cannot do it again. He must not be discouraged by being told it is wrong. So nearly right is the verdict, a judgment inadmissible in arithmetic. Instead of this laborious task, which gives no scope for mental effort, and in which he goes to see at last from sheer want of attention, say to him, Mr. Jones sent 607, and Mr. Stevens 819 apples, to be divided amongst the 27 boys at school on Monday. How many apples apiece did they get? Here he must ask himself certain questions. How many apples altogether? How shall I find out? Then I must divide the apples into 27 heaps to find out each boy's share. That is to say, the child perceives what rules he must apply to get the required information. He is interested. The work goes on briskly. The sum is done in no time, and is probably right, because the attention of the child is concentrated on his work. Care must be taken to give the child such problems as he can work, but yet which are difficult enough to cause him some little mental effort. The next point is to demonstrate everything demonstrable. The child may learn the multiplication table and do a subtraction sum without any insight into the rationale of either. He may even become a good arithmetician, applying rules aptly without seeing the reason of them, but arithmetic becomes an elementary mathematical training only insofar as the reason why of every process is clear to the child. 2 + 2 = 4 is a self-evident fact, admitting of little demonstration, but 4 × 7 = 28 may be proved. He has a bag of beans. Place 4 rows with 7 beans in a row, adds the rows. Thus 7 and 7 are 14, and 7 are 21, and 7 are 28. How many 7s in 28? 4. Therefore it is right to say 4 × 7 = 28, and the child sees that multiplication is only a short way of doing addition. A bag of beans, counters, or buttons should be used in all the early arithmetic lessons, and the child should be able to work with these freely, and even to add, subtract, multiply, and divide mentally, without the aid of buttons or beans, before he is set to do sums on his slate. He may arrange an addition table with his beans. Thus, 2 beans and 1 equals 3. 2 and 2 beans equals 4 beans. 2 beans and 3 beans equals 5 beans. And be exercised upon it until he can tell first without counting, and then without looking at the beans, that 2 plus 7 equals 9, etc. Thus, with 3, 4, 5, each of the digits, as he learns each line of his addition table, he is exercised upon imaginary objects. 4 apples and 9 apples, 4 nuts and 6 nuts, etc. And lastly, with abstract numbers, 6 plus 5, 6 plus 8. A subtraction table is worked out simultaneously with the addition table. As he works out each line of additions, he goes over the same ground, only taking away 1 bean or 2 beans instead of adding, until he is able to answer quite readily 2 from 7, 2 from 5. After working out each line of addition or subtraction, he may put it on his slate with the proper signs. That is, if he have learned to make figures. It will be found that it requires a much greater mental effort on the child's part to grasp the idea of subtraction than that of addition, and the teacher must be content to go slowly, 1 finger from 4 fingers, 1 nut from 3 nuts, and so forth, until the child knows what he is about. When the child can add and subtract numbers pretty freely up to 20, the multiplication and division tables may be worked out with beans, as far as 6 times 12. That is, twice 6 or 12 will be ascertained by means of 2 rows of beans, 6 beans in a row. When the child can say readily, without even a glance at his beans, 2 times 8 equals 16, 2 times 7 equals 14, etc., he will take 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 beans and divide them into groups of 2. Then, how many 2s in 10, in 12, in 20? And so on with each line of the multiplication table that he works out. Now he is ready for more ambitious problems. Thus, a boy had twice 10 apples. How many heaps of 4 could he make? He will be able to work with promiscuous numbers, as 7 plus 5 minus 3. If he must use beans to get his answer, let him, but encourage him to work with imaginary beans as a step toward working with abstract numbers. Carefully graduated teaching and daily mental effort on the child's part at this early stage may be the means of developing real mathematical power, and will certainly promote the habits of concentration and mental effort. When the child is able to work pretty freely with small numbers, a serious difficulty must be faced, upon his thorough mastery of which will depend his apprehension of arithmetic as a science. In other words, will depend the educational value of all the sums he may henceforth do. He must be made to understand our system of notation. Here, as before, it is best to begin with the concrete, lest the child get the idea of 10 units in 1 10, after he has mastered the more easily demonstrable idea of 12 pence in 1 shilling. Let him have a heap of pennies, say 50. Point out the inconvenience of carrying such weighty money to shop. Lighter money is used, shillings. How many pennies is a shilling worth? How many shillings, then, might he have for his 50 pennies? He divides them into heaps of 12, and finds that he has 4 such heaps and 2 pennies over. That is to say, 50 pence are 4 shillings and 2 pence. I buy 10 pounds of biscuits at 5 pence a pound. They cost 50 pence. But the shopman gives me a bill for 4 shillings 2 pence. Show the child how put down the pennies which are worth least to the right, the shillings which are worth more to the left. When the child is able to work freely with shillings and pence, and to understand that 2 in the right-hand column of figures is pence, 2 in the left-hand column shillings, introduce him to the notion of tens and units. Being content to work very gradually, tell him of uncivilized peoples who can only count so far as 5, who say 5 beasts in the forest, 5 fish in the river, when they wish to express an immense number. We can count so far that we might count all day long for years without coming to the end of the numbers we might name. But after all, we have very few numbers to count with, and very few figures to express them by. We have but 9 figures and a naught. We take the first figure and the naught to express another number, 10. But after that, we must begin again until we get 2 tens, then again till we reach 3 tens, and so on. We call 2 tens 20, 3 tens 30, because ty means 10. But if I see figure 4, how am I to know whether it means 4 tens or 4 ones? By a very simple plan. The tens have a place of their own. If you see figure 6 in the 10 place, you know it means 60. The tens are always put behind the units. When you see 2 figures standing side by side, thus 5, 5, the left-hand figure stands for so many tens. That is, the second 5 stands for 10 times as many as the first. Let the child work with tens and units only until he have mastered the idea of the tenfold value of the second figure to the left, and would laugh at the folly of writing 7 in the second column of figures, knowing that thereby it becomes 70. Then he is ready for the same sort of drill in hundreds, and picks up the new idea readily if the principle have been made clear to him, that each remove to the left means a tenfold increase in the value of a number. Meantime, set him no sums. Let him never work with figures the notation of which is beyond him. And when he comes to carry in an addition or multiplication sum, let him not say that he carries 2 or 3, but 2 tens or 3 hundreds, as the case may be. If the child do not get the ground under his feet at this stage, he works arithmetic ever after by rule of thumb. On the same principle, let him learn weights and measures by measuring and weighing. Let him have scales and weights, sand or rice, paper and twine, and weigh and do up in perfectly made parcels, ounces, pounds, etc. The parcels, though they are not arithmetic, are educative, and afford considerable exercise of judgment as well as of neatness, deftness, and quickness. In like manner, let him work with foot rule and yard measure, and draw up his tables for himself. Let him not only measure and weigh everything about him that admits of such treatment, but let him use his judgment on questions of measure and weight. How many yards long is this tablecloth? How many feet long and broad a map or picture? What does he suppose a book weighs that is to go by parcel post? The sort of readiness to be gained thus is valuable in the affairs of life, and if only for that reason should be cultivated in the child. While engaged in measuring and weighing concrete quantities, the child is prepared to take his first idea of a fraction, half a pound, a quarter of a yard, etc. Arithmetic is valuable as means of training the child in habits of strict accuracy, but the ingenuity which makes this exact science a means of fostering slipshod habits of mind, a disregard of truth and common honesty, is worthy of administration. The copying, prompting, telling, helping over difficulties, working with an eye to the answer which he knows, that are allowed in the arithmetic lesson under an inferior teacher, are enough to vitiate any child. And quite as bad as these is the habit of allowing that a sum is nearly right, 2 figures wrong, and so on, and letting the child work it over again. Pronounce a sum wrong or right, it cannot be something between the two. That which is wrong must remain wrong. The child must not be let run away with the notion that wrong can be mended into right. The future is before him. He may get the next sum right, and the wise governess will make it her business to see that he does, and that he starts with a new hope. But the wrong sum must just be let alone. Therefore his progress must be carefully graduated, but there is no subject in which the teacher has a more delightful consciousness of drawing out from day to day new power in the child. Do not offer him a crutch. It is in his own power he must go. Give him short sums, in words rather than in figures, and excite in him the enthusiasm which produces concentrated attention and rapid work. Let his arithmetic lesson be to the child a daily exercise in clear thinking and rapid, careful execution, and his mental growth will be as obvious as the sprouting seedlings in the spring. Natural philosophy. Of the teaching of natural philosophy, I will only remind you of what was said in the second lecture of this series, that there is no part of a child's education more important than that he should lay by his own observation a wide basis of facts toward scientific knowledge in the future. You must live hours daily in the open air, and as far as possible in the country, must look and touch and listen, must be quick to note consciously every peculiarity of habit or structure in beast, bird, or insect, the manner of growth and fructification of every plant. You must be accustomed to ask why. Why does the wind blow? Why does the river flow? Why is a leaf bud sticky? And do not hurry to answer his questions for him. Let him think his difficulties out as far as his small experience will carry him. Above all, when you come to the rescue, let it not be in the cut-and-dried formula of some miserable little textbook. Let him have all the insight available, and you will find that on many scientific questions the child may be brought at once to the level of modern thought. Do not embarrass the child with too much scientific nomenclature. If he discover for himself, helped perhaps by a leading question or two, by comparing an oyster and his cat, that some animals have backbones and some have not, it is less important that he should learn the terms vertebrate and invertebrate than that he should class the animals he meets with according to this difference. The method of this sort of instruction is shown in evenings at home, where Eyes and No Eyes go for a walk. No Eyes comes home bored, he has seen nothing, been interested in nothing, while Eyes is all agog to discuss 100 things that have interested him. As I have already tried to point out, to get this sort of instruction for himself is simply the nature of the child. The business of the parent is to afford him abundant and varied opportunities, and to direct his observations, so that knowing little of the principles of scientific classification, he is unconsciously furnishing himself with the materials for such classification. It is needless to repeat what has already been said on this subject, but indeed the future of the man or woman depends very largely on the store of real knowledge gathered, and the habits of intelligent observation acquired by the child. Think you, says Mr. Herbert Spencer, that the rounded rock marked with parallel scratches calls up as much poetry in an ignorant mind as in the mind of the geologist who knows that over this rock a glacier slid 1,000,000 of years ago? The truth is that those who have never entered on scientific pursuits are blind to most of the poetry by which they are surrounded. Whoever has not in youth collected plants and insects knows not half the halo of interest which lanes and hedgerows can assume. Geography. Geography is, to my mind, a subject of high educational value, and this not because it affords the means of scientific training. Geography does present its problems, and these of the most interesting, and does afford materials for classification. But it is physical geography only which falls within the definition of a science, and even that is rather a compendium of the results of several sciences than a science itself. But the peculiar value of geography lies in its fitness to nourish the mind with ideas and to furnish the imagination with pictures. Herein lies the educational value of geography. Now, how is the subject commonly taught? The child learns the names of the capital cities of Europe, or of the rivers of England, or of the mountain chains of Scotland, from some miserable little textbook, with length in miles, and height in feet, and population, finding the names on his map, or not, according as his teacher is more or less up to her work. Poor little fellow! The lesson is hard work to him, but as far as education goes, that is, the developing of the faculties, the furnishing of the mind, he would be better employed in watching the progress of a fly across the window-pane. But, you will say, geography has a further use than this strictly educative one. Everybody wants the sort of information which the geography lesson should afford. That is true, and is to be borne in mind in the schoolroom. The child's geography lesson should furnish just the sort of information which grown-up people care to possess. Now, do think how unreasonable we are in this matter. Nothing will persuade us to read a book of travel unless it be interesting, graphic, with a spice of personal adventure. Even when we are going about with Murray in hand, we skip the dry facts and figures, and read the suggestive pictorial scraps. These are the sorts of things we like to know and remember with ease. But none of this pleasant padding for the poor child, if you please. Do not let him have a little pictorial sentences that he may dream over, facts and names and figure. These are the pabulum for him. But, you say, this sort of knowledge, though it be a labor to the child to acquire it, is useful in after life. Not a bit of it. And for this reason, it has never been really received by the brain at all, has never got further than that floating nebulae of mere verbal memory, which we have already had occasion to speak of. Most of us have gone through a good deal of drudgery in the way of geography lessons, but how much do we remember? Just the pleasant bits we heard from traveled friends, about the Rhine, or Paris, or Venice, or bits from the voyage of Captain Cook, or other pleasant tales of travel and adventure. We begin to see the lines we must go upon in teaching geography. For educative purposes, the child must learn such geography, and in such a way that his mind shall thereby be stored with ideas, his imagination with images. For practical purposes, he must learn such geography only as the nature of his mind considered he will be able to remember. In other words, he must learn what interests him. The educative and the practical run in one groove, and the geography lesson becomes the most charming occupation of the child's day. But how to begin? In the first place, the child gets his rudimentary notions of geography as he gets his first notions of natural science, in those long out-of-doors which we have already seen the importance of. A pool fed by a mere cutting in the fields will explain the nature of a lake, will carry the child to the lovely lakes of the Alps, to Livingstone's great African lake in which he delighted to see his children paddling, his own children paddling in his own lake. In this connection will come in a great deal of pleasant talk about places, pictorial geography, until the child knows by name and nature the great rivers and mountains, the desert and plains, the cities and countries of the world. At the same time he gets his first notions of a map from a rude sketch, a mere few lines and dots done with pencil and paper, or better still with a stick in the sand or gravel. This crooked line is the Rhine, but you must imagine the rafts and the island with the mouse tower, and the Nuns' Island and the rest. Here are the hills with the castles on the top, now on this side, now on that. This dot is Cologne, etc. Especially let those talks cover all the home scenery and interests you are acquainted with, so that by and by, when he looks at the map of England, he finds a score of familiar names which suggest landscapes to him, places where mother has been. The woody, flowery islets of the Thames, the smooth Sussex downs, delightful to run and roll upon with soft carpet of turf and nodding harebells, the York or Devon moors with bilberries and heather, and always give him a rough sketch map of the route you took in a given journey. What next? Intimate knowledge with the fullest details of any country or region of the world, any county or district of his own country. It is not necessary that he should learn at this stage what is called the geography of the countries of Europe, the continents of the world, mere strings of names for the most part. He may learn these, but it is tolerably certain that he will not remember them. But let him be at home, in any single region. Let him see with the mind's eye the people at their work and at their play, the flowers and fruits in their seasons, the beasts each in its habitat, and let him see all sympathetically. That is, let him follow the adventures of a traveler, and he knows more, is better furnished with ideas, than if he had learnt all the names on all the maps. The way of this kind of teaching is very simple and obvious. Read to him, or read for him, that is, read bit by bit, and tell as you read. Hartwig's Tropical World, the same author's Polar World, Livingstone's Missionary Travels, Miss Bird's Unbeaten Tracts in Japan. In fact, any interesting, well-written book of travel. It may be necessary to leave out a good deal, but every illustrative anecdote, every bit of description, is so much toward the child's education. Here, as elsewhere, the question is not how many things does he know, but how much does he know about each thing. Maps must be carefully used in this kind of work, a sketch map following the traveler's progress to be compared finally with a more complete map of the region. and the teacher will exact a description of such and such a town and such a district, marked on the map, by way of testing and confirming the child's exact knowledge. In this way, too, he gets intelligent notions of physical geography in the course of his reading. He falls in with a description of a volcano, a glacier, a canyon, a hurricane. He hears all about and asks and learns the how and the why of such phenomena at the moment when his interest is excited. In other words, he learns as his elders elect to learn for themselves, though they rarely allow the children to tread in paths so pleasant. Supposing that between the child's 5th and his 9th year, a dozen well-chosen standard books of travel have been read with him in this way, he has gained distinctive ideas of the landscape and productions and the manners of the people of every great region of the world, has laid up a store of reliable, valuable knowledge that will last his lifetime, and besides has done something to acquire a taste for books and the habit of reading. Such books as Lady Brassee's Voyage in the Sunbeam should be avoided, as covering too much ground, and likely to breed some confusion of ideas. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jessica Taylor. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. The education of children under 9 years of age. Lessons as Instruments of Education, Part 4. History. Much that has been said about the teaching of geography applies equally to that of history. Here, too, is a subject which should be to the child an inexhaustible storehouse of ideas, should enrich the chambers of his house beautiful with 1,000 tableaus, pathetic and heroic, and should form in him insensibly principles whereby he will hereafter judge of the behavior of nations and will rule his own conduct as one of a nation. This is what the study of history should do for the child. But what is he to get out of the miserable little chronicle of feuds, battles, and death, which is presented to him by way of a reign, all the more repellent because it bristles with dates? As for the dates, they never come right. The tens and units he can get, but the centuries will go astray. And how is he to put the right events in the right reign, when to him one king differs from another only in number, one period from another only in date? But he blunders through with it, reads in his pleasant, chatty little history book all the reigns of all the kings, from William the Conqueror to William the Fourth, and back to the dim days of British rule. And with what result? This, that possibly no way of warping the judgment of the child, of filling him with crude notions, narrow prejudices, is more successful than that of carrying him through some such course of English history. And all the more so, if his little textbook be moral or religious in tone, and undertakes to point the moral as well as to record the fact. Moral teaching falls, no doubt, within the province of history, but the one small volume which the child uses affords no scope for the fair and reasonable discussion upon which moral decisions should be based, nor is the child old enough to be put into the judicial attitude which such a decision supposes. The fatal mistake is in the notion that he must learn outlines, or a baby edition of the whole history of England, or of Rome, just as he must cover the geography of all the world. Let him, on the contrary, linger pleasantly over the history of a single man, a short period, until he thinks the thought of that man is at home in the ways of that period. Though he is reading and thinking of the lifetime of a single man, he is really getting intimately acquainted with the history of a whole nation for a whole age. Let him spend a year of happy intimacy with Alfred, the truth-teller, with the Conqueror, with Richard and Saladin, or with Henry V, Shakespeare's Henry V, and his victorious army. Let him know the great people and the common people, the ways of the court and of the crowd. Let him know what other nations were doing while we at home were doing thus and thus. If he come to think that the people of another age were truer, larger-hearted, simpler-minded than ourselves, that the people of some other land were, at one time at any rate, better than we, why, so much the better for him. For the matter for this intelligent teaching of history, eschew, in the first place, nearly all history books written expressly for children, and in the next place, all compendiums, outlines, abstracts, whatsoever. For the abstracts, considering what part the study of history is fitted to play in the education of the child, there is not a word to be said in their favor. And as for what are called children's books, the children of educated parents are able to understand history written with literary power, and are not attracted by the twaddle of reading made easy little history books. Given judicious skipping, and a good deal of the free paraphrasing mothers are so ready at, and the children may be taken through the first few volumes of a well-written, illustrated, popular history of England, say so far as the Tudors. In the course of such reading, a good deal of questioning into them and questioning out of them will be necessary, both to secure their attention and to fix the facts. This is the least that should be done, but better than this would be fuller information, more graphic details about 2 or 3 early epochs. The early history of a nation is far better fitted than its later records for the study of children, because the story moves on a few broad, simple lines, while statesmanship, so far as it exists, is no more than the efforts of a resourceful mind to cope with circumstances. Mr. Freeman has provided delightful early English history for children, but is it not on the whole better to take them straight to the fountainhead where possible? In these early years, while there are no examinations ahead, and the children may yet go leisurely, let them get the spirit of history into them by reading at least one old chronicle, written by a man who saw and knew something of what he wrote about, and did not get it at second hand. These old books are easier and pleasanter reading than most modern works on history, because the writers know little of the dignity of history. They purl along pleasantly as a forest brook, tell you all about it, stir your heart with the story of a great event, amuse you with pageants and shows, make you intimate with the great people, and friendly with the lowly. They are just the right thing for the children whose eager souls want to get at the living people behind the words of the history book, caring nothing at all about progress or statutes, or about anything but the persons for whose action history is, to the child's mind, no more than a convenient stage. A child who has been carried through a single old chronicler in this way has a better foundation for an historical training than if he knew all the dates and names and facts that ever were crammed for examination. First, in order of time, and full of the most captivating reading, is the Ecclesiastical History of England, of the Venerable Bede, who, writing of himself so early as the 7th century, says, "It was always sweet to me to learn, to teach, and to write." He has left us, says Professor Morley, a history of the early years of England, succinct, yet often warm with life, businesslike, and yet childlike in its tone, at once practical and spiritual, simply just and the work of a true scholar, breathing love to God and man. We owe to Bede alone the knowledge of much that is most interesting in our early history. William of Malmesbury, 12th century, says of Bede, that almost all knowledge of past events was buried in the same grave with him, and he is no bad judge, for in his Chronicles of the Kings of England, he himself is considered to have carried to perfection the art of chronicle making. He is especially vivid and graphic about contemporary events, the story of the dreary civil war of Stephen and Matilda. Meantime, there is Asser, who writes the life of Alfred, whose friend and fellow worker he is. It seems to me right, he says, to explain a little more fully what I have heard from my Lord Alfred. He tells us how, when I had come into his presence at the royal ville, called Leoniford, I was honorably received by him, and remained that time with him at his court about 8 months, during which I read to him whatever books he liked, and such as he had at hand, for this is his most usual custom, both night and day, amid his many other occupations of mind and body, either himself to read books, or to listen whilst others read them. When he was not present to see for himself, as at the battle of Ashdown, Asser takes pains to get the testimony of eye-witnesses. But Alfred, as we have been told by those who were present and would not tell an untruth, marched up promptly with his men to give them battle, for King Ethelred remained a long time in his tent in prayer. Then there are Chronicles of the Crusades, contemporary narratives of the Crusades of Richard Coeur de Lion, by Richard of Devizes, and Geoffrey de Vincennes, and of the Crusade of St. Louis, by Lord John de Joinville. It is needless to extend the list. One such old chronicle in a year, or the suitable bits of one such chronicle, and the child's imagination is aglow, his mind is teeming with ideas. He has had speech of those who have themselves seen and heard. And the matter-of-fact way in which the old monks tell their tales is exactly what children prefer. Afterwards, you may put any dull outlines into their hands, and they will make history for themselves. But every nation has its heroic age before authentic history begins. There were giants in the land in those days, and the child wants to know about them. He has every right to revel in such classic myths as we possess as a nation. And to land him in a company of painted savages, by way of giving him his first introduction to his people, is a little hard. It is to make his vision of the past harsh and bald as a Chinese painting. But what is to be done? If we ever had an Homeric age, have we not, being a practical people, lost all record thereof? Here is another debt that we owe to those old monkish chroniclers. The echoes of some dim, rich past had come down to, at any rate, the 12th century. They fell upon the ear of a Welsh priest, one Geoffrey of Monmouth, and while William of Malmesbury was writing his admirable History of the Kings of England, what does Geoffrey do but weave the traditions of the people into an orderly history of the British kings, reaching back all the way to King Brute, the grandson of Aeneas. How he came to know about kings that no other historian has heard of is a matter he is a little roguish about. He got it all, he says, out of that book in the British language which Walter, Archdeacon of Oxford, brought out of Brittany. Be that as it may, here we read of Gorboduc, King Lear, Merlin, Uther Pendragon, and best of all, of King Arthur, the writer making the little finger of his Arthur stouter than the back of Alexander the Great. Here is indeed a treasure trove which the children should be made free of 10 years before they come to read the Idylls of the King. Some caution must, however, be exercised in reading Geoffrey of Monmouth. his tales of marvel are delightful. But when he quits the marvelous and romances freely about historical facts and personages, he becomes a bewildering guide. Many of these chronicles, written in Latin by the monks, are to be had in readable English. The only caution to be observed is that the mother should run her eye over the pages before she reads them aloud. Footnote: Bohn's Antiquarian Library includes Bede, William of Malmesbury, Dr. Giles's 6 Old English Chronicles, Asser and Geoffrey of Monmouth being 2 of them, Chronicles of the Crusaders, etc. End of footnote. Froissart, again most delightful of chroniclers, himself tame about the court of Queen Philippa, when he chose to be in England. From whom else should the child get the story of the French wars? And so of as much else as there is time for, the principle being that wherever practicable, the child should get his first notions of a given period not from the modern historian, the commentator and reviewer, but from the original sources of history, the writings of contemporaries. The mother must, however, exercise discrimination in her choice of early chronicles, as all are not equally reliable. In the same way, readings from Plutarch's Lives will afford the best preparation for the study of Grecian or Roman history. Alexander the Great is something more than a name to the child who reads this sort of thing. Quote, when the horse Bucephalus was offered in sale to Philip at the price of 13 talents, the king, with the prince and many others, went into the field to see some trial made of him. The horse appeared very vicious and unmanageable, and was so far from suffering himself to be mounted that he would not bear to be spoken to, but turned fiercely upon all the grooms. Philip was displeased at their bringing him so wild and ungovernable a horse, and bade them take him away. But Alexander, who had observed him well, said, what a horse are they losing for want of skill and spirit to manage him? Philip at first took no notice of this, but upon the prince's often repeating the same expression and showing great uneasiness, he said, young man, you find fault with your elders as if you knew more than they, or could manage the horse better. And I certainly could, answered the prince. If you should not be able to ride him, what forfeiture will you submit to for your rashness? I will pay the price of the horse. Upon this, all the company laughed. But the king and prince agreeing as to the forfeiture, Alexander ran to the horse, and, laying hold on the bridle, turned him to the sun, for he had observed, it seems, that the shadow which fell before the horse, and continually moved as he moved, greatly disturbed him. While his fierceness and fury lasted, he kept speaking to him softly and stroking him, after which he gently let fall his mantle, leaped lightly upon his back, and got his seat very safe. Then, without pulling the reins too hard, or using either whip or spur, he set him a-going. As soon as he perceived his uneasiness abated, and that he wanted only to run, he put him in a full gallop, and pushed him on both with the voice and spur. Philip and all his court were in great distress for him at first, and a profound silence took place. But when the prince had turned him and brought him safe back, they all received him with loud exclamations, except his father, who wept for joy, and kissing him, said, Seek another kingdom, my son, that may be worthy of thy abilities, for Macedonia is too small for thee. End of quote. Here again, even in a translation, we get the sort of vivid graphic presentation which makes history as real to the child as are the adventures of Robinson Crusoe. To sum up, to know what there is to be known about even one short period is far better for the children than to know the outlines of all history. And in the second place, children are quite able to take in intelligent ideas in intelligent language, and should by no means be excluded from the best that is written on the period they are about. Grammar. Of grammar, Latin, and English, I shall say very little here. In the first place, grammar, being a study of words and not of things, is by no means attractive to the child, nor should he be hurried into it. English grammar, again, depending as it does on the position and logical connection of words, is peculiarly hard for him to grasp. In this respect, the Latin grammar is easier. A change in the form, the shape of the word to denote case, is what the child can see with his bodily eye, and therefore is plainer to him than the abstract ideas of nominative and objective case as we have them in English. Therefore, if he learns no more at this early stage than 2 declensions and a verb or 2, it is well he should learn thus much, if only to help him to see what English grammar would be at when it speaks of a change in case or mood, yet shows no change in the form of the word. Again, because English grammar is a logical study and deals with sentences and the positions that words occupy in them, rather than with words and what they are in their own right, it is better that the child should begin with a sentence, and not with the parts of speech, should learn a little of what is called analysis of sentences before he learns to parse, should learn to divide simple sentences into the thing we speak of and what we say about it. The cat sits on the hearth, before he is lost in the fog of person, mood, and part of speech. French stands on another footing altogether, and should be acquired as English is, not as a grammar, but as a living speech. To train the ear to distinguish and the lips to produce the French vocables is a valuable part of the education of the senses, and one which can hardly be undertaken too soon. Again, all educated persons should be able to speak French. Sir Lyon Playfair, speaking recently at a conference of French masters, lamented feelingly our degeneracy in this respect, and instanced the grammar school of Perth, to show that in a Scotch school in the 16th century the boys were required to speak Latin during school hours, and French at all other times. There is hardly another civilized nation so dull in acquiring foreign tongues as we English of the present time. But probably the fault lies rather in the way we set about the study than in any natural incapacity for languages. As regards French, for instance, our difficulties are twofold: the want of a vocabulary and a certain awkwardness in producing unfamiliar sounds. It is evident that both these hindrances should be removed in early childhood. The child should never see French words in print until he has learned to say them with as much ease and readiness as if they were English. The desire to give printed combinations of letters the sounds they would bear in English words is the real cause of our national difficulty in pronouncing French. Again, the child's vocabulary should increase steadily, say at the rate of half a dozen words a day. Think of 1,500 words in a year. The child who has that number of words and knows how to apply them can speak French. Of course, his teacher will take care that, in giving words, she gives idioms also, and that, as he learns new words, they are put into sentences and kept in use from day to day. A notebook in which she enters the child's new words and sentences will easily enable the teacher to do this. The young child has no foolish shame about saying French words. He pronounces them as simply as if they were English, but it is very important that he should acquire a pure accent from the first. It is not often advisable that young English children should be put into the hands of a French governess or nurse. But would it not be possible for half a dozen families, say, to engage a French lady who would give half an hour daily to each family? This long chapter must be brought to a close, with a disappointing sense that subjects of importance in the child's education have been left out of count, and that no one subject has been adequately treated. Certain subjects of peculiar educational value, music and drawing, for instance, I have said nothing about, partly for want of space, and partly because if the mother have not Sir Joshua Reynolds' that in her, hints from an outsider will not produce the art feeling which is the condition of success in this sort of teaching. Let the children learn from the first under artists, lovers of their work. It is a serious mistake to let the child lay the foundation of whatever he may do in the future under ill-qualified mechanical teachers, who kindle in him none of the enthusiasm which is the life of art. May I hope, in concluding this short review of the subjects proper for the child's intellectual education, that enough has been said to show the necessity of grave consideration on the mother's part before she allows promiscuous little lesson books to be put into the hands of her children, or trusts ill-qualified persons to strike out methods of teaching for themselves. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Home Education, a course of lecture to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The education of children under 9 years of age, the will, the conscience, the divine life in the child, Part 1. The will. We have now to consider a subject of unspeakable importance to every being called upon to sustain a reasonable life here, with the hope of the fuller life hereafter. I mean the government of the kingdom of man's soul. Every child who lives long enough in the world is invested by degrees with this high function, and it is the part of his parents to instruct him in his duties and to practice him in his tasks. Now the government of this kingdom of man's soul is, like that of some other well-ordered states, carried on in 3 chambers, each chamber with its own functions, exercised not by a multitude of counselors, but by a single minister. In the outer of the 3 chambers sits the will. Like that Roman centurion, he has soldiers under him. He says to this man, "Go," and he goeth. To another, "Come," and he cometh. To a third, "Do this," and he doeth it. In other words, the executive power is vested in the will. If the will have the habit of authority, if it deliver its mandates in the tone that constrains obedience, the kingdom is, at any rate, at unity with itself. If the will be feeble, of uncertain counsels, poor man-soul is torn with disorder and rebellion. What is the will? I do not know. It would appear an ultimate fact, not admitting of definition. But there are few subjects on which those who have the education of children in their hands make more injurious mistakes. And therefore it is worthwhile to consider as we may what are the functions of the will, and what are its limitations. In the first place, the will does not necessarily come into play in any of the aspects in which we have hitherto considered the child. He may reflect and imagine, be stirred by the desire of knowledge, of power, of distinction, may love and esteem, may form habits of attention, obedience, diligence, sloth, involuntarily, that is, without ever intending, purposing, willing these things for himself. So far is this true that there are people who live through their lives without an act of deliberate will, amiable, easy-going people on the one hand, hedged in by favoring circumstances, and poor souls on the other, whom circumstances have not saved, who have drifted from their moorings and are hardly to be named by those they belong to. Great intellectual powers by no means imply a controlling will. We read how Coleridge had to be taken care of because he had so little power of willing. His thoughts were as little under his own volition as his actions, and the fine talk people went to hear was no more than an endless pouring forth of ideas connected by no other link than that of association. Though so fine was his mind that his ideas flowed methodically, of their own accord, so to speak. It is not necessary to say a word about the dignity and force of character which a confirmed will gives to its possessor. In fact, character is the result of conduct regulated by will. We say so-and-so has a great deal of character, such another is without character, and we might express the fact equally by saying so-and-so has a vigorous will, such another has no force of will. We all know of lives rich in gifts and graces which have been wrecked for the lack of a determining will. The will is the controller of the passions and emotions, the director of the desires, the ruler of the appetites. But observe, the passions, the desires, the appetites are there already, and the will gathers force and vigor only as it is exercised in the repression and direction of these. For though the will appears to be of purely spiritual nature, yet it behaves like any member of the body in this, that it becomes vigorous and capable in proportion as it is duly nourished and fitly employed. The villain of a novel, it is true, is, or rather used to be, an interesting person because he was always endowed with a powerful will, which acted not in controlling his violent passions, but in aiding and abetting them. The result was a diabolical being out of the common way of nature. And no wonder, for according to natural law, the faculty which does not fulfill its own functions is punished by loss of power. If it does not cease to be, it becomes as though it were not. And the will, being placed in the seat of authority, has no power to carry its forces over to the mob. The disorder would be too fearful. Just as when the executive powers of a state are seized upon by a riotous mob, and there are shootings in the highways and hangings from the lanterns, infinite confusion everywhere. I am anxious to bring before you this limitation of the will to its own proper functions, because parents often enough fall into the very metaphysical blunder we have seen in the novel writer. They admire a vigorous will, and rightly, they know that if their child is to make his mark in the world, it must be by force of will. What follows? The baby screams himself into fits for a forbidden plaything, and the mother says, "He has such a strong will." The little fellow of 3 stands roaring in the street and will neither go hither nor thither with his nurse, because he has such a strong will. He will rule the sports of the nursery, will monopolize his sister's playthings, all because of this strong will. Now we come to a divergence of opinion. On the one hand, the parents decide that whatever the consequence, the child's will is not to be broken, so all his vagaries must go unchecked. On the other, the decision is that the child's will must be broken at all hazards, and the poor little being is subjected to a dreary round of punishment and repression. But all the time nobody perceives that it is the mere want of will that is the matter with the child. He is in a state of absolute willfulness, the rather unfortunate word we use to describe the state in which the will has no controlling power. Willlessness, if there were such a word, would describe this state more truly. Now this confusion in the mind of many persons between the state of willfulness and that of being dominated by will leads to mischievous results. even where willfulness is not fostered, nor the child unduly repressed. It leads to the neglect of the due cultivation and training of the will, that almost divine faculty, upon the development of which every other gift, be it beauty or genius, strength or skill, depends for its value. What then is willfulness, if it is not an exercise of will? Simply this: remove bit and bridle, that is, the control of the will, from the appetites, the desires, the emotions, and the child who has mounted his hobby, be it resentment, jealousy, desire of power, desire of property, is another Mazeppa, borne along with the speed of the swift and the strength of the strong, and with no power at all to help himself. Appetite, passion, there is no limit to their power and their persistence if the appointed check be removed. And it is this impetus of appetite or of passion, this apparent determination to go in one way and no other, which is called willfulness, and mistaken for an exercise of will. Whereas the determination is only apparent, the child is in fact hurried along without resistance, because that opposing force, which should give balance to his character, is undeveloped and untrained. The will has its superior and its inferior, what may be called its moral and its mechanical functions, and that will, which for want of practice has grown flaccid and feeble in the exercise of its higher functions, may yet be able for the ordering of such matters as going or coming, sitting or standing, speaking or refraining from speech. Again, though it is impossible to attain moral excellence of character without the agency of a vigorous will, the will itself is not a moral faculty, and a man may attain great strength of will in consequence of continued efforts in the repression or direction of his appetites or desires, and yet be an unworthy man. That is, he may be keeping himself in order from unworthy motives, for the sake of appearances, for his own interest, even for the injury of another. Once again, though a disciplined will is not a necessary condition of the Christian life, it is necessary to the development of the heroic Christian character. A Gordon, a Havelock, a Florence Nightingale, a St. Paul, could not be other than a person of vigorous will. In this respect, as in all others, Christianity reaches the feeblest souls. There is a wonderful Guido Magdalene in the Louvre, with a mouth which has plainly never been set to any resolve, for good or ill, a lower face molded by the helpless following of the inclination of the moment. But you look up to the eyes, which are raised to meet the gaze of eyes not shown in the picture, and the countenance is transfigured. The whole face is aglow with a passion of service, love, and self-surrender. All this the divine grace may accomplish in weak, unwilling souls. And then they will do what they can, but their power of service is limited by their past. Not so the child of the Christian mother, whose highest desire is to train him for the Christian life. When he wakes to the consciousness of whose he is and whom he serves, she would have him ready for that high service, with every faculty and training, a man of war from his youth, above all with an effective will and to do of his good pleasure. Before we consider how to train this sole practical faculty of man, we must know how the will operates, how it manages the ordering of all that is done and thought in the kingdom of man's soul. "Can't you make yourself do what you wish to do?" says Guy in The Heir of Redcliffe to poor Charlie Edmonston, who has never been in the habit of making himself do anything. There are those, no doubt, who have not even arrived at wishing, but most of us desire to do well. What we want to know is how to make ourselves do what we desire. And here is the line which divides the effective from the non-effective people, the great from the small, the good from the well-intentioned and respectable. It is in proportion as a man has self-controlling, self-compelling power that he is able to do even of his own pleasure, that he can depend upon himself, and be sure of his own action in emergencies. Now, how does this autocrat of the bosom behave? Is it with a stern thou shalt not, that the subject man is coerced into obedience? By no means. Is it by a plausible show of reasons, mustering of motives? Not this either. Since Mr. John Stuart Mill taught us that all that a man does or can do with matter is to move one thing to or from another, we need not be surprised if great moral results are brought about by what seem inadequate means, and a little bit of nursery experience will show better than much talking what is possible to the will. A baby falls, gets a bad bump, and cries piteously. The experienced nurse does not kiss the place to make it well, or show any pity for the child's trouble. That would make matters worse. The more she pities, the more he sobs. She hastens to change his thoughts, so she says. She carries him to the window to see the horses, gives him his pet picture book, his dearest toy, and the child pulls himself up in the middle of a sob, though he is really badly hurt. Now this, of the knowing nurse, is precisely the part the will plays toward the man. It is by force of will that a man can change his thoughts, transfer his attention from one subject of thought to another, and that with a shock of mental force that he is distinctly conscious of. And this is enough to save a man and to make a man, this power of making himself think only of those things which he has beforehand decided that it is good to think upon. His thoughts are wandering on forbidden pleasures to the hindrance of his work. He pulls himself up and deliberately fixes his attention on those incentives which have most power to make him work, the leisure and pleasure which follow honest labor, the duty which binds him to the fulfilling of his task. His thoughts run in the groove he wills them to run in, and work is no longer an effort. Again, some slight affront has called up a flood of resentful feeling. So-and-so should have done it. He had no right. It was mean. And so on through all the hard things we are ready enough to say in our hearts of an offender against our amour-propre. But the man under the control of his own will does not allow this to go on. He does not fight it out with himself and say, "This is very wrong in me, so-and-so is not much to blame after all." He is not ready for that yet, but he just compels himself to think of something else, the last book he has read, the next letter he must write, anything interesting enough to divert his thoughts. When he allows himself to go back to the cause of offense, behold, all rancor is gone, and he is able to look at the matter with the coolness of a third person. And this is true not only of the risings of resentment, but of every temptation that besets the flesh and spirit. Again, the sameness of his duties, the weariness of doing the same thing over and over fills him with disgust and despondency, and he relaxes his efforts. But not if he be a man under the power of his own will, because he simply does not allow himself in idle discontent. It is always within his power to give himself something pleasant, something outside of himself to think of, and he does so, and given what we call a happy frame of mind, no work is laborious. It is something to know what to do with ourselves when we are beset, and the knowledge of this way of the will is so far the secret of a happy life that it is well worth imparting to the children. Are you cross? Change your thoughts. Are you tired of trying? Change your thoughts. Are you craving for things you are not to have? Change your thoughts. There is a power within you, your own will, which will enable you to turn your attention from thoughts that make you unhappy and wrong to thoughts that make you happy and right. And this is the exceedingly simple way in which the will acts. This is the sole secret of the power over himself, which the strong man wields. He can compel himself to think of what he chooses, and will not allow himself in thoughts that breed mischief. But you perceive that though the will is all-powerful within certain limits, these are but narrow limits after all. Much must go before and along with a vigorous will if it is to be a power in the ruling of conduct. For instance, the man must have acquired the habit of attention, the great importance of which we have already considered. There are bird-witted people who have no power of thinking connectedly for 5 minutes under any pressure, from within or from without. If they have never been trained to apply the whole of their mental faculties to a given subject, why, no energy of will, supposing they had it, which is impossible, could make them think steadily thoughts of their own choosing, or of anyone else's. Here is how the parts of the intellectual fabric dovetail. Power of will implies power of attention, and before the parents can begin to train the will of the child, he must have begun to form in him the habit of attention. Again, we have already considered the fatal facility in evil, the impulse towards good which habit gives. Habit is either the ally or the opponent, too often the frustrator of the will. The unhappy drunkard does will with what strength there is in him. He turns away the eyes of his mind from beholding his snare. He plies himself assiduously with other thoughts. But alas, his thoughts will only run in the accustomed groove of desire, and habit is too strong for his feeble will. We all know something of this struggle between habit and will in less vital matters. Who is without some dilatory, procrastinating, in some way tiresome habit, which is in almost daily struggle with the rectified will? But I have already said so much about the duty of parents to ease the way of their children by laying down for them the lines of helpful habits, that it is unnecessary to say a word more here of habit as an ally or hinderer of the will. And once more, only the man of cultivated reason is capable of being ruled by a well-directed will. If his understanding does not show good cause why he should do some solid reading every day, why he should cling to the faith of his fathers, why he should take up his duties as a citizen, the movements of his will be feeble and fluctuating, and very barren of results. And indeed, worse may happen. He may take up some wrong-headed, or even vicious notion, and work a great deal of mischief by what he feels to be a virtuous effort of will. The parent may venture to place the power of will in the hands of his child, only in so far as he trains him to make a reasonable use of so effective an instrument. One other limitation of the will we shall consider presently, but supposing the parent take pains that the child shall be in a fit state to use his will, how is he to strengthen that will so that by and by the child may employ it to control his own life by? We have spoken already of the importance of training the child in the habit of obedience. Now, obedience is valuable only in so far as it helps the child toward making himself do that which he knows he ought to do. Every effort of obedience which does not give him a sense of conquest over his own inclinations helps to enslave him, and he will resent the loss of his liberty by running into license when he can. That is the secret of the miscarrying of many strictly brought-up children. But invite his cooperation, let him heartily intend and purpose to do the thing he is bidden, and then it is his own will that is compelling him, and not yours. He has begun the greatest effort, the highest accomplishment of human life, the making, the compelling of himself. Let him know what he is about. Let him enjoy a sense of triumph, and of your congratulation whenever he fetches his thoughts back to his tiresome sum, whenever he makes his hand finish what they have begun, whenever he throws the black dog off his back and produces a smile from a clouded face. Then, as was said before, let him know the secret of willing. Let him know that by an effort of will he can turn his thoughts to the thing he wants to think of, his lessons, his prayers, his work, and away from the thing he should not think of. That in fact he can be such a brave, strong little fellow, He can make himself think of what he likes, and let him try little experiments, that if he once gets his thoughts right, the rest will take care of itself. He will be sure to do right then, that if he feels cross, naughty thoughts coming upon him, the plan is to think hard about something else, something nice. His next birthday, what he means to do when he is a man. Not all this at once, of course, but line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little and there a little, as opportunity offers. Let him get into the habit of managing himself, controlling himself, and it is astonishing how much self-compelling power quite a young child will exhibit. "Restrain yourself, Tommy," I once heard a wise aunt say to a boy of 4, and Tommy restrained himself, though he was making a terrible hullabaloo about some small trouble. All this time, the will of the child is being both trained and strengthened. He is learning how and when to use his will, and it is becoming every day more vigorous and capable. Let me add 1 or 2 wise thoughts from Dr. Morell's Introduction to Mental Philosophy. Quote, "The education of the will is really of far greater importance as shaping the destiny of the individual than that of the intellect. Theory and doctrine and inculcation of laws and propositions will never of themselves lead to the uniform habit of right action. It is by doing that we learn to do, by overcoming that we learn to overcome, and every right act which we cause to spring out of pure principles, whether by authority, precept, or example, will have a greater weight in the formation of character than all the theory in the world." End quote. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Home Education, a course in lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The education of children under 9 years of age, the will, the conscience, the divine life in the child. Part 2. The conscience. But the will by no means carries on the government of the kingdom of man's soul single-handed. True, the will wields the executive power. It is only by willing that we are enabled to do. But there is a higher power behind, whose mandate the will does no more than express. Conscience sits supreme in the inner chamber. Conscience is the lawgiver, and utters the "thou shalt" and the "thou shalt not," whereupon the will takes action. The judge, too, before whom the offending soul is summoned, and from the "thou art the man" of conscience there is no appeal. I am, I ought, I can, I will. These are the stepping stones of that ladder of St. Augustine, whereby we rise on stepping stones of our dead selves to higher things. I am. We have the power of knowing ourselves. I ought. We have within us a moral judge, to whom we feel ourselves subject, and who points out and requires of us our duty. I can. We are conscious of power to do that which we perceive we ought to do. I will. We determine to exercise that power with the volition which is in itself a step in the execution of that which we will. Here is a beautiful and perfect chain, and the wonder is that so exquisitely constituted as he is for right doing, error should even be possible to man. But of the sorrowful mysteries of sin and temptation it is not my place to speak here. You will see that it is because of the sad possibilities of ruin and loss which lie about every human life that I am pressing upon mothers the duty of saving their children by means put into their hands. Perhaps it is not too much to say that 99 out of 100 lost lives lie at the door of parents who took no pains to deliver their children from sloth, from sensual appetites, from willfulness, no pains to fortify them with the habits of a good life. We live in a redeemed world, and infinite grace and help from above attend every rightly directed effort in the training of the children. But I do not see much ground for hoping that divine grace will step in as a substitute for any and every faculty we choose to leave undeveloped or misdirected. In the physical world, we do not expect miracles to make up for our neglect of the use of means. The rickety body, the misshapen limb, which the child has to thank his parents for, remain with him through life, however much else he may have to thank God for. And a feeble will, bad habits, an uninstructed conscience stick by many a Christian man through his life because his parents failed in their duty to him, and he has not had force enough in himself to supply their omission. In this matter of conscience, for instance, the laissez-faire habit of his parents is the cause of real wrong and injury to many a child. The parents are thankful to believe that their child is born with a conscience. They hope his conduct may be ruled thereby, and the rest they leave. The child and his conscience may settle it between them. Now, this is to suppose either that a full-grown conscience is born into an infant body, or that it grows, like the hair and the limbs, with the growth of the body, and is not subject to the conditions of spiritual development proper to itself. In other words, it is to suppose that conscience is an infallible guide, a delusion people cling to, in spite of common sense and of everyday experience of the wrong-headed things men do from conscientious motives. The vagaries of the uninstructed conscience are so familiar as to have given rise to popular proverbs. Honor among thieves. To strain out a gnat and swallow a camel point to cases of misguided conscience, while the wish is father to the thought. None is so blind as he who won't see point to the still more common cases in which a man knowingly tricks his conscience into acquiescence. Then, if conscience be not an infallible guide, if it pass blindfold by heinous offenses, and come down heavily upon some mere quibble, tithing mint, rue, and all manner of herbs, and neglecting the weightier matters of the law, if conscience be liable to be bamboozled, persuaded into calling evil good, and good evil, when desire is the special pleader before the bar, where is its use, this broken reed? Is this stern lawgiver of the breast no more, after all, than a fiction of the brain? Is your conscience no more than what you happen to think about your own actions and those of other people? On the contrary, these aberrations of conscience are perhaps the strongest proof that it exists as a real power. As Adam Smith has well said, quote, "The supreme authority of conscience is felt and tacitly acknowledged by the worst, no less than by the best of men. For even they who have thrown off all hypocrisy with the world are at pains to conceal their real character from their own eyes." End quote. What conscience is, how far it lies in the feelings, how far in the reason, how far it is independent of both, are obscure questions which it is not necessary for practical purposes to settle. But this much is evident, that conscience is as essential a part of human nature as are the affections and the reason, and that conscience is that spiritual sense whereby we have knowledge of good and evil. The 6-month-old child who cannot yet speak exhibits the workings of conscience. A reproving look will make him drop his eyes and hide his face. But observe, the mother may thus cover him with confusion by way of an experiment when the child is all sweetness, and the poor little untutored conscience rises all the same, and condemns him on the word of another. Facts like this afford a glimpse of the appalling responsibility that lies upon parents. The child comes into the world with a moral faculty, a delicate organ whereby he discerns the flavor of good and evil, and at the same time has a perception of delight in the good, in himself or others, of loathing and abhorrence of the evil. But poor little child, he is like a navigator who does not know how to box his compass. He is born to love the good and to hate the evil, but he has no real knowledge of what is good and what is evil. What intuitions he has, he puts no faith in, but yields himself in simplicity to the steering of others. The wonder that Almighty God can endure so far to leave the very making of an immortal being in the hands of human parents is only matched by the wonder that human parents can accept this divine trust with hardly a thought of its significance. Looking then upon conscience in the child rather as an undeveloped capability than as a supreme authority, the question is, how is this nascent lord of the life to be educated up to its high functions of informing the will and decreeing the conduct? For though the ill-taught conscience may make fatal blunders, and a man may carry slaughter amongst the faithful because his conscience bids, yet, on the other hand, no man ever attained a godly, righteous, and sober life, except as he was ruled by a good conscience, a conscience with not only the capacity to discern good and evil, but trained to perceive the qualities of the two. Many a man may have the great delicacy of taste which should qualify him for a tea taster, but it is only as he has trained experience in the qualities of teas that his nice taste is valuable to his employers and as a source of income to himself. As with that of the will, so with the education of the conscience. It depends upon much that has gone before. Refinement of conscience cannot coexist with ignorance. The untutored savage has his scruples that we cannot enter into. We cannot understand to this day how it was that the horrors of the Indian Mutiny arose from the mere suspicion that a mixture of hog's lard and beef fat had been dealt out to the sepoys, wherewith to grease the locks of their muskets. Those scruples which are beyond the range of our ideas, we call superstitions or prejudices, and are unwilling to look upon conduct as conscientious, even when prompted by the uninstructed conscience, unless in so far as it is reasonable and right in itself. Therefore, it is plain that, before conscience is in a position to pronounce its verdict on the facts of a given case, the cultivated reason must review the pros and cons. The practiced judgment must balance these, deciding which have the greater weight. Attention must bring all the powers of the mind to bear on the question. Habits of right action must carry the feelings, must make right doing seem the easier and the pleasanter. In the meantime, desire is clamorous, but conscience, the unbiased judge, duly informed in full court of the merits of the case, decides for the right. The will carries out the verdict of conscience, and the man whose conduct is uniformly molded upon the verdicts of conscience is the conscientious man, of whose actions and opinions you may be sure beforehand. But life is not long enough for such lengthy process. 1,000 things have to be decided offhand. And then what becomes of these elaborate proceedings? That is just the advantage of an instructed conscience backed by a trained intelligence. The judge is always sitting, the counsel always on the spot. Here is, indeed, a high motive for all the round training of the child's intelligence. He wants the highest culture you can give him, backed by carefully formed habits, in order that he may have a conscience always alert, supported by every power of the mind. And such a conscience is the very flower of a noble life. The instructed conscience may claim to be, if not infallible, at any rate nearly always right. It is not generally mature until the man is mature. Young people, however right-minded and earnest, are apt to err, chiefly because they fix their attention too much upon some one duty, some one theory of life, at the expense of much besides. But even the child, with the growing conscience and the growing powers, is able to say, "No, I can't. It would not be right." And "Yes, I will, for it is right." And once able to give either of these answers to the solicitations that assail him, the child is able to live. For the rest, The development, and what may be called the adjustment of conscience, will keep pace with his intellectual growth. But allowing that a great deal of various discipline must go to secure that final efflorescence of a good conscience, what is to be done by way of training the conscience itself, quickening the spiritual taste so that the least soupçon of evil is detected and rejected? There is no part of education more nice and delicate than this, nor any in which grown-up people are more apt to blunder. Everyone knows how tiresome it is to discuss any nice moral question with children, how they quibble, suggest 100 ingenious explanations or evasions, fail to be shocked or to admire in the right places, in fact, play with the whole question, or, what is more tiresome still, are severe and righteous overmuch, and deal damnation round with a great deal of heartiness and goodwill. Sensible parents are often distressed at this want of conscience in the children, but they are not greatly in fault. The mature conscience demands to be backed up by the mature intellect, and the children have neither one nor the other. Discussions of the kind should be put down. The children should not be encouraged to give their opinions on questions of right and wrong, and little books should not be put into their hands which pronounce authoritatively upon conduct. It would be well if the reticence of the Bible in this respect were observed by the writers of children's books, whether of story or history. The child hears the history of Joseph, with reservations, read from the Bible, which rarely offers comment or explanation. He does not need to be told what was naughty and what was good. There is no need to press home the teaching, or the Bible were written in vain, and good and bad actions carry no witness with them. Let all the circumstances of the daily Bible reading, the consecutive reading from the first chapter of Genesis onwards, with necessary omissions, be delightful to the child. Let him be in his mother's room, in his mother's arms. Let that quarter of an hour be one of sweet leisure and sober gladness, the child's whole interest being allowed to go to the story without distracting moral considerations, and then the less talk the better. The story will sink in and bring its own teaching, a little now, and more every year as he is able to bear it. One such story will be in him a constantly growing, fructifying moral idea. The Bible, the fitting parts of it, that is, first and supreme. But any true picture of life, whether a tale of golden deeds or of faulty and struggling human life, brings aliment to the growing conscience. The child gets into the habit of fixing his attention on conduct. Actions are weighed by him at first by their consequences, but by degrees his conscience acquires discriminating power, and such behavior is bad or good to him, whatever its consequences. And this silent growth of the moral faculty takes place all the more surely if the distraction of chatter on the subject is avoided. For 1,000 small movements of vanity and curiosity and mere love of talk are easily called into play, and these take off the attention from the moral idea which should be conveyed to the conscience. It is very important, again, that the child should not be allowed to condemn the conduct of the people around him. Whether he is right or wrong in his verdict is not the question. The habit of bestowing blame will certainly blunt his conscience, deaden his sensibility to the injunction, "Judge not, that ye be not judged." But the child's own conduct, surely he may be called upon to look into that. His conduct, including his words, yes, but his motives, no. Nothing must be done to induce the evil habit of introspection. Also, in setting the child to consider his ways, regard must be had to the extreme ignorance of the childish conscience, a degree of ignorance puzzling to grown-up people when they chance to discover it, which is not often, for the children, notwithstanding their endless chatter and their friendly, loving ways, live very much to themselves. They commit serious offenses against truth, modesty, love, and do not know that they have done wrong, while some absurd featherweight of transgression oppresses their souls. Children will bite and hurt one another viciously, commit petty thefts, do such shocking things that their parents fear they must have very bad natures. It is not necessarily so. It is simply that the untaught conscience sees no clear boundary line between right and wrong, and is as apt to err on one side as the other. I once saw a dying child of 12 who was wearing herself out with her great distress because she feared she had committed the unpardonable sin, so she said. How she picked up the phrase nobody knew, and that was that she had been saying her prayers without even kneeling up in bed. The ignorance of the children about the commonest matters of right and wrong is really pathetic, and yet they are too often treated as if they knew all about it, because they have conscience, as if conscience were any more than a spiritual organ, waiting for development and direction. That children do wrong knowingly is another matter, and requires, alas, no proving. All I am pressing for is the real need there exists to instruct them in their duty, and this not at haphazard, but regularly and progressively. Kindness, for instance, is, let us say, the subject of instruction this week. There is one of the talks with their mother that the children love. A short talk is best, about kindness. Kindness is love, showing itself in act and word, look and manner. A well of love, shut up and hidden in a little boy's heart, does not do anybody much good. The love must bubble up as a spring, flow out in a stream, and then it is kindness. Then will follow short daily talks about kind ways, to brothers and sisters, to playmates, to parents, to grown-up friends, to servants, to people in pain and trouble, to dumb creatures, to people we do not see, but yet can think about, all in distress, the heathen. Give the children one thought at a time, and every time some lovely example of loving kindness that will fire their hearts with the desire to do likewise. Take our Lord's parable of the Good Samaritan for a model of instruction in morals. Let tale and talk make the children emulous of virtue, and then give them the go and do likewise, the law. Having presented to them the idea of kindness in many aspects, end with the law. Be kind, or be kindly affectioned one to another. Let them know that this is the law of God for children and for grown-up people. Now conscience is instructed, the feelings are enlisted on the side of duty, and if the child is brought up, it is for breaking the law of kindness, a law that he knows of, that his conscience convicts him in the breaking. Do not give children deterrent examples of error, because of the sad proclivities of human nature, but always tell them of beautiful golden deeds, small and great, that shall stir them as trumpet calls to the battle of life. Be courteous, be candid, be grateful, be considerate, be true. There are aspects of duty enough to occupy the attention of mother and child for every day of the child life, and all the time the idea of duty is being formed and conscience is being educated and developed. At the same time, the mother exercises the friendly vigilance of a guardian angel, being watchful not to catch the child tripping, but to guide him into the acting out of the duty she has already made lovely in his eyes. For it is only as we do that we learn to do and become strong in the doing. As she instructs her child in duty, she teaches him to listen to the voice of conscience as to the voice of God. Do this, or do it not, within the breast, to be obeyed with full assurance. It is objected that we are making infallible not the divinely implanted conscience, but that same conscience made effective by discipline. It is even so. In every department of life, physical or spiritual, human effort appears to be the condition of the divine energizing. There must be a stretching forth of the withered arm before it receives strength, and we have every reason to believe that the instructed conscience, being faithfully followed, is divinely illuminated. End of section 20. Read by Deborah Beach Giordano. Section 21 of Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Home Education, a course of lectures to ladies by Charlotte Mason. The Education of Children under 9 years of age. The Will, the Conscience, the Divine Life in the Child. Part 3. The Divine Life in the Child. It is evident we have not yet reached the very pulse of the machine. Habits, feeling, reason, conscience, we have followed these into the inmost recesses of the child's life. Each acts upon the other, but what acts upon the last? What acts upon them all? It is, says a writer who has searched into the deep things of God, quote, "It is a king that our spirits cry for, to guide them, discipline them, unite them to each other, to give them a victory over themselves, a victory over the world. It is a priest that our spirits cry for, to lift them above themselves to their God and Father, to make them partakers of His nature, fellow workers in carrying out His purposes. Christ's sacrifice is the one authentic testimony that He is both the priest and king of men." End quote. Footnote. Maurice, Sermons on Sacrifice. End footnote. Conscience, we have seen, is effective only as it is moved from within, from that innermost chamber of man's soul, that holy of holies, the secrets of which are known only to the high priest, who needed not that any man should tell him, for he knew what was in man. It is necessary, however, that we should gather up crumbs of fact and inference, and set in order such knowledge as we have, for the keys even of this innermost chamber are placed in the hands of parents, and it is a great deal in their power to enthrone the king, to induct the priest, that every human spirit cries for. We take it for granted in common speech that every soul is a living soul, a fully developed, full-grown soul. But the language of the Bible and that of general experience seem to point to startling conclusions. It has been said of a great poet, with how much justice is not the question here, that if we could suppose any human being to be made without a soul, he was such an abortive attempt. For, while he had reason, imagination, passions, all the appetites and desires of an intelligent being, he appeared to exercise not one of the functions of the soul. Now, what are these functions, the suspension of which calls the very existence of a man's soul into question? We must go back to the axiom of Augustine. Quote, "The soul of man is for God, as God is for the soul." End quote. The soul has one appetite, for the things of God, breathes one air, the breath, the Spirit of God, has one desire, for the knowledge of God, one only joy, in the face of God. I want to live in the light of a countenance which never ceases to smile upon me, is the language of the soul. The direct action of the soul is all Godward, with a reflex action towards men. The speech of the soul is prayer and praise. The right hand of the soul is faith. The light of the soul is love, the love of God shed abroad upon it. Observe, these are the functions. This, the life of the soul, the only functions, the only life it can have. If it not have these, it has no power to turn aside and find the life of its hand elsewhere. As the conscience, the will, the reason, is a mere germ, utterly ineffective till it be nourished with its proper food, exercised in its proper functions, so of the soul, and its chamber is empty, with cobwebbed doors and clouded windows, until it awake to its proper life. Not quite empty, though, for there is the germ, the nascent soul, and the awakening into life takes place sometimes with a sudden shock, the gracious miracle which we call conversion, sometimes, when the parents so will, the soul of the child expands with a gentle sweet growth and gradual unfolding as of a flower. There are torpid souls which are yet alive. There are feeble, sickly souls which are yet alive. There are souls which no movement Godward ever quickens. This life of the soul, what is it? Communicated life, as when one lights a torch at a fire? Perhaps, but it is something more intimate, more unspeakable. I am the life. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. Abide in me, and I in you. The truth is too ineffable to be uttered in any words but those given to us. But it means this at least, that the living soul does not abide alone in its place, that that place becomes the temple of the living God. Surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. How dreadful is this place! But this holy mystery, this union and communion of God and the soul, how may human parents presume to meddle with it? What can they do? How can they promote it? And is there not every risk that they may lay rude hands upon the ark? In the first place, it does not rest with the parent to choose whether he will or will not attempt to quicken and nourish this divine life in his child. To do so is his bounden duty and service. If he neglect or fail in this, I am not sure that it matters much that he has fulfilled his duties in the physical, moral, and mental culture of his child, except in so far as the child is the fitter for the divine service, should the divine life be awakened in him. But what can the parent do? Just this and no more. He can present the idea of God to the soul of the child. Here, as throughout his universe, Almighty God works by apparently inadequate means. Who would say that a bee can produce apple trees? Yet a bee flies from an apple tree laden with the pollen of its flowers. This it unwittingly deposits on the stigmas of the flowers of the next tree it comes to. The bee goes, but the pollen remains, but with all the length of the style between it and the immature ovule below. That does not matter. The ovule has no power to reach the pollen grain, but the latter sends forth a slender tube within the tube of the style. The ovule is reached. Behold, then, the fruit with its seed, and, if you like, future apple trees. Accept the parable. The parent is little better in this matter than the witless bee. It is his part to deposit, so to speak, within the reach of the soul of the child, some fruitful idea of God. The immature soul makes no effort towards that idea, but the living word reaches down, touches the soul, and there is life, growth and beauty, flower and fruit. I ventured to ask you to look, for once, at these divine mysteries from the same philosophical standpoint we have taken up in regarding all the faculties and functions of the child, partly because it is instructive to see how the mysteries of the religious life appear when it is looked at from without its own sphere, partly because I wish to rise by unbroken steps to the supreme function of the parent in the education of his child. For here the similitude of the bee and the apple tree fails. The parent must not make blundering, witless efforts, as this is the highest duty imposed upon him. It is also the most delicate, and he will have infinite need of faith and prayer, tact and discretion, humility, gentleness, love, and sound judgment, if he would present his child to God, and the thought of God to the soul of his child. If we think of God as an exactor and not a giver, it has been well said, exactors and not givers shall we become. Yet is not this the light in which God is most commonly set before children? A Pharaoh demanding his tale of bricks, bricks of good behavior and right doing. Do not parents deliberately present God as an exactor to back up the feebleness of their own government? Do they not freely utter, on the part of God, threats they would be unwilling to utter on their own part? Again, What child has not heard from his nurse this, delivered with much energy? God does not love you, you naughty boy. He will send you to the bad place. And these two thoughts of God, as an exactor and a punisher, make up often enough all the idea the poor child gets of his Father in heaven. What fruit can come of this but aversion, the turning away of the child from the face of his Father? What if, instead, were given to him the thought well expressed in the words, the all-forgiving gentleness of God? These are but two of the many deterrent thoughts of God commonly presented to the tender soul. And the mother who realizes that the heart of her child may be irrevocably turned against God by the ideas of him imbibed in the nursery will feel the necessity of grave and careful thought and definite resolve as to what teaching her child shall receive on this momentous subject. She will most likely forbid any mention of the divine name to the children, except by their parents, explaining at the same time that she does so because she cares so much that her children should get none but the right thoughts on this great matter. It is better that the children should receive a few vital ideas that their souls may grow upon than a great deal of indefinite teaching. How to select these few quickening thoughts of the infinite God? The selection is not so difficult to make as would appear at first sight. In the first place, we must teach that which we know by the life of the soul, not with any mere knowledge of the mind. Now, of the vast mass of the doctrines and the precepts of religion, we shall find that there are only a few vital truths that we have so taken into our being that we live upon them. This person, these; that person, those; some of us, not more than a single one. One or more, these are the truths we must teach the children, because these will come straight out of our hearts with the enthusiasm of conviction which rarely fails to carry its own idea into the spiritual life of another. There is no more fruitful source of what it is hardly too much to call infant infidelity than the unreal, dead words which are poured upon the children about the best things, with an artificial solemnity of tone and manner, intended to make up for the want of living meaning in the words. Let the parent who only knows one thing from above teach his child that one. More will come to him by the time the child is ready for more. Again, there are some ideas of the spiritual life more proper than others to the life and needs of the child. Thus, Christ the joy-giver is more to him than Christ the consoler. Again, there are some few ideas which are as the daily bread of the soul, without which life and growth are impossible. All other teaching may be deferred until the child's needs bring him to it. But whoever sends his child out into life without these vital ideas of the spiritual life sends him forth with a dormant soul, however well instructed he may be in theology. Again, the knowledge of God is distinct from morality, or what the children call being good, though being good follows from that knowledge. But let these come in their right order. Do not be preached the child to weariness about being good, as what he owes to God, without letting it in upon him first a little of that knowledge which shall make him good. We are no longer suffering from an embarrassment of riches. These limitations shut out so much of the ordinary teaching about divine things that the question becomes rather, what shall we teach, than how shall we choose? The next considerations that will press upon the mother are the times and the manner of this teaching in the things of God. It is better that these teachings be rare and precious than too frequent and slightly valued. Better not at all than that the child should be surfeited with the mere sight of spiritual food rudely served. At the same time, he must be built up in the faith, and his lessons must be regular and progressive. And here everything depends upon the tact of the mother. Spiritual teaching, like the wafted odor of flowers, should depend on which way the wind blows. Every now and then there occurs a holy moment, felt to be holy by mother and child, when the two are together. That is the moment for some deeply felt and softly spoken word about God, such as the occasion gives rise to. Few words need to be said, no exhortation at all, just the flash of conviction from the soul of the mother to the soul of the child. Is "Our Father" the thought thus laid upon the child's soul? There will be, perhaps, no more than a sympathetic meeting of eyes hereafter between mother and child over 1,000 showings forth of "Our Father's" love. But the idea is growing, becoming part of the child's spiritual life. This is all. No routine of spiritual teaching, a dread of many words which are apt to smother the fire of the sacred life. Much self-restraint shown in the allowing of seeming opportunities to pass, earnest purpose of heart, and a definite scheme for the building up of the child in the faith. It need not be added that, to make another use of our Lord's words, this kind cometh forth only by prayer. It is as the mother gets wisdom liberally from above, that she will be enabled for this divine task. A word about the reading of the Bible. I think we make a mistake in burying the text under our endless comments and applications. Also, I doubt if the picking out of individual verses and grinding these into the child until they cease to have any meaning for him is anything but a hindrance to the spiritual life. The word is full of vital force, capable of applying itself. A seed, light as thistledown, wafted into the child's soul, will take root downwards and bear fruit upwards. What is required of us is that we should implant a love of the word, that the most delightful moments of the child's day should be those in which his mother reads for him, with sweet sympathy and holy gladness in voice and eyes, the beautiful stories of the Bible. And now and then in the reading will occur one of those convictions, passing from the soul of the mother to the soul of the child, in which is the life of the Spirit. Let the child grow so that new thoughts of God, new hopes of heaven, are joy to him too, things to be counted first among the blessings of a day. Above all, do not read the Bible at the child. Do not let any words of the Scriptures be occasions for gibbeting his faults. It is the office of the Holy Ghost to convince of sin, and he is able to use the word for this purpose without risk of that hardening of the heart in which our clumsy dealings too often result. The matter for this teaching of divine things will come out of every mother's own convictions. I will attempt to speak of only one or two of these vital truths on which the spiritual life must sustain itself. Our Father, who is in heaven, is perhaps the first idea of God which the mother will present to her child, Father and Giver, straight from whom comes all the gladness of every day. What a happy birthday our Father has given to my little boy! The flowers are coming again. Our Father has taken care of the life of the plants all through the winter cold. Listen to that skylark. It is a wonder how our Father can put so much joy into the heart of one little bird. Thank God for making my little girl so happy and merry. Out of this thought comes prayer, the free utterance of the child's heart, more often in thanks for the little joys of the day counted up than in desire, just yet. The words do not matter. Any simple form the child can understand will do. The rising Godward of the child heart is the true prayer. Out of this thought, too, comes duty, the glad acknowledgment of the debt of service and obedience to a parent so gracious and benign, not one who exacts service at the sword's point, as it were, but one whom his children run to obey. Christ our King. Here is a thought to unseal the fountains of love and loyalty, the treasures of faith and imagination bound up in the child. The very essence of Christianity is personal loyalty, passionate loyalty to our adorable chief. We have laid other foundations: regeneration, sacraments, justification, works, faith, the Bible, any one of which, however necessary to salvation in its due place and proportion, may become a religion about Christ and without Christ. And now a time of sifting has come upon us, and thoughtful people decline to know anything about our religious systems. They write down all our orthodox beliefs as things not knowable. Perhaps this may be because, in thinking much of our salvation, we have put out of sight our King, the divine fact which no soul of man to whom it is presented can ignore. In the idea of Christ is life. Let the thought of him once get touch of the soul, and it rises up, a living power, independent of all formularies of the brain. Let us save Christianity for our children by bringing them into allegiance to Christ the King. How? How did the old cavaliers bring up sons and daughters in passionate loyalty and reverence for not too worthy princes? Their own hearts were full of it. Their lips spake of it. Their acts proclaimed it. The style of their clothes, the ring of their voices, the carriage of their heads, all was one proclamation of boundless devotion to their king and his cause. That civil war, whatever else it did, or missed doing, left a parable for Christian people. If a Stuart prince could command such measure of loyalty, what shall we say of the chief amongst 10,000, the altogether lovely? Jesus, our Savior, here is a thought to be brought tenderly before the child in the moments of misery that follow wrongdoing. Ah, my poor little boy, you have been very naughty today. Could you not help it? No, mother, with sobs. No, I suppose not. But there is a way of help. And then the mother tells her child how the Lord Jesus is our Savior because he saves us from our sins. It is a matter of question when the child should first learn the story of the cross. One thinks it would be very delightful to begin with Moses and the prophets, to go through the Old Testament history, tracing the gradual unfolding of the work and character of the Messiah, and then, when their minds are full of the expectation of the Jews, to bring before them the mystery of the birth in Bethlehem, the humiliation of the cross. But perhaps no gain in freshness of presentation would make up to the children for having grown up with the associations of Calvary and Bethlehem always present to their minds. One thing in this connection: it is not well to allow the children in a careless familiarity with the name of Jesus, or in the use of hymns whose tone is not reverent. Ye call me Master and Lord, and ye say well, for so I am. The indwelling of Christ is a thought particularly fit for the children, because their large faith does not stumble at the mystery. Their imagination leaps readily to the marvel that the King himself should inhabit a little child's heart. How am I to know he is come, mother? When you are quite gentle, sweet, and happy, it is because Christ is within. And when he comes, he makes your face so fair, your friends are glad and say, "The King is there." I will not attempt to indicate any more of the vital truths which the Christian mother will present to her child, having patience until they blossom and bear, and his soul is as a very fruitful garden which the Lord hath blessed. But once more, this kind cometh forth only by prayer. End of section 21. Read by Deborah Beach Giordano.